Welcome, dear friends, to a cozy and enchanting evening by the flickering fireplace. As the gentle crackle of the fire fills the room, let your imagination wander into whimsical worlds filled with wonder and magic. This is the perfect time of year to snuggle up and enjoy soothing stories that will cradle your dreams and prepare you for a beautiful day ahead. So, wrap yourself in a warm blanket and let the comforting tales unfold. Sweet dreams and a wonderful morning awaits you. Story 2. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed in harmony with the gentle caress of the wind, and the moon scattered its silver dust over the leaves, there was a small village known as Grove. Nestled within a tranquil valley, the village was cradled by towering mountains and lush forests, a hidden gem that seemed untouched by the relentless march of time. Here, the essence of nature thrived, and the villagers lived in quiet harmony, reliant on the bounty of the forest and the gentle rhythm of the seasons. The air was perpetually infused with the sweet scent of pine, mingling with the soft lullaby of the nearby river that wound its way through the trees, its waters sparkling like a ribbon of stars beneath the night sky. Grove was a tapestry of vibrant life, where the thatched roofs of cottages peeked through the verdant canopy like mushrooms after a fresh rain. The cobblestone paths, worn smooth by generations of footsteps, whispered tales of those who had traversed them before. Lanterns hung from posts, their flickering light resembling fireflies, casting a warm glow that mingled with the cool luminescence of the moon. The sounds of the village were a soothing symphony, the gentle murmur of conversations, the clattering of pots in kitchens, and the occasional burst of laughter carried on the breeze. In this idyllic village, there lived a young girl named Leora. She was a curious spirit, with eyes as bright as the morning sun and hair that shimmered like gold, reflecting the dappled sunlight that filtered through the forest canopy. Known for her kind heart, she was a friend to all creatures, from the smallest of insects to the majestic deer that roamed the woods. Leora had an extraordinary affinity for the forest, spending her days exploring its hidden nooks and crannies. She knew every path and every tree, and it was said that the animals trusted her as one of their own. Leora's days were filled with adventure and discovery. She would often wander through the forest, her senses alive with the rich tapestry of life that unfolded around her. The vibrant colors of the flowers, the earthy scent of the forest floor, and the gentle hum of the bees as they flitted from blossom to blossom. Each detail was etched into her heart, a testament to the wonders of the natural world. At home, Leora lived with her parents in a cozy cottage on the edge of the village. Her mother, Clara, was a gentle soul with a wisdom that seemed to flow from the earth itself. She was a healer, tending to the villagers with remedies made from the herbs she gathered in the forest. Her father, Thalan, was a skilled craftsman, known for creating intricate wood carvings that captured the beauty of the natural world. Together, they instilled in Leora a deep respect for the land and its creatures, teaching her to see the world through eyes of wonder and gratitude. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of orange and pink, Leora wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant call of an owl, a haunting melody that seemed to beckon her forward. She followed the sound, her feet crunching softly over the leaf-strewn ground when she tripped over a gnarled root and fell to the earth. As she brushed herself off, her fingers grazed something cool and metallic hidden beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Curious, Leora brushed the leaves aside to reveal an ornate key. It was unlike any she had ever seen, its surface etched with intricate patterns that glimmered in the fading light, catching the last rays of the sun like 1,000 tiny mirrors. The key felt warm in her hand, as if it held a secret of its own, whispering tales of forgotten times. She tucked it into her pocket, feeling a strange pull to discover where it belonged. That night, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Leora lay awake in her bed, the key clutched in her hand. Her room was filled with the soft glow of moonlight streaming through the window, casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. She gazed out at the moonlit forest, the trees swaying like silent sentinels, wondering what mysteries awaited her. Little did she know, Her discovery was the beginning of a journey that would change her life forever. The next morning, with the sun casting long shadows over the dew-kissed grass, Leora set out into the forest once more. She felt a peculiar sense of anticipation, as though the trees themselves whispered encouragement, their leaves rustling like soft applause. Guided by an instinct she couldn't quite explain, she followed a narrow path that wound its way deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest seemed to grow wilder and more enchanting with each step. The trees stood taller, their branches weaving a canopy that shimmered with emerald light. Flowers bloomed in vivid colors along the path, their petals glistening with morning dew, and the air was alive with the songs of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves. It was as if she had stepped into a different world, one hidden from the eyes of those who hurried through life. As she walked, Leora's mind wandered to her family and the villagers. Her mother, a gentle soul with a wisdom that seemed to flow from the earth itself, had always taught her to trust her instincts, to listen to the world around her. Her father, a skilled craftsman, had shared with her stories of the ancient times, tales of magic and wonder that lingered in the corners of her mind. These thoughts filled her with a sense of courage and purpose, for she knew that the journey she was on was one that connected her to her roots and perhaps to something greater. Eventually, Leora arrived at a clearing where the sunlight poured down like a golden waterfall. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and sturdy, its branches reaching towards the sky, a sentinel of the forest. And there, nestled among the roots, was a door. It was small and unassuming, made of weathered wood that seemed to blend seamlessly with the tree. Leora's heart quickened as she approached the door. She drew the key from her pocket, her fingers trembling with excitement. As she held it up to the lock, she felt a gentle vibration run through her hand, a soft hum that resonated with her very soul. With a deep breath, she inserted the key and turned it. The door swung open with a soft creak, revealing a passageway that seemed to lead into the very heart of the tree. Leora hesitated for a moment, her mind racing with questions and possibilities, but the pull of the unknown was too strong to resist. With a determined nod, she stepped through the doorway and into the shadows beyond. The passageway was narrow and dimly lit, the walls lined with gnarled roots that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. As Leora walked, she could feel the warmth of the earth beneath her feet and the gentle rustle of leaves above. It was as if the tree itself was alive, guiding her deeper into its embrace. Her thoughts were a swirling mix of wonder and apprehension as she journeyed further. What lay ahead? What secrets did this ancient tree hold? Yet beneath her uncertainty, there was an undeniable sense of belonging, as if she was meant to walk this path. After what felt like an eternity, the passage opened up into another clearing. Leora gasped in wonder as she stepped into a world bathed in soft, ethereal light. It was a hidden realm, untouched by time, where the air was thick with magic, and the ground was carpeted with vibrant moss and delicate flowers. In the center of this enchanting place stood a small, crystal-clear pond. Its surface shimmered like a mirror, reflecting the sky and the trees with breathtaking clarity. Leora felt drawn to it, as if the water held answers to questions she had yet to ask. As she knelt by the pond's edge, Leora noticed her reflection staring back at her. But it was not quite her own face. There was something different, something more. Her eyes glowed with an inner light, her features softened by a gentle wisdom beyond her years. It was as if the pond revealed not just who she was, but who she could become. Leora reached out to touch the water, and as her fingers brushed the surface, the ripples spread outwards, carrying with them a sense of calm and clarity. In that moment, she understood that the pond was a gift, a magical object that held the power to reveal the truth within. As the ripples subsided, Leora saw images forming in the water. Scenes of her life played out before her, moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and failure. She saw herself as a child, playing in the forest, her laughter echoing through the trees. She saw her mother, her eyes filled with love and pride. She saw the village, the people she cared for, and the land she called home. But she also saw the future, possibilities shimmering like stars on the horizon. She saw herself standing strong, her heart open and her spirit unyielding. She saw friendships formed, bonds strengthened, and challenges overcome. She saw a path of growth and transformation, guided by the wisdom and kindness that had always been her greatest strength. As the images faded, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle over her. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was not just a physical one, but a journey of the heart and soul. The key had unlocked more than just a door. It had unlocked her potential, her purpose, and her place in the world. With newfound resolve, Leora rose to her feet. She looked around at the hidden realm, feeling a sense of gratitude for the magic that had brought her here. She knew that she could not stay forever, but she also knew that she would carry this place and the lessons it had taught her with her always. As she made her way back through the passage, the warmth of the earth and the gentle rustle of leaves accompanied her, as if the forest itself was bidding her farewell. When she emerged into the sunlight once more, she felt changed, her heart lighter and her spirit renewed. Leora returned to Eldergrove with a sense of purpose and determination. She shared her experience with the villagers, her words filled with the wisdom she had gained. She spoke of the hidden world within the forest, the magic that lay just beyond the reach of the everyday, and the power of friendship and kindness to overcome any challenge. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts stirred by Leora's tale. They saw the changes in her, the strength and confidence that radiated from her very being. And they too began to see the world with new eyes, finding beauty and magic in the simple moments of life. In the days that followed, Leora became a beacon of hope and inspiration for Eldergrove. She led the villagers in caring for the forest, nurturing the land that had always provided for them. She forged new friendships, bridging gaps and building connections that strengthened the community. And she continued to explore the woods, guided by the knowledge that there was always more to discover, more to learn. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Leora's story became a legend, passed down through generations. The key she had found became a symbol of the hidden potential within each person, a reminder that true magic lies not in the world around us, but in the hearts that dare to dream. But there was more to Leora's journey than just the discovery of her own strength. As time went on, she found herself drawn to a particular spot in the forest where the trees seemed to whisper secrets just for her. Here she would sit for hours, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her and the rhythm of the forest around her. It was a place where she felt most connected to the world, and it was here that she began to understand the deeper purpose of her discovery. One day, as she sat beneath her favorite tree, a gentle breeze carried with it the voice of the forest, a soft murmur that spoke to her heart. It told her of an ancient bond between the people of Eldergrove and the forest, a pact made long ago to live in harmony and protect one another. Leora realized that her journey had not only been about finding her own path, but also about rediscovering this sacred connection. With this newfound understanding, Leora set out to strengthen the bond between the village and the forest. She organized gatherings where the villagers would come together to celebrate the changing seasons, sharing stories, music, and dance that honored their connection to the land. These gatherings became a cherished tradition, a time when the village would pause to give thanks for the bounty of the forest and renew their commitment to its care. As the years passed, the bond between Eldergrove and the forest grew stronger. Leora's leadership and vision inspired others to find their own ways to contribute, whether through art, music, or the simple act of tending to the earth. The village thrived, its people living in harmony with the natural world and discovering the joy and fulfillment that came from being part of something greater than themselves. One particularly vivid spring morning, Leora decided to venture back to the ancient oak. She felt the forest's energy more profoundly than ever, as if the trees themselves were urging her onward. Upon reaching the clearing, she noticed new growth, a circle of young saplings surrounding the oak, their leaves glistening with morning dew. It was as if the forest was signaling a new beginning, a testament to the enduring cycle of life. Leora knelt beside one of the saplings, her heart swelling with a sense of reverence and awe. She understood that the forest was communicating with her, inviting her to be a part of this new chapter. As she touched the tender leaves, she felt a surge of warmth and vitality, a connection that transcended words. The realization dawned upon her that the forest was not merely a backdrop to her life, but a living, breathing entity with which she was intricately intertwined. She saw herself not just as a guardian of the forest, but as a part of its very soul, an extension of its ancient wisdom and timeless beauty. With this renewed sense of purpose, Leora returned to the village, eager to share her experience. She gathered the villagers in the heart of Eldergrove, beneath the starlit sky, and spoke of the saplings and the forest's message of renewal. Her words were imbued with passion and clarity, resonating deeply with all who listened. From that day forward, Eldergrove embraced a spirit of renewal and growth. The villagers worked together to nurture the young saplings, planting seeds of hope and resilience in their hearts and in the land. They understood that their destiny was intertwined with the forests, that their future depended on the balance they maintained with the natural world. As the years rolled by, Eldergrove flourished, a testament to the harmony between humanity and nature. Leora's legacy lived on, not only in the stories passed down through generations, but in the thriving community she had helped to build. The village became a beacon of hope, a symbol of what could be achieved when people listened to the whispers of the woods and followed the wisdom of their hearts. And so the whispering woods continued to dance with the wind, the moonlight casting its silver spell over the village of Eldergrove. It remained a place of wonder and enchantment, where the air was always filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle lullaby of the river. And at the heart of it all was Leora, a girl who had discovered her true self in a hidden world, and who had shared that gift with all who were willing to listen. In the end, Leora's journey was not just her own, but a journey for all who sought to find their place in the world. It was a story of friendship, of growth and transformation, and of the magic that lies within us all. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the village of Eldergrove lay bathed in the soft glow of the moon, the world felt just a little bit brighter, a little bit more magical, because of her. Story 3. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where sunlight danced through leaves and painted the forest floor in dappled gold, there nestled a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The village, a tapestry of timeless charm, was where cobblestone paths wound their way between cottages with thatched roofs, smoke curling lazily from chimneys, and flowers blooming in every window box. The air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of lavender and honeysuckle, and the gentle murmur of the nearby stream provided a soothing soundtrack to village life. Willowbrook was home to many gentle souls, but none were more beloved than Old Alder, the wise owl who lived in the grand oak at the village center. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes held the wisdom of centuries. Villagers often sought his counsel, for he was known to solve even the most perplexing of mysteries with his keen insight and gentle humor. The children especially adored him, often gathering at the base of the oak to listen to his tales of ancient times and faraway lands. As the seasons turned, the village thrived under the watchful eyes of Old Alder. His wisdom and stories were woven into the very fabric of village life, each tale a thread connecting the community to the rich history of the Whispering Woods. The villagers revered him as a guardian of their heritage, a keeper of secrets and stories that spanned the ages. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers noticed something unusual. The stream that babbled joyfully through the village had taken on a curious glow, shimmering with colors that seemed to shift and dance like the northern lights. It was a sight to behold, but it left the villagers scratching their heads in wonder. The glow cast a kaleidoscope of colors on the village, making the cobblestones shimmer and the flowers appear alight with an inner fire. As word of the glowing stream spread, the villagers gathered beneath the grand oak to seek Old Alder's wisdom. They found him perched on a low branch, his eyes twinkling with curiosity as he listened to their concerns. The breeze rustled through the oak's leaves, adding a gentle melody to the gathering. "Ah, the stream," Old Alder mused, his voice as smooth as the autumn breeze. "It seems we have a mystery on our hands. But fret not, my friends. With a little patience and observation, I am sure we will uncover the truth behind this enchanting phenomenon." Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her keen eyes and open heart. Her spirit was as lively as the forest itself, and she harbored a deep love for all things wondrous and wild. She had always been fascinated by the wonders of the forest and was determined to help solve the mystery of the glowing stream. Her curiosity was insatiable, and her courage unyielding. With old Alder's approval, she set off the next morning to explore the forest and uncover the secret behind the stream's magical glow. Her heart pounded with excitement as she embarked on her journey, the morning sun casting long shadows that danced alongside her on the forest floor. As Lila ventured deeper into the woods, she was greeted by the gentle rustle of leaves and the sweet chorus of birdsong. The path was lined with ferns that tickled her ankles, and the air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. The forest was alive with life, from the soft rustle of deer in the underbrush to the distant call of a cuckoo. She followed the stream upstream, her eyes wide with wonder as she admired the colors that danced upon the water's surface. Along the way, Lila encountered a small group of forest creatures, squirrels, rabbits, and a pair of curious foxes, who were equally puzzled by the stream's transformation. Each creature had its own story, its own troubles and joys, which they shared with Lila. The squirrels spoke of a bountiful harvest of acorns, while the foxes shared tales of their playful kits. They decided to accompany Lila on her journey, offering their unique perspectives and keen senses to aid in the investigation. As they journeyed, Lila and her friends came across an ancient grove, where the trees stood taller and the air was thick with the scent of history. Here the sunlight filtered through the canopy in long, golden beams, casting an otherworldly glow upon the forest floor. The grove was silent, save for the soft susurrus of leaves whispering secrets to one another. Lila paused, feeling a sense of reverence for this sacred place. Her companions grew quiet, sensing the importance of the moment. It was here in this grove that Lila felt the forest speaking to her, its voice a gentle murmur in her mind. It spoke of balance, of the harmony that must be maintained for the world to thrive. The journey continued, and as the day wore on, Lila and her newfound friends discovered a small, hidden glade where the stream originated. In the center of the glade stood an ancient stone well, covered in moss and ivy. It was a place of quiet beauty, where time seemed to stand still. The air was cooler here, and a gentle mist hung over the ground, giving the glade an ethereal quality. Perched on the edge of the well was a tiny creature, no larger than a sparrow. It had iridescent wings that shimmered in the sunlight, and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Lila recognized it as a sprite, a playful spirit of the forest known for its love of light and color. The sprite was humming a melody that was both ancient and new, a tune that seemed to resonate with the forest itself. "Hello there," Lila greeted the sprite with a warm smile. "We've come to find out why the stream is glowing. Do you know anything about it?" The sprite giggled, its voice like tinkling bells. "Oh, I might know a thing or two," it replied, playfully twirling in the air. "You see, I've been practicing my magic, and may have gotten a bit carried away. It seems my latest spell has added a touch of luminescence to the water." Lila chuckled, her heart lightened by the sprite's honesty and charm. "It's a beautiful spell, but the villagers are quite curious. Would you mind helping us understand how to adjust it so the glow isn't quite so bright?" The sprite nodded eagerly, happy to assist. "Of course. I didn't mean to cause a fuss. Let me show you how to gently temper the spell." The sprite's wings fluttered as it hovered over the well, a soft glow emanating from its being as it began to weave its magic. Together, with the guidance of the sprite, Lila learned the art of forest magic, how a soft whisper to the trees and a gentle touch of the earth could weave wonders. With each graceful gesture, the colors in the stream began to mellow, shifting from vibrant brilliance to a soft, soothing glow that illuminated the water like starlight. The forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as the magic settled into a harmonious balance. As they worked, the sprite shared stories with Lila about the ancient magic of the forest. It spoke of how the forest was a living entity with its own will and desires, and how the sprites had learned to live in harmony with it. Lila listened intently, her understanding of the forest deepening with each tale. Before returning to Willowbrook, Lila decided to visit the secret glade one last time. The sprite, with its mischievous grin, promised to keep the stream's glow gentle and inviting. In gratitude, Lila placed a small wreath of wildflowers at the base of the well, a token of thanks to the forest and its playful guardian. Lila's journey back to Willowbrook was accompanied by her new friends, who bid her farewell at the village's edge. As she walked through the cobblestone streets, she noticed the villagers gathering once again beneath the grand oak, eager to hear her tale. When Lila returned to Willowbrook, her heart was full of joy and a newfound sense of wonder. She shared the story of her adventure with Old Alder and the villagers, who listened with rapt attention, their faces alight with awe and gratitude. Her tale was met with laughter and applause, and the villagers marveled at the magic that lay just beyond their doorstep. Old Alder nodded approvingly, his voice warm with pride. You see, my friends, sometimes the answers we seek are found not in solving a mystery, but in embracing the beauty of the unknown and learning from it. His words echoed through the village, a gentle reminder of the wisdom in accepting the world's wonders. The villagers celebrated Lila's success with a feast beneath the grand oak, their laughter mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves. Tables were laden with the bounty of the harvest, golden loaves of bread, sweet honey cakes, and fresh fruits from the orchards. As the stars twinkled above, the stream continued to glow softly, a reminder of the magic that lay just beneath the surface of their everyday lives. And so in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where kindness and curiosity thrived, the village of Willowbrook continued to be a place of wonder and warmth. The mystery of the glowing stream had been resolved, but the spirit of adventure and friendship lingered on, lighting their hearts as brightly as the stream itself. With the soft glow of the stream casting gentle reflections upon their lives, the villagers of Willowbrook slept soundly each night, cradled in the comforting embrace of their magical world, knowing that together they could face any mystery the forest might bring. The forest, in turn, whispered its secrets to those who dared to listen, promising new adventures and endless discoveries to those with hearts open to its magic. Among those secrets was the promise of a new day, another opportunity for Lila and her friends to explore, learn, and grow, forever bound to the enchanting world that surrounded them. As the nights grew longer and the air crisper, Willowbrook settled into the embrace of winter. The glow of the stream became a beacon of warmth against the chill, casting reflections of celestial beauty upon the snow-dusted landscape. Lila, with her newfound knowledge of forest magic, became a cherished figure in the village, often found sharing her adventures with the children by the hearth, the flames casting shadows that danced like sprites upon the walls. Old Alder watched over them, his wise eyes filled with pride and contentment. He knew that while the mystery of the glowing stream had been solved, the true magic lay in the bonds that had formed and the understanding that had been nurtured between the villagers and their verdant home. And so, with each new day, the people of Willowbrook embraced the mysteries of life with open hearts, ever ready for the wonders that awaited them in the depths of the Whispering Woods. One particularly snowy evening, as the village lay blanketed in a serene quiet, Lila found herself drawn back to the grand oak. She stood beneath its towering branches, gazing up at the moonlit silhouette of Old Alder. "Thank you," she whispered, "for the wisdom shared, for the adventures embarked upon, and for the endless curiosity that now thrummed within her heart." And the old owl, with eyes gleaming in the silver light, spread his wings, sending a cascade of snowflakes shimmering through the air, a silent acknowledgement of the remarkable bond they had forged, and a promise of more stories yet to unfold in the timeless embrace of Willowbrook. Yet, the story of the glowing stream and the sprite's playful magic was not the end but merely the beginning of Lila's adventures. As winter's frosty grip softened into the gentle touch of spring, a new story began to unfurl in the heart of the Whispering Woods. A subtle change in the forest's melody beckoned Lila once more. It was as if the very earth hummed with anticipation. One morning, as the first blooms of snowdrops peeked through the melting snow, Lila awoke with a flutter of excitement in her heart. She felt a pull towards the forest, an invitation whispered on the breeze. Wrapping herself in a warm cloak, she set off, her footsteps light against the thawing earth. The forest seemed to awaken with her, the air alive with the scent of new beginnings. The trees, still bearing the memory of winter, stretched their limbs towards the sun, their branches adorned with the promise of leaves. As Lila walked, she noticed tiny buds unfurling, each one a miracle of life and renewal. Her path led her to the hidden glade where the stream began its journey. The sprite was there, flitting about with a joyful energy, weaving strands of light into the air. "Welcome back, Lila," it chimed, its eyes sparkling with delight. "The forest has missed you." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. "I've missed it too," she replied, her voice a gentle echo of the forest's song. "What wonders await us this time, I wonder?" The sprite hovered closer, a conspiratorial gleam in its eyes. "The forest is preparing a gift, a secret for you to discover. But first, you must listen closely and follow the whispers of the woods." Intrigued, Lila closed her eyes, allowing the symphony of the forest to wash over her. She could hear the gentle babble of the stream, the rustle of leaves, and the distant call of a woodpecker. Beneath it all, a new sound emerged, a soft, rhythmic thrum, like the beating of a heart. Guided by the sound, Lila ventured deeper into the woods, her senses attuned to the forest's guidance. The sprite fluttered beside her, a steadfast companion on this new quest. They moved with purpose, the path unfolding like a story yet to be told. As they journeyed, the landscape around them began to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks thick with age and wisdom. The air was rich with the scent of earth and growth, and the light took on a golden hue, as if filtered through ancient memories. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any Lila had seen before. In the center stood a tree of extraordinary beauty and grandeur, its bark a tapestry of silver and gold. Its branches spread wide, cradling the sky, and from its boughs hung delicate blossoms that glowed with a gentle luminescence. The sprite let out a delighted trill. "Behold, the heart of the forest," it announced, its voice filled with reverence. "It is said that this tree holds the essence of the forest's magic, a gift for those who cherish its wonders." Lila approached the tree, her heart brimming with awe. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the bark, and in that moment, she felt a profound connection, a bond woven from the countless stories, secrets, and dreams of the whispering woods. The tree's magic flowed into her, a warm embrace that filled her with knowledge and understanding. She saw visions of the forest's past, glimpses of the future, and the promise of endless adventures yet to come. Tears of gratitude welled in her eyes, for she knew she had been given a rare and precious gift. As she stood beneath the heart of the forest, Lila realized that her journey was far from over. The world was vast and filled with wonders waiting to be discovered. Her heart sang with the knowledge that she was a part of something greater, a guardian of the forest's magic and a storyteller of its tales. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with possibility, Lila turned to the sprite. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice a gentle promise. "I will cherish this gift and share its magic with all who seek it." The sprite nodded, its eyes shining with approval. "The forest will always be here, waiting for you to return. Remember, Lila, the magic is within you, as it is within us all." Together, they left the clearing, the forest's secrets safe in their hearts. As Lila made her way back to Willowbrook, she felt the gentle hum of the tree's magic within her, a constant reminder of the wonders of the whispering woods. In the days that followed, Lila shared her newfound knowledge with the villagers, weaving tales of magic and mystery that captured their imaginations. The village thrived, its people bound by the stories and secrets of the forest, their hearts open to the magic that lay just beyond their doorstep. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where kindness and curiosity thrived, the village of Willowbrook continued to be a place of wonder and warmth. Lila's adventures had only just begun, and with each new day, she embraced the mysteries of life with an open heart, ever ready for the wonders that awaited her in the depths of the forest. Story 4. In the quaint little village nestled between the gentle slopes of emerald hills and whispering forests, time seemed to flow differently, weaving stories into the fabric of everyday life. The village itself was a tapestry of vibrant colors and sounds that danced together in harmony. The mornings began with the cheerful chirping of birds, their melodies rising with the sun as it painted the sky in hues of gold and pink. The cobblestone paths, worn smooth by countless footsteps, glistened with dew, reflecting the village's timeless charm. Amidst this picturesque setting stood a cobblestone cottage with a red-tiled roof that gleamed warmly in the sunlight, a beacon of comfort and history. It belonged to Mr. Thistle, an old clockmaker, whose shop was a wonderland of ticking timepieces, softly chiming bells, and the faint aroma of polished wood and oil, a sanctuary filled with memories and marvels. Thistle himself was a man of gentle demeanor, with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. His hair, once as black as midnight, had turned a dignified silver, echoing the passage of time he so lovingly measured. Every corner of the shop was an ode to the passage of time, shelves lined with clocks of all sizes and shapes, their hands moving with rhythmic precision, filled the air with a symphony of ticks and tocks. The walls, adorned with portraits of timepieces from across the ages, whispered stories of their own. The grandfather clock, standing tall and proud in the corner, seemed to guard these secrets, its pendulum swinging like a metronome to the shop's timeless melody. One crisp autumn morning, the air was alive with the scent of fallen leaves and the earthy promise of rain. Golden leaves danced whimsically in the breeze, twirling down the narrow village lanes. A young girl named Lila, known for her curious nature and her kind heart, wandered into Mr. Thistle's shop. Her hazel eyes, glistening with the promise of adventure, were framed by unruly curls that seemed to capture the sunlight. "Good morning, Mr. Thistle," she chimed, her voice as light and cheerful as the autumn air that swirled around her, carrying the distant laughter of children playing in the village square. "Ah, Lila, my dear, always a pleasure," replied Mr. Thistle, his eyes twinkling like the myriad of clocks that lined his walls, each with its own unique tick and tock. His fingers, nimble despite their age, were stained with the patina of years spent crafting and mending the delicate mechanisms that measured time. His hands were storytellers in their own right, each wrinkle and scar a testament to the life he had dedicated to his craft. "What brings you to my humble abode today?" he asked, his voice as warm and inviting as the hearth that crackled in the corner of the shop, casting a cozy glow that reached into the shadows, dispelling the chill of the outside world. "I was wondering if you had any new clocks or stories to share," Lila said, her gaze flitting from one intricate clock to another, each a portal to another time and place, each piece a fragment of a larger, universal puzzle. Mr. Thistle chuckled softly, the sound like a gentle wind rustling through autumn leaves, and beckoned her closer. "I do have something quite special this time," he whispered conspiratorially, his voice dropping to a hushed tone that made even the clocks seem to pause in anticipation. "But it's not just a clock." From beneath the counter, Mr. Thistle retrieved a small, unassuming pocket watch. Its brass casing was worn, its surface etched with the delicate lines of age, and its face was simple, yet there was an air of mystery about it, as though it held secrets waiting to be whispered. "This watch," he said, holding it out to her, "has a secret. It can reveal moments from the past." Lila's eyes widened in awe, her heart quickening with a mix of excitement and reverence. "Truly? How does it work?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid that speaking too loudly might shatter the delicate enchantment of the moment. "The watch reveals its secrets only to those who approach it with pure intentions and a heart full of wonder," Mr. Thistle explained, his gaze steady and knowing. "But beware, it can only show glimpses of truth, not the whole story." Intrigued, Lila accepted the watch, feeling its weight in her hand, a bridge between the past and present. She promised to care for it as she would a fragile dream. As she left the shop, the village was awash with the golden glow of the setting sun, casting long shadows that danced merrily around her, whispering secrets of their own. Eager to explore the watch's magic, Lila made her way to her favorite spot, a cozy nook under the old oak tree by the glistening stream. The path was lined with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the deepening twilight, as if nature itself had painted a welcome for her journey. She sat down, the cool earth beneath her a comforting companion, and gently opened the watch. A soft, silvery light emerged, enveloping her in warmth, like a mother's embrace. Suddenly she was no longer sitting beneath the oak tree. Instead, she found herself in the village square, but it was different. The air was filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and the distant sound of a blacksmith hammering away. There were no familiar faces, and the buildings looked newer, as if she had stepped back in time to an era where stories were born. Lila watched as villagers bustled about in their daily activities, their laughter and chatter mingling with the songs of the birds that flitted from tree to tree. She noticed a young boy, not much older than herself, sitting alone by the fountain. His face was etched with sadness, his clothes slightly too large, as if he had grown too quickly for them. Approaching him, Leela asked, "Why do you look so forlorn?" Her voice was gentle, carrying the warmth of genuine concern. The boy looked up, his eyes filled with surprise and a hint of hope, like the first rays of dawn breaking through a cloudy sky. "I've lost my way," he confessed, his voice a soft tremor. "I was supposed to meet my father, but now I can't find him." Lila's heart swelled with empathy. She knew what it was like to feel lost, adrift in a sea of uncertainty. "Let's find him together," she suggested, offering her hand, her smile a beacon of light in the gathering dusk. The boy nodded, and they set off through the bustling square. As they walked, the world around them seemed to come alive with stories. Lila realized that the watch had given her more than a glimpse into the past. It had connected her with a moment of need, allowing her to offer kindness and friendship. Each step was a testament to the silent bonds that tied people together across time. Together, they asked the villagers if they had seen the boy's father. With each inquiry, Lila learned more about the people who once inhabited her village, their stories weaving a rich tapestry of the past. She discovered tales of love and loss, of dreams and disappointments, each story a thread in the fabric of history. One such tale came from an elderly woman who sat weaving baskets in the shade of a large sycamore tree. Her hands moved deftly, weaving reeds into intricate patterns, much like the stories she shared. She spoke of a time when the village faced hardship, and how the community came together, united by compassion and hope. Her words painted vivid images in Lila's mind, of nights filled with laughter and song, of bonds forged in adversity. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the sky in a tapestry of twilight colors, Leela and the boy arrived at the edge of the forest. The air was cooler here, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. It was in this tranquil setting that they found the boy's father, his face lined with worry and longing, searching frantically amidst the trees. Joyful tears sprang to his eyes as he embraced his son, a reunion that spoke of the enduring strength of love. "Thank you," he said to Lila, his voice thick with gratitude that resonated deep within her soul. "You have reunited us." With their reunion, the silvery light returned, gently pulling Lila back to her own time. She found herself once again beneath the oak tree, the watch warm in her hand, a reminder of the journey she had taken. Lila realized that the watch's magic lay not just in revealing the past, but in showing that even small acts of kindness could change the world. With this understanding, she tucked the watch safely into her pocket and headed home, her heart light and her spirit full of newfound wisdom. The village, now shrouded in twilight, seemed to hum with the silent promise of stories yet to be told. Later that night, as the stars began to twinkle in the midnight sky, each a glimmering thread in the vast tapestry of the universe, Lila lay in her bed, the watch resting on her nightstand like a silent guardian of dreams. She closed her eyes, comforted by the knowledge that she had made a difference and that the world, with all its mysteries and magic, was a place where kindness shone brightest of all. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the village slept, cradled in the gentle embrace of dreams and the promise of new adventures waiting with the dawn. The night whispered softly, weaving its stories into the hearts of those who listened, promising that with each new day, the magic of kindness and wonder would continue to unfold. The next morning, as the first light of dawn crept through her window, Lila awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. She decided to visit the village library, a charming building with ivy trailing up its stone walls, where the scent of ancient pages and polished wood was a comforting balm to any who entered. This library was a treasure trove of knowledge, curated by Miss Leora, a woman whose love for stories was only rivaled by her penchant for mystery. Miss Leora, with her raven-black hair and sharp, inquisitive eyes, was a fixture of the village, known for her vast knowledge and her uncanny ability to recall even the most obscure tales. She welcomed Lila with a smile as bright as sunshine. "Ah, Leela," she said, her voice a melodic lilt. "What brings you to my realm of stories today?" Lila explained her encounter with the watch, her voice a hushed excitement. Miss Alara listened intently, her eyes widening with intrigue. "A watch that shows the past," she mused, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "There are legends of such objects imbued with magic and history. Perhaps you might find more about its origins here." Together, they explored the library's collection, delving into dusty tomes and scrolls that spoke of time and magic. Lila learned about ancient civilizations that revered time as a living entity, and about artisans whose work transcended the mere measurement of hours and minutes. Each story added depth to the mystery of the watch, enriching her understanding of the village and its enchanting history. As the afternoon sun cast warm, dappled light through the library windows, Lila stumbled upon an old journal tucked away on a high shelf. The leather-bound cover was worn, but the pages inside were remarkably well preserved. It belonged to a clockmaker from centuries past, who had crafted a watch with a peculiar secret, a secret eerily similar to the one Mr. Thistle had given her. The journal entries detailed the clockmaker's life, his struggles, and his triumphs. He spoke of a desire to preserve moments, to capture the essence of a memory within the gears and springs of a timepiece. Lila felt a connection to him, as if their paths were intertwined across the ages. As she read, a passage caught her eye, one that spoke of a great festival held in the village long ago, a celebration of time, where people from all walks of life gathered to share stories and dreams. It was during this festival that the clockmaker had unveiled his creation, a watch that could glimpse the past, meant to remind people of the beauty and fragility of life. Lila's heart swelled with inspiration. She realized that the watch was not just a relic, but a testament to the enduring power of human connection, a bridge between past and present, inviting her to play her part in its ongoing story. Thanking Miss Alara for her guidance, Lila left the library with a newfound sense of wonder. As she walked home, the village seemed to welcome her with open arms, the air alive with the whispers of stories waiting to be told. That evening, as the village settled into the quiet embrace of night, Lila sat by her window, the watch cradled gently in her hands. She looked out at the stars, each one a testament to the infinite tapestry of time, each a reminder of the countless tales yet to unfold. With a heart full of hope and a spirit eager for adventure, Leela embraced the watch's magic, knowing that her journey had only just begun. The village, with its timeless charm and hidden wonders, was a place where dreams were born, and where the magic of kindness and imagination would forever light the way. As days turned into weeks, Lila's visits to Mr. Thistle's shop became more frequent. She would often sit with him, learning the art of clockmaking, her nimble fingers mirroring his as she pieced together gears and springs, creating timepieces that ticked with their own unique rhythm. Through these lessons, Lila discovered a deep appreciation for the intricacies of time and the patience required to craft such delicate mechanisms. Mr. Thistle, in turn, found joy in sharing his knowledge, his heart warmed by Lila's curiosity and determination. He told her stories of his own youth, of the mentors who had shaped his path, and of the dreams that had guided him through a lifetime dedicated to the art of timekeeping. With each story, Lila felt more connected to the village's history, her roots deepening in the rich soil of shared memories. The watch, now a constant companion, continued to reveal glimpses of the past, each vision a lesson in empathy and understanding. Lila learned to approach these moments with an open heart, offering solace and friendship to those she encountered. She realized that the watch's true power lay not just in its ability to reveal the past, but in its capacity to connect hearts across time, weaving a tapestry of kindness and compassion. And so as the seasons changed and the village thrived, Lila's story continued to unfold, a testament to the enduring magic of time and the unyielding strength of the human spirit. With each new adventure, she carried the watch, a reminder of the timeless bond between past and present, a promise of stories yet to be told. Story 5. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering leaves spoke secrets of times long past, a gentle harmony existed, woven into the very essence of the land. The forest was a place where sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden streams, dappling the forest floor with patterns of light and shadow. It was a realm where the boundaries between the real and magical intertwined like the roots of the great oaks, forming a tapestry of life that pulsed with quiet wonder. The air was thick with the earthy scent of moss and loamy soil, and the distant call of a cuckoo bird echoed through the trees, adding a melodic undertone to the forest symphony. The rustling leaves whispered stories of past rains and sunny days, of creatures who had walked the paths before and those yet to come. The forest was alive with the chatter of squirrels darting through the underbrush, their tiny claws rustling the fallen leaves, while the soft flutter of wings announced the passage of a butterfly, its delicate colors a fleeting brushstroke on the canvas of the forest. Nestled beneath a sprawling oak tree, whose knotted branches cradled the sky like the gentle arms of a wise guardian, lived a community of woodland creatures. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Orin, whose shell bore the mottled greens of the forest's moss and lichen. His eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the tranquil wisdom of countless seasons, and his gentle demeanor had a way of calming even the most restless of spirits. Orin had witnessed the cycles of many seasons, and with each turn of the wheel, he gathered stories and wisdom that he shared with the other creatures. Despite his slow movements, his mind was sharp and agile, always ready to offer insight or a comforting word. It was said that Orin had once ventured to the farthest edges of the forest, his journey taking him to the places where the sun kissed the horizon, just to learn the secrets of the wind. One crisp autumn morning, when the forest was ablaze with hues of amber and crimson, Orin gathered the creatures for a tale. The air was tinged with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the promise of change. The creatures, a diverse ensemble of birds, squirrels, rabbits, and foxes, nestled close, their eyes bright with anticipation. As they gathered, the forest floor became a vibrant tapestry of colors, the creatures' fur and feathers blending with the fallen leaves. The warmth of their bodies created a cocoon of shared comfort, and the soft murmur of anticipation filled the air like the gentle hum of bees in spring. "Gather round, dear friends," Orin began in his deep, resonant voice, "for I have a story to share, a tale as old as the forest itself. It is a story of balance, of harmony, and of the magic that binds us all." As the creatures settled into the soft embrace of the forest floor, Orin spoke of the Tree of Seasons, a legendary willow that stood at the heart of the forest. The Tree of Seasons was unlike any other, its leaves shimmering with the colors of spring, summer, autumn, and winter all at once. It was said that the tree held the power to influence the weather, ensuring that each season flowed seamlessly into the next, maintaining the delicate equilibrium of nature. The willow's existence was not merely a myth, it was a beacon of hope and unity, its roots entwined with the destiny of every creature in the forest. The tree's bark, a mosaic of silver and gold, glistened in the sunlight, reflecting the myriad hues of its leaves. Its branches arched gracefully towards the sky, forming a canopy that seemed to touch the heavens. But the Tree of Seasons was more than just a guardian of time and weather. It was a testament to the unity and cooperation of all living things. Its roots reached deep into the earth, drawing strength from the soil, while its branches stretched towards the sky, offering shelter and sustenance to the creatures of the forest. The tree was a living reminder that every being, no matter how small, played a vital role in the grand tapestry of life. Orin's voice wove a tapestry of imagery, painting pictures of the tree's splendor. The creatures could almost see the shimmering leaves, feel the gentle sway of its branches, and hear the soft rustle of its whispers in the wind. As Orin spoke, the forest seemed to come alive, the very air humming with an ancient magic. But the tale was not without its challenges. Orin recounted a time when the balance was threatened, when a fierce storm, angry and untamed, descended upon the forest. The winds howled with a ferocity that shook the very foundations of the woodland, and the rain fell in torrents, threatening to drown the life beneath its weight. In the face of such turmoil, the creatures of the forest came together. They worked in harmony, each playing a part in calming the storm's fury. The birds took to the sky, their wings slicing through the stormy winds to carry messages of hope. The squirrels and rabbits gathered fallen branches and leaves, creating barriers to divert the rushing waters. Even the smallest of ants formed chains, moving earth to fortify the land against erosion. As they toiled, their hearts beat in unison, driven by a shared desire to protect their home. The foxes, known for their cunning, devised strategies to shield the younger and more vulnerable creatures, while the owls, with their piercing gaze, kept watch for any sign of danger. And at the heart of their efforts was Orin, whose wisdom and gentle guidance inspired courage and unity. He taught the creatures an ancient song, a melody passed down through generations, said to soothe the tempest and restore peace. As their voices rose in harmony, the storm began to abate, the winds softening to a whisper and the rain easing to a gentle patter. The forest once again found its balance, and the tree of seasons stood tall, its leaves shimmering with gratitude. The tale of their unity and courage became a part of the forest's lore, a reminder of the power of friendship and the strength found in togetherness. As Orin's story came to a close, the creatures sat in a comforting silence, the warmth of their shared connection enveloping them like a soft blanket. The sun had begun its descent, casting the forest in a golden glow, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and the sweet promise of evening. Orin looked around at his friends, his heart swelling with pride and affection. "Remember, dear ones," he said softly, "we are all threads in the tapestry of life. Alone, we are fragile, but together, we are strong. Let us cherish and protect the harmony of our forest, for it is the source of our magic." With a gentle nod, the creatures rose, their spirits buoyed by the tale and the warmth of the gathering. As they returned to their homes, the forest echoed with the soft rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind, a symphony of life and magic that would endure for generations to come. And as the first stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Orin settled back into the embrace of the earth, content in the knowledge that the forest, in all its wonder and beauty, was safe and whole once more. Nearby, a lone firefly flickered its light, a solitary guardian of the night, echoing the resilience of the forest, a light of hope, small yet unwavering, promising that no matter the storm, the forest would always endure. Yet beneath the surface of this tranquil scene, Orin pondered the lessons of change and resilience. He remembered a time when he was much younger, eager to explore the world beyond the familiar paths of the forest. In those days, the world seemed vast and boundless, filled with mysteries waiting to be unraveled. The journey to the edges of the forest had been one of discovery, not just of the land, but of himself. He had encountered the wise winds that whispered secrets of distant lands and spoke of the interconnectedness of all things. The winds had carried stories of ancient mountains, vast oceans, and the myriad creatures that inhabited those distant realms. Orin had listened intently, absorbing every tale, every whisper, as if they were threads of a grand tapestry he was meant to weave. It was during that journey that Orin first felt the pull of the Tree of Seasons, its presence a guiding star in his quest for understanding. He learned that the tree was not just a keeper of the seasons, but a mirror to the soul of the forest, reflecting its joys, its sorrows, and its eternal spirit. The tree had shown him that harmony was not a static state but a dance, a delicate balance of giving and receiving, of strength and fragility. As Orin recalled those days, he realized that the story he had shared was not simply a tale of the past, but a living truth, a testament to the enduring spirit of the forest and its inhabitants. He understood that each creature, each leaf and branch, was a vital note in the symphony of life, and that their collective song was what sustained the magic of the forest. In the days that followed, Orin found himself reflecting on the future. He knew that change was inevitable, that storms would come and go, but he also believed in the resilience of the forest and its ability to adapt and thrive. He resolved to pass on his knowledge and stories to the younger generation, to nurture their curiosity and courage, and to inspire them to be guardians of the forest's harmony. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and rose, Orin set out on a quiet walk through the forest. The dew-laden grass beneath his feet glistened like a carpet of jewels, and the crisp morning air was alive with the promise of a new day. As he walked, he encountered a young squirrel named Kip, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of youth. Good morning, Orin, Kip chirped, his voice full of enthusiasm. Will you tell me more about the Tree of Seasons? I wish to see it one day. Orin smiled gently, seeing a reflection of his younger self in Kip's eager eyes. Ah, the Tree of Seasons, he mused. It holds many lessons, young Kip, but the greatest lesson it teaches is that of patience and perseverance. The tree did not become what it is overnight. It grew slowly, nurtured by the elements, shaped by time and the love of the forest. Kip listened intently, his tiny paws fidgeting with excitement. I want to learn everything there is to know, he declared. Then you must be patient, just as the tree has taught us, Orin replied. Let each day be a leaf in your book of knowledge, and with time you will come to understand the wisdom of the forest. As they continued their walk, Orin shared more stories of his travels and encounters, of the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the earth. Each tale was a seed planted in Kip's heart, a promise of the knowledge and adventure that awaited him. And so, as the seasons turned and the forest continued to weave its tales, Orin remained a steadfast presence, a gentle teacher and a wise friend. The creatures of the forest looked to him not just for stories, but for guidance and hope, knowing that as long as Orin was there, the forest would remain a place of magic and wonder, a place where the bonds of friendship and the strength of unity would always light the way. As the days passed, a new chapter of Orin's life began to unfold. He found himself drawn to a secluded glen, a hidden gem within the forest where a crystal-clear stream danced over smooth stones, singing a melody that echoed the forest's heartbeat. Here, Orin often came to ponder and dream, to weave new stories from the threads of his thoughts. One afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows across the glen, Orin met a wise old owl named Leora. Her feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and her eyes, large and luminous, seemed to hold the starry sky within them. Leora had seen many things from her perch atop the tallest trees, and her stories were as vast and deep as the night itself. Orin, she hooted softly, her voice a gentle breeze through the leaves. I've heard the whispers of the forest, and they speak of changes yet to come. The balance we hold so dear may soon be tested. Orin listened, his heart steady yet attentive. What do you foresee, Leora? The winds tell of a time when the forest must choose a new guardian, she replied, her gaze locking with Orin's. The Tree of Seasons seeks a successor to nurture its magic and keep the harmony alive. The weight of her words settled over Orin like a mantle of responsibility. He knew that his time as the forest's guide was drawing to a close, and a new generation must rise to the task. Yet he also felt a thrill of hope, for he had seen the promise in the eyes of the young creatures who sought his wisdom. I must prepare them, Orin said, determination lining his voice. The stories, the lessons, they must continue through them. Leora nodded, her eyes softening with understanding. Indeed, dear Orin, you have already sown the seeds of knowledge. Now, you must help them grow. Together, they devised a plan to gather the young creatures of the forest, to share with them the wisdom that would guide them through the challenges ahead. It was time to pass the torch, to ensure that the light of the Tree of Seasons would never fade. As the moon rose high, casting its silver light upon the forest, Orin began his new journey as a teacher, his heart filled with hope and a quiet joy. And the forest, ever watchful, cradled its inhabitants with love, knowing that its magic would endure through the stories and the unity of its creatures. In the following weeks, Orin's role as a mentor expanded. He organized gatherings beneath the ancient oak, inviting the young creatures to share their own stories and dreams. Each session was filled with laughter and learning, a chorus of youthful voices blending with the rustling leaves and the soft murmurs of the forest. Together, they painted vivid pictures of their aspirations, each tale a brushstroke on the canvas of their collective future. One day, a curious fox named Leora approached Orin with a question that had long lingered in her mind. Orin, she began, her voice tremulous yet eager, do you think the Tree of Seasons will choose one of us as its guardian? What does it mean to hold such a role? Orin pondered her question, his gaze drifting to the dancing light filtering through the canopy above. The Tree of Seasons seeks not just strength or wisdom, but a heart bound by love for the forest and its creatures, he explained. A guardian is one who listens to the whispers of the trees, who understands the delicate balance that sustains our home. Leora nodded, her eyes reflecting the weight of Oren's words. I wish to learn all I can, to be worthy of such a calling, she said with quiet determination. Then let your heart be open, dear Leora, Oren encouraged, for it is through love and understanding that we find our true path. As time passed, the forest continued to thrive under Oren's gentle guidance. The young creatures grew in wisdom and confidence, each day bringing them closer to the moment when the forest would need them most. Yet, the peace of the forest was not to last unchallenged. One cool evening, as the moon bathed the forest in a silvery glow, Oren felt a stirring in the air, a shift in the balance that had long held their world in harmony. The winds carried a new whisper, one of warning and urgency, and Oren knew that change was upon them. He called a council of the wisest creatures, including Leora and other seasoned inhabitants of the forest, to discuss the signs and dreams that had been troubling them. Together, they pieced together the whispers of the winds and the murmurs of the trees. A shadow was gathering at the forest's edge, a force that threatened the delicate balance they had fought so hard to preserve. The council resolved to prepare the young ones, to teach them not just the stories of old, but the skills and courage they would need to face this new challenge. Under the moonlit sky, Oren led the creatures in a solemn vow to protect their home and each other, to stand united against whatever darkness lay ahead. In the days that followed, the forest became a hive of activity. The young creatures trained diligently, learning to harness their unique strengths and talents. They practiced the ancient songs passed down by Oren, melodies imbued with the magic of the forest, and learned to listen to the guidance of the trees and the wind. As the shadow loomed closer, the creatures of the forest stood ready, their hearts bound by the unity and wisdom that Oren had nurtured within them. And though the challenge before them was great, they knew that the spirit of the forest, the magic of the Tree of Seasons, and the legacy of their stories would guide them through the darkness. On the eve of the impending storm, Oren gathered the creatures beneath the great oak one last time. The air was thick with anticipation, but also with a deep, unspoken trust. Oren looked upon the faces of his friends and students, seeing in them the reflection of all that he had hoped for and more. My dear friends, he began, his voice resonant with pride and love, we have come together through stories and songs, through trials and triumphs. Know that you are ready. The forest has chosen you to be its guardians, to carry on the legacy of balance and harmony. With those words, Oren passed on the mantle of guardian to the young creatures, confident that the future of the forest was in capable paws and wings. He had taught them all he could, and now it was time for them to forge their own path, to write their own stories upon the tapestry of the forest. And as the first light of dawn broke upon the horizon, the creatures of the forest took their places, united and determined. They stood as one, ready to face whatever lay ahead, their hearts filled with the magic of the forest and the enduring wisdom of Oren's tales. The storm came, fierce and unrelenting, but the creatures were steadfast. With the guidance of Oren's teachings, they channeled the power of the forest, their voices rising in a harmonious song that echoed through the trees. Their unity was their strength, and together they weathered the tempest, their spirits unbroken. When the storm passed, the forest emerged renewed, its magic stronger than ever. The Tree of Seasons stood tall, a testament to the resilience and courage of its guardians. And though Oren's journey as the forest's guide had come to an end, his legacy lived on in the hearts of those he had inspired. In the years that followed, the forest continued to thrive, its stories passed down through generations, each new tale a reflection of the magic and wonder that bound them all. And Oren, now a revered figure in the lore of the forest, watched over them from the great tapestry of stars, his spirit forever a part of the land he loved. The forest, with its ancient trees and whispering winds, remained a sanctuary of life and magic, a place where the bonds of friendship and the strength of unity would always light the way. And in the heart of it all, the Tree of Seasons stood as a beacon of hope and harmony, a symbol of the enduring spirit of the forest and its guardians. Story 6. I'm sorry, but I can't fulfill your request exactly as you've stated. However, I'd be happy to craft a shorter bedtime story using some of the elements you've mentioned. Let me know which elements you'd like me to focus on, and I'll create an enchanting tale for you. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Lily. Though her life seemed ordinary, she had a most extraordinary gift, the ability to talk to everyday objects. One crisp autumn evening, as Lily sat by the crackling fire, she heard a faint whisper coming from the old wooden rocking chair in the corner. Curious, she leaned in closer. "Excuse me, did you say something?" Lily asked softly. The rocking chair creaked in response. "Why, yes, dear child. I've been trying to get your attention for quite some time." Lily's eyes widened with delight. "You can talk! How wonderful!" The rocking chair chuckled, its wooden frame swaying gently. "Indeed I can, and I have a secret to share with you." Leaning forward, Lily listened intently as the rocking chair revealed its magical power, the ability to transport anyone who sat upon it to wondrous, faraway lands. Simply rock back and forth 3 times and picture your dream destination in your mind, the chair instructed. But be warned, the journey will not be without its challenges. Lily's heart raced with excitement. She had always longed to explore the world beyond the forest, and now she had the chance. Without hesitation, she settled into the cozy chair and closed her eyes, picturing a land of towering mountains and glittering streams. Rocking back and forth 3 times, she suddenly felt a strange tingling sensation, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in the most breathtaking valley she had ever seen. As Lily marveled at her new surroundings, she heard a gentle voice calling out to her. "Hello there, young traveler. Welcome to our humble valley." Turning around, Lily saw a wise old owl perched on a nearby branch, its feathers ruffled by the cool breeze. "Greetings," Lily replied politely. "I'm Lily, and I've come from a faraway cottage in the forest." The owl hooted softly. "Well, Lily, you've certainly stumbled upon a wondrous place. But beware, for this valley holds many secrets, and not all of them are pleasant." Lily listened intently as the owl introduced her to 2 unlikely companions, a playful squirrel named Nutkin and a cautious rabbit named Thumper. Together, the trio set out on an adventure through the valley, encountering breathtaking waterfalls, towering cliffs, and lush meadows. But as they ventured deeper, they faced a daunting challenge, a raging river that blocked their path. "How will we ever cross?" Lily wondered aloud, her heart sinking. Nutkin, ever the optimist, scampered up a nearby tree and peered across the rushing waters. "Look," he exclaimed. "There's a fallen log spanning the river. We can use it as a bridge." Thumper, however, remained skeptical. "But what if the log is too slippery? Or worse, what if it breaks beneath our weight?" The wise old owl intervened, hooting softly. "Patience, my friends. The answer lies not in brute force, but in wisdom and teamwork." Lily pondered the owl's words carefully, and a brilliant idea struck her. She gathered a bundle of sturdy vines and carefully wove them into a rope. "If we tie one end of the rope to the log and the other to a sturdy tree on this side, we can use it to steady ourselves as we cross," she explained. Nutkin and Thumper marveled at Lily's ingenuity, and with the owl's guidance, they safely crossed the raging river. As they continued their journey, Lily realized that her adventure was about more than just exploring new lands. It was a path of self-discovery and growth. With the help of her newfound friends, she had learned the value of courage, wisdom, and teamwork. When at last it was time to return home, Lily bid a fond farewell to her companions and settled back into the rocking chair, rocking 3 times and picturing her cozy cottage. As she opened her eyes, she found herself back by the crackling fire, her heart filled with wonder and gratitude for the extraordinary adventure she had experienced. From that day on, Lily cherished her magical gift and the lessons she had learned. She knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that with an open heart and a curious mind, even the most ordinary objects could unlock extraordinary secrets. Story 8. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush rolling hills and the edge of a sprawling, whispering forest, there lived a curious soul named Clara. Clara had always been enamored with the stories of old, tales told by the flickering firelight about the mysterious enchanted glade said to lie deep within the heart of the forest. It was a place where the trees were said to sing in the breeze, and the streams carried the laughter of fairies. Clara, with her heart full of wonder and pockets filled with crumbs for a snack, set out one golden morning when the sun kissed the dew-laden grass. The path into the forest was dappled with sunlight, and as she ventured deeper, the world around her seemed to change. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets old as time. The forest was alive with color and sound. Birds of every hue flitted through the canopy, their songs mingling into a melody that guided Clara forward. She followed a path lined with soft moss, which felt like velvet beneath her feet, until she reached a small clearing. In the center stood a great, ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like the protective arms of a wise guardian. As Clara approached, she noticed tiny, delicate creatures darting to and fro among the leaves. They were no larger than a butterfly, with wings that shimmered in the sunlight like stained glass. These were the sylphs, the keepers of the forest's magic. They danced through the air, their laughter like tinkling bells, and Clara watched in awe, her heart swelling with joy. "Welcome, Clara," chimed a voice, gentle as a summer breeze. Startled, Clara looked around and saw a sylph perched on a low-hanging branch, its eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "We have been waiting for someone like you, someone with courage and a heart open to wonder." Clara smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her, and she knew that this was the beginning of an adventure unlike any other. The sylphs fluttered around her, guiding her deeper into the forest, where the light danced in pools of emerald and gold. Along her journey, Clara encountered marvels that filled her heart with delight. She met a soft-spoken fox who told riddles that made her giggle, and a wise old turtle who shared stories of the world beneath the forest floor. Each encounter taught her a little more about the beauty of the world and the courage within herself. Her path led her to a babbling brook, where the water sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Here she paused to rest, dipping her fingers into the cool stream. The sylphs gathered around, their wings brushing her cheeks like a gentle breeze. "You have come far, Clara," they chimed in unison, "and you have learned much. But the greatest lesson is this: the world is full of wonder for those who seek it with brave hearts and open minds." Clara nodded, feeling the truth of their words settle deep within her. She realized that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to embrace the unknown with a spirit of adventure. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm glow over the forest, Clara knew it was time to return home. The sylphs danced around her one last time, their laughter echoing in the evening air. "Whenever you need us," they whispered, "we are here, just beyond the edge of dreams." With a heart full of memories and a newfound courage, Clara made her way back to the village. The path seemed shorter now, as if the forest itself was guiding her home. As she stepped out from the trees, the village lights twinkled like stars coming to life in the twilight. That night, as Clara lay in her bed, the stories of her journey wove themselves into her dreams. She knew that she would return to the enchanted glade one day, for there were always new wonders to discover, new friendships to forge, and new lessons to learn. And so, with a heart as light as the sylph's laughter, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that courage and adventure awaited her with each new dawn. Story 9. In a distant galaxy, nestled among the twinkling stars and swirling nebulae, lay the planet of Verdantia, known for its lush, verdant landscapes and towering forests that reached skywards like emerald spires. Verdantia was home to the gentle Flore, beings as much plant as they were creature, with skin the color of fresh leaves and hair that bloomed with flowers in response to their emotions. Among them was a young Flore named Lyran, whose blooms were particularly vibrant and whose curiosity about the universe beyond Verdantia was insatiable. Lyran often spent days in the glades, dreaming of the stars and what lay beyond their soft, leafy canopy. Meanwhile, far across the galaxy on the planet of Glacial, where the skies shimmered with icy blue and the ground sparkled like crystal, lived the Glacians. These beings, carved from the very ice that surrounded them, glowed with an inner light and thrived in the cold. Among them was Quell, a Glacian known for his adventurous spirit and a heart that warmed even the iciest of places. The story begins when a rare celestial event, the convergence of flows, occurred. aligning Verdantia and Glacial in a cosmic dance that allowed travel between the two worlds through shimmering portals. This was how Lyran and Quell found themselves, quite unexpectedly, face to face in the middle of a glade on Verdantia. At first, the meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Lyran, whose blooms fluttered nervously, was taken aback by Quell's crystalline appearance and the cool aura that surrounded him. Quell, on the other hand, was perplexed by Lyran's fluid movements and the way the forest seemed to respond to her every step. "Are you made of ice?" Lyran asked, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "No, not ice," Quell replied, his voice echoing like a gentle breeze through a frost-laden valley. "I am Glacian, from the world of Glacial." "Glacial," Lyran repeated, her blooms turning a curious shade of violet. "Tell me about your world." And so, as the sun set in a cascade of colors over the Verdantian horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and pink, Quell spoke of Glacial. He described the shimmering ice fields, the way the auroras danced across their skies, and the peaceful silence that enveloped his world like a comforting blanket. In turn, Lyran shared stories of Verdantia, of the way the forest sang with life, and how the seasons painted the landscape in vibrant colors. As they talked, they found common ground in their love for their homes and the beauty they saw in the universe. However, it was not long before a challenge presented itself. As the night deepened, the portal that had brought Quell to Verdantia began to waver, threatening to close and leave him stranded. The portal's energy, disrupted by an unforeseen ripple in the cosmos, required a delicate balance of heat and cold to stabilize, a balance that neither Lyran nor Quell could achieve alone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lyran and Quell set aside their differences and worked together. Lyran, drawing upon the warmth of Verdantia's sun stored in her blooms, provided the necessary heat, while Quell, utilizing his innate Glacian ability to channel cold, offered the cooling touch needed to harmonize the energies. As they worked in tandem, their efforts began to bear fruit. The portal stabilized, glowing with a gentle light that was neither too warm nor too cold. In that moment, Lyran and Quell understood that their differences were not obstacles, but rather strengths that complemented one another. With the portal secure, Quell prepared to return to Glacial, but not without expressing his gratitude. "I have learned much from you, Lyran. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts beat with the same rhythm." "And I from you, Quell," Lyran replied, her blooms now a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors. A true friend sees beyond the surface. As Quell stepped through the portal, a promise lingered between them, that they would meet again, not just through chance, but through choice, to continue their friendship and explore the wonders of their worlds together. With the portal closed behind him, Lyran stood alone in the glade, yet she felt a warmth in her heart that defied the cool night air. She had discovered that friendship could bridge even the widest of cosmic chasms, and that understanding was the key to unlocking a universe of possibilities. And so, under the starlit sky of Verdantia, Lyran's blooms whispered secrets of friendship to the forest, and somewhere far away, on the icy plains of Glacial, Quell gazed up at the same stars, his crystalline heart aglow with the warmth of newfound connection. Story 10. Under the gentle glow of the crescent moon, nestled within the lush embrace of the Evergreen Valley, there was a small village known for its tapestries of time-worn traditions and whispers of ancient stories. In this village, where each home was a warm haven of history, lived a young girl named Mara. She had always felt a deep, unspoken connection to the world around her, as if the rustle of leaves and the murmur of the brook were trying to tell her something forgotten yet familiar. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Mara sat by the fireplace with her grandmother, a woman whose eyes twinkled with the wisdom of the ages. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow upon the room, while the winds outside sang a lullaby through the trees. "Mara," her grandmother began, her voice a soothing melody, "there is a story I think you are ready to hear, a story about our ancestors and a legacy woven into the very fabric of who we are." Intrigued, Mara leaned closer, her heart beating with anticipation. Her grandmother continued, "Long ago, our family was entrusted with a sacred artifact, a mirror said to hold the secrets of our lineage. This mirror, hidden within the heart of the ancient forest, reflects not just our faces, but the essence of our past and the wisdom of ages. Mara's eyes widened with wonder. She had heard whispers of this mirror, but it had always seemed like a fairy tale. "But why has it been hidden away, grandmother?" she asked. "The mirror reveals truths only to those who seek them with pure intentions and an open heart," her grandmother replied, her voice like a gentle breeze. "It is time for you to discover its secrets, to learn the story of who you are and where you come from." The next morning, the air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. Mara set out towards the forest, guided by her grandmother's words and the quiet strength within her. As she walked, the sunlight danced through the canopy above, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. She followed the path, feeling the cool moss underfoot and hearing the soft chirping of birds. Each step seemed to resonate with an unspoken history, a rhythm of life that felt both ancient and familiar. After a time, she reached a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a small, serene pond. In its center stood an intricately carved stone pedestal, upon which rested the mirror. The mirror was unlike anything Mara had ever seen, framed by vines of silver and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle luminescence. She hesitated, her reflection shimmering on the surface like a dream caught between worlds. Taking a deep breath, Mara reached out and touched the mirror's surface. It was cool and smooth, yet as her fingers brushed against it, images began to swirl within the glass. She saw faces, some familiar, others unknown, each one telling a story of courage, kindness, and community. She saw her grandmother as a young girl, her eyes filled with the same wonder and curiosity that Mara felt now. The mirror showed her the traditions of her people, the festivals of light that celebrated the turning of the seasons, the songs and dances that echoed through the ages, the craft of weaving tales and fabrics that captured the essence of their lives. And amidst these scenes she saw acts of friendship and wisdom, where differences were embraced and challenges were met with compassion and understanding. Mara's heart swelled with a sense of belonging she had never fully understood before. The mirror had revealed not just the faces of her ancestors, but the spirit of their lives, their hopes, dreams, and the love that wove them all together. As she gazed into the mirror, Mara felt a whisper of a lesson carried through time, that the strength of one's roots lies in their ability to bend and sway with the winds of change, yet remain grounded in the soil of shared history and love. With newfound clarity, Mara turned away from the mirror, her heart light and her mind at peace. She retraced her steps through the forest, the path now a tapestry of memories and dreams, leading her back to the village and the warm embrace of her grandmother. Together, they sat by the fire once more, where the crackling flames seemed to echo the stories of the past. Mara shared her journey, her voice a soft thread weaving through the night, as her grandmother listened with a smile that spoke of pride and understanding. In the quiet glow of the evening, Mara realized that she was part of a legacy, an unbroken chain of stories and lessons that connected her to those who came before and those who would come after. She felt a deep peace, knowing that she carried within her the strength and wisdom of her ancestors, a guiding light through the tapestry of life. And so, as the stars shimmered in the vast sky above, Mara and her grandmother drifted into a gentle sleep, enveloped in the warmth of their stories, their hearts beating in harmony with the timeless rhythm of the world around them. Story 11. In the heart of the verdant woods, where the symphony of rustling leaves and whispering winds played a perpetual lullaby, the hidden lives of the forest's creatures unfolded like a delicate tapestry. This ancient forest, a realm where reality and magic danced in harmony, was bathed in the gentle glow of twilight, the air thick with the earthy aroma of moss and pine. The forest was a sanctuary for a myriad of creatures, each contributing to the intricate balance of life. Among them was a wise old owl named Orion, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight. Orion was the guardian of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down from the elders of old. His eyes, deep and knowing, held the secrets of many seasons, and his gentle hoots echoed through the trees like a comforting lull. Orion's closest companion was a nimble fox named Silva. With fur as fiery as autumn leaves, Silva darted through the underbrush with grace and speed. Her keen senses and sharp mind made her an adept problem solver, and she had a knack for finding solutions where others saw none. Together, Orion and Silva formed a bond as strong as the roots of the oldest oak. As the seasons turned, the forest transformed with them. In spring, the air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the melodious songs of newly awakened birds. In summer, the sun-dappled canopy provided cool shade, and the babbling brook sang its endless, soothing tune. Autumn painted the landscape in hues of amber and gold, while winter wrapped the forest in a quilt of snow, muffling sounds and creating a serene stillness. The creatures of verdant woods lived in harmony with the changing seasons, each attuned to the rhythms of nature. The deer grazed on tender shoots in spring, the bees gathered nectar from blooming flowers in summer, and the squirrels busied themselves with storing nuts for the long winter ahead. This harmony was a testament to the wisdom of the forest, a delicate balance maintained through respect and understanding. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Orion and Silva gathered with other woodland creatures at the base of the great oak. This towering tree, its bark gnarled and ancient, was the heart of the forest, its roots entwined with the very essence of the land. It was here that the creatures of the forest came to share stories and learn from one another. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Orion cleared his throat, his voice resonating with a gentle authority. "Dear friends," he began, "as the seasons change, we must remember the importance of balance. Our actions ripple through the forest like the rings on a pond, affecting all who share this home." The creatures listened intently, their eyes fixed on the wise owl. Silva, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement. "It is true," she added. "Our lives are intertwined with the magic of this land. We must care for it as it cares for us." As the evening wore on, Orion shared tales of the past, stories of the great storm that had once threatened the forest, and how the creatures had banded together to protect their home. He spoke of the gentle rain that followed, a blessing from the sky that nourished the earth and brought new life. The younger creatures, eyes wide with wonder, listened eagerly, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood that they were the keepers of this sacred wisdom, entrusted with the forest's future. As the night deepened, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the cool scent of the coming winter. The creatures began to disperse, returning to their nests and burrows, their hearts buoyed by the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. Orion and Silva remained beneath the great oak, basking in the peaceful silence. Silva turned to her friend, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the moon. "I think we're ready, Orion," she said softly. "Ready to guide the next generation." Orion nodded, his heart warmed by her words. "Yes, my dear Silva. Together, we will ensure that the magic of this forest endures." And so, in the eternal dance of the seasons, the creatures of verdant woods continued their lives, each day a testament to the delicate balance of nature. Under Orion's watchful gaze and Silva's nimble guidance, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of peace and harmony. The wisdom of the ages, passed down through stories and shared experiences, ensured that the magic of this ancient realm would live on, as bright and enduring as the stars above. In the heart of a vast, whispering forest, where the trees stretched their branches like great wooden arms toward the azure sky, lay a quaint little village known as Elderwood. This village, nestled beneath a canopy of stars and moonbeams, was a place where magic hummed softly in the breeze, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and pine. Elderwood was home to friendly folk who lived in charming cottages with thatched roofs and gardens brimming with wildflowers. The villagers were known for their warmth and kindness, often gathering around the village square, where stories were shared and songs were sung beneath the silver glow of the moon. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced through the cool, gentle winds, the villagers noticed something peculiar. Each morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of rosy pink and soft oranges, they would find their beloved village fountain mysteriously empty. This fountain was no ordinary fountain. It was said to be blessed by the forest's guardian, a wise old owl named Orin, who kept watch over Elderwood from his perch high in the ancient oak. The villagers were perplexed, for the fountain was the heart of Elderwood, its waters believed to bring good fortune and dreams of contentment. It was a place where children played, and elders sat in quiet reflection. The disappearance of the water left the villagers feeling uneasy, as if a vital thread in the fabric of their lives had come unraveled. Seeking answers, the villagers turned to young Aiden, a curious and kind-hearted boy with a knack for solving riddles and puzzles. Aiden had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. He was known for his gentle spirit and his love for the forest, often seen wandering its paths, listening to the stories the wind would tell. Determined to solve the mystery of the fountain, Aiden set off on a mild, misty morning, when the air was crisp and the world was wrapped in a blanket of dewy silence. With his satchel slung over his shoulder and a heart full of hope, he ventured toward the forest, where he hoped to find clues that would explain the strange occurrences. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as Aiden made his way to Orin's oak. There, perched upon a branch, sat Orin, his feathers as soft and gray as the morning mist, his eyes as wise and deep as the night sky. "Good morning, young Aiden," Orin hooted, his voice a gentle melody in the stillness of the forest. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine day?" Aiden bowed respectfully, a smile playing on his lips. "Good morning, Orin. I've come seeking your wisdom. The village fountain has been mysteriously empty each morning, and I hope to uncover the cause." Orin's eyes twinkled with understanding. "Ah, the fountain. It holds many secrets, young one. But fear not, for answers often lie in the most unexpected places. Have you spoken to the forest's creatures? They may have seen something unusual." Nodding, Aiden thanked Orin and continued on his journey, his footsteps whispering through the fallen leaves. As he walked, he listened closely to the forest, attuned to its subtle language. He soon came across a family of squirrels, their bushy tails flicking with excitement as they gathered acorns. "Hello, friends," Aiden greeted warmly. "Have you noticed anything strange near the village fountain?" The largest squirrel, whose name was Nutkin, twitched his nose thoughtfully. "Indeed, we have, young Aiden. Each night, we've heard the gentle gurgle of water, not from the fountain, but from deeper within the forest." Intrigued, Aiden thanked the squirrels and followed the direction they had indicated, weaving through the trees as the sun climbed higher in the sky. The path led him to a hidden glade, where a stream babbled merrily, its waters sparkling in the sunlight like liquid diamonds. Kneeling by the stream, Aiden noticed something curious. The water seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, as if touched by magic. As he pondered this discovery, a soft rustling caught his attention, and from the underbrush emerged a creature unlike any he had seen before. It was a water sprite, small and delicate, with skin that glistened like dew and hair that flowed like a cascade of silver. Her eyes, the color of a clear summer sky, held a hint of mischief and kindness. "Hello, young Aiden," the sprite spoke, her voice as light as a breeze. "I am Leora, guardian of this stream. I see you have found my secret." Aiden smiled, his heart light. "I have indeed, dear Leora. I seek to understand why the village fountain is empty each morning. Could it be connected to this stream?" Leora nodded, her expression thoughtful. "The stream and the fountain are linked through the earth, sharing the same source. At night, I draw water from the fountain to replenish the stream, for it was running low, and the creatures of the forest depend on it." Understanding dawned upon Aiden, and he realized the solution was not one of conflict, but of harmony. Perhaps we can find a balance where both the forest and the village can thrive. Lyra's eyes sparkled with appreciation. "Indeed, young Aiden, with your help we can ensure that the fountain flows during the day, while the stream is nourished at night." Together they devised a plan, weaving a gentle spell that would allow the water to flow between the fountain and the stream, ensuring both remained full. The spell was simple yet effective, a testament to the power of cooperation and understanding. With a grateful heart, Aiden returned to the village, where he shared the news with the villagers, who rejoiced at the restoration of their beloved fountain. The mystery had been solved not through force, but through wisdom and friendship, and the bond between the village and the forest grew ever stronger. As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over the village. Aiden sat by the fountain, listening to the soft murmur of water and the contented hum of the village settling into the night. The stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, and the gentle hoot of Orin echoed through the quiet, a reminder of the magic and wonder that lay hidden in the world. And so, with the mystery resolved and the village at peace, Aiden closed his eyes, feeling the comforting embrace of the night, his heart full of the knowledge that sometimes the answers we seek are found not in the grand gestures, but in the quiet whispers of understanding and unity. Story 13. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight trickled through a canopy of whispering leaves, and the air was infused with the earthy scent of rain-kissed moss, there existed a hidden realm of life. This was a place where boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and every creature, from the tiniest ant to the grandest stag, played a role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted forest was a wise old turtle named Marin. His shell was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and his eyes held the gentle, knowing gaze of one who had seen the forest cycle through many transformations. Marin lived by the edge of a tranquil pond, its waters shimmering with the hues of the sky and the soft rustle of reeds in the breeze. Each morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first birds sang their sweet lilting songs, Marin would embark on a slow, deliberate journey through the woods. His path meandered through sun-dappled glades and shadowy thickets, where the air was rich with the fragrance of wildflowers and pine. One day, as autumn began to weave its tapestry of gold and crimson through the leaves, Marin noticed something unusual. The forest, usually so harmonious, seemed unsettled. The birds were quieter, the streams more sluggish, and the wind carried a whisper of unease. Marin, with his deep connection to the rhythm of the forest, understood that something was amiss. Determined to understand the cause of the disturbance, Marin called upon his friends, creatures of the forest who shared his love and reverence for their home. There was Hazel, the nimble squirrel with a coat as soft as down, and Rowan, the wise old owl whose wings spanned the night sky like a cloak of stars. Together, they formed a council beneath the boughs of an ancient oak, its branches heavy with acorns and memories. As the golden light of the afternoon cast long shadows, the friends shared their observations. Hazel spoke of the dwindling acorn supply, while Rowan mentioned the unusual patterns in the night sky, where familiar constellations seemed to shift and dance. Marin listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle signs of imbalance. Suddenly, a flutter of vibrant color descended upon them, carried on the gentle breath of the wind. It was Leora, the butterfly, her wings a kaleidoscope of autumn hues. She landed softly on Marin's shell, her delicate voice barely more than a whisper. "I have seen the source of our troubles," Leora began, her words laced with urgency. "In the heart of the forest, where the oldest trees stand, a barrier has formed. It is a place where the magic of the seasons flows, but now it is disrupted." The friends exchanged concerned glances, understanding the gravity of the situation. This barrier threatened the balance of their world, a balance that had been nurtured through generations of wisdom and care. Determined to restore harmony, the friends set off together toward the heart of the forest. Their journey took them through landscapes both familiar and new, where the air was filled with the crispness of fallen leaves and the warmth of the sun's embrace. Along the way, they encountered other creatures, foxes with eyes like amber, deer with coats as soft as velvet, who joined their quest, their hearts united in purpose. As they approached the heart of the forest, a gentle rain began to fall, its droplets like diamonds upon the leaves. The sound was soothing, a lullaby that wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. Yet, beneath the melody of the rain, there was an undercurrent of magic, a pulse that grew stronger with each step. Finally, they arrived at the heart of the forest, a place where the oldest trees stood like sentinels, their roots intertwined in an ancient dance. Here, the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the sound of the wind weaving through the branches. In the center, they found the barrier, a shimmering veil of light and shadow, pulsating with the rhythm of the world around it. Marin approached the barrier with the reverence of one approaching a sacred altar. He closed his eyes, feeling the wisdom of the ages flow through him, a river of knowledge passed down through countless generations. He understood that the barrier was a manifestation of imbalance, a reflection of the forest's needs and desires. With a deep breath, Marin began to hum a low, resonant melody, a song of the earth and sky, of rain and sun. The song was a tapestry of sounds, woven with the whispers of the forest and the heartbeat of the world. As the melody drifted through the air, the barrier began to shimmer and shift, its edges softening like the first light of dawn. The other creatures joined in the song, their voices rising in harmony, a chorus that echoed through the forest like a gentle wave. Hazel's voice was a bright, playful trill, while Rowan's was a deep, resonant call. Lara's delicate notes danced like the flutter of wings, and together, their music wove a spell of healing and balance. Slowly the barrier began to dissolve, its magic returning to the earth, to the trees, and to the creatures who called the forest home. As the last wisps of light faded into the air, a sense of peace settled over the heart of the forest, a warmth that wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. The friends stood together, their hearts filled with a quiet joy and gratitude. They knew that the balance of their world had been restored, not through force or power, but through the gentle wisdom and friendship that bound them together. As the rain ceased and the sun broke through the clouds, casting a rainbow across the sky, Marin turned to his friends, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "We have done well, my friends," he said softly, his voice a soothing melody in the stillness. "Let us remember this day and the power of harmony, for it is the heart of our world." With those words, the friends began their journey back through the forest, their hearts light and their spirits renewed. The forest, once unsettled, now pulsed with new life, a symphony of sounds and colors that spoke of the magic and wonder of the world. As night fell and the first stars appeared in the velvet sky, Marin settled beside his pond, the water reflecting the beauty of the universe above. He closed his eyes, feeling the gentle rhythm of the forest flow through him, a song of harmony and peace that would echo through the ages. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic danced together in a timeless embrace, the creatures of the world continued their hidden lives, their hearts guided by the wisdom of the ages and the gentle touch of friendship. Story 14. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Wood, there was a small village named Bramblestone. This village was nestled between towering trees whose leaves shimmered with hues of emerald and gold, and whose branches whispered secrets to the wind. The cobblestone paths were lined with cottages that had roofs of moss and windows glowing with warm, inviting light. Every evening, the scent of freshly baked bread and sweet honey drifted through the air, wrapping the village in a cozy embrace. In this tranquil place lived a young girl named Lyra. She had a heart full of curiosity and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Lyra loved nothing more than to wander through the forest, her senses alive to the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves. She was often accompanied by her best friend, a wise old owl named Fergus, whose feathers were as soft as the clouds, and whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of blush and lavender, Lyra noticed something unusual. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly at the center of Bramblestone, had begun to chime at odd hours. It was a smooth, gentle melody that usually rang only at the break of each day, marking the start of morning with its harmonious notes. But now it was singing its tune at unexpected times, causing the villagers to stop and ponder. Lyra, intrigued by this peculiar occurrence, decided to investigate. She and Fergus set off towards the clock tower, their path illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies dancing through the twilight. As they reached the base of the tower, Lyra could feel the cool stone beneath her fingertips, grounding her as she and Fergus peered up at the majestic structure. "Do you suppose the clock is trying to tell us something?" Lyra mused, her voice gentle and inquisitive. Fergus hooted thoughtfully. "Perhaps, my dear Lyra, the world often speaks in ways we must learn to understand." Together, they climbed the spiral staircase within the tower, the air filled with the faint scent of aged wood and the sound of their footsteps echoing softly. At the top, they found the clock's inner workings, a mesmerizing dance of gears and cogs. Lyra watched intently as Fergus examined the mechanism with his keen eyes. "Look here," Fergus pointed with a feathery wing to a small, glittering object nestled among the gears. It was a tiny crystalline tear, shimmering with a light of its own. "What could it be?" asked Lyra, reaching out to touch it. As her fingers brushed against the crystal, a warm sensation spread through her, as if the sun itself had kissed her skin. "This," Fergus began slowly, "is a tear from a moon sprite. They are gentle creatures who weave dreams and guide the night." Lyra's heart fluttered with excitement and wonder. Why would a moon sprite leave a tear here? Fergus pondered for a moment, his eyes narrowing with thought. Moon sprites are known to be drawn to places of great harmony. Perhaps something in our village has been disrupted, and the sprite left this tear as a sign of distress. Determined to solve the mystery and restore harmony, Lyra and Fergus decided to visit the village sage, old Maester Alden, who lived in a quaint cottage on the outskirts of the forest. Alden was a kind soul, with a beard as white as winter's first snow, and eyes that twinkled with mischief and knowledge. As they approached his home, they were greeted by the comforting aroma of herbal teas and the crackling of a welcoming fire. Alden opened the door with a warm smile, inviting them inside. "To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit, young Lyra?" he asked, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. Lyra recounted the strange occurrences with the clock tower and the discovery of the moon sprite's tear. Alden listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as she spoke. He hummed, stroking his beard. "The balance of the village must indeed be disturbed. We must look for signs, small changes that we might have overlooked." Together, they pondered the possibilities, sipping on Alden's fragrant chamomile tea. Lyra thought about the village and its rhythm, trying to pinpoint anything unusual. Then it struck her. "The river!" she exclaimed, remembering how it had been flowing slower than usual, with leaves gathering at the banks instead of being carried away. "Ah, yes," Alden nodded. "If the river's flow has been interrupted, it could disrupt the harmony the moon sprite cherishes." The trio set out towards the river, the path lit by the silvery glow of the moon. As they approached, they could hear the gentle murmur of the water, a song that was softer and more hesitant than before. Upon reaching the banks, they saw the source of the disruption, a small dam of sticks and twigs, lovingly crafted by a family of beavers who had recently moved to the area. "Ah, our little architects," Alden chuckled kindly. "They've simply been trying to create a home for themselves." Lyra's heart softened. "They didn't mean to cause any trouble. Is there a way we can help them without disturbing the river?" Fergus fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "Perhaps we can guide them to a more suitable spot, where their building won't disrupt the river's flow." With gentle persuasion and the promise of a better location, Lyra and her friends guided the beaver family to a new home further upstream, where their dam would not interfere with the village's water. The beavers chattered happily, grateful for their new dwelling. As the river resumed its joyful course, the harmony returned to Bramblestone. The clock tower's chimes once again rang true, bringing peace and order to the village. To thank Lyra and her friends for their kindness and wisdom, the moon sprite appeared one evening, her form shimmering like stardust in the moonlight. She whispered her gratitude, leaving behind a delicate moonflower that bloomed only at night, a symbol of the village's restored harmony. Lyra, Fergus, and Alden watched as the moonflower unfurled its silvery petals, basking in the glow of the night. They felt a deep sense of peace, knowing they had brought balance back to their beloved home. And so, under the watchful eye of the moon sprite and the gentle glow of the moonflower, the village of Bramblestone slumbered peacefully, wrapped in the warmth of friendship, wisdom, and the comforting cadence of the clock tower's song. Story 15. In the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient trees stretched their branches skyward and the air was sweetened with the scent of wild lavender, there lay a quaint village known as Starling Hollow. The village, with its cobblestone paths and houses that seemed to hug each other in a perpetual embrace, was home to a community of gentle folk who lived in harmony with the magic that wove through their lives like an invisible tapestry. Every evening, the village was bathed in the soft glow of lanterns made from enchanted glass, their light flickering like captured starlight. It was under this serene illumination that the villagers would gather in the town square, sharing stories and laughter as the sun dipped below the horizon. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the breeze and the air carried a hint of the coming winter, a peculiar incident began to unfold. Tiny, mysterious footprints appeared overnight in the dew-kissed grass around the village fountain, spiraling outwards in an elaborate pattern. The footprints were unlike anything the villagers had seen before, delicate and light, as if made by a creature that walked on tiptoes. The villagers, intrigued by the curious markings, gathered around the fountain the next morning, their breath visible in the chilly air as they speculated about the origins of the footprints. Among them was a young girl with a heart as warm as freshly baked bread, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Her name was Lila, and she was known throughout Starling Hollow for her keen sense of observation and her gentle way with all living things. Lila crouched beside the fountain, tracing the contours of the footprints with a fingertip. "These are unlike any animal tracks I've seen," she mused aloud, her voice thoughtful and calm. "Perhaps they're from a creature that we have yet to meet." An elderly woman with a kind face and silver hair that glimmered like moonlight stepped forward. This was Granny Moss, the village's wise woman, whose knowledge of the woods and its magical inhabitants was unmatched. "Aye, Lila," she said, her voice a soothing melody. "There's more to these woods than meets the eye. Magic runs deep here, and sometimes it reveals itself in the most unexpected ways." Lila nodded, her mind alight with the possibilities. "I shall find out what creature leaves these tracks," she declared softly, her determination gentle yet resolute. The village watched as Lila set off towards the edge of the whispering woods, her heart guided by a sense of wonder and a desire to unravel the mystery. The woods, with their towering trees and softly murmuring streams, welcomed her like an old friend. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and birdsong accompanied her steps like a joyful symphony. As Lila ventured deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle signs of magic. A flash of iridescent wings here, a whisper of laughter on the wind there. Her senses attuned to the forest's rhythm, she followed the footprints, which seemed to lead her on a whimsical path through the underbrush. Hours passed as Lila tracked the prints, the woods growing quieter as the afternoon sun began its descent. Just as the sky blushed with the first hues of twilight, she spotted movement in the shadows, a flicker of silver that darted between the trees. "Hello," Lila called softly, her voice a gentle invitation. "I mean no harm, I only wish to understand." From the shadows emerged a creature unlike any she had imagined. It was a tiny fox, no larger than a kitten, with fur that shimmered like spun silver, and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. The little fox regarded Lila with a curious tilt of its head, its nose twitching in the cool air. "Ah, so you're the one leaving the footprints," Lila said with a smile, her heart filling with warmth at the sight of the magical creature. The fox nodded, a gesture so human-like it made Lila chuckle. "You are quite the artist," she praised, admiring the intricate patterns the footprints formed. "But why do you come to the village at night?" The fox, as if understanding her question, bounded forward and nudged a smooth stone with its paw. The stone rolled over to reveal a cluster of tiny crystals, their surfaces catching the fading light and scattering it in a rainbow of colors. Lila gasped softly, enchanted by the beauty of the crystals. "You leave these for us?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The fox nodded again, its eyes crinkling with what Lila could only describe as joy. It seemed that the little creature was a guardian of the woods, leaving gifts of beauty and wonder for those who ventured to look closely. "Thank you," Lila murmured, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Your gifts bring light and joy to our village." The fox, with a graceful leap, turned to disappear back into the depths of the forest. But before it vanished completely, it paused to look back at Lila, its eyes meeting hers in a moment of shared understanding and friendship. Lila watched the fox go, her heart lighter than it had been before. She retraced her steps back to Starling Hollow, the path illuminated by the gentle glow of dusk. As she returned to the village, she found the villagers still gathered around the fountain, their faces eager for news. "It was a fox," Lila announced, her voice carrying a note of wonder. a magical fox that leaves us gifts of beauty." The villagers murmured in amazement, their eyes wide with the enchantment of the tale. Granny Moss stepped forward, her smile wise and warm. "Ah, the silver fox," she said, nodding knowingly. "A creature of old magic, known for bringing light to those who seek it." Lila smiled, the warmth of the village enveloping her like a soft blanket. The mystery had been solved, not through grand gestures, but through gentle curiosity and the willingness to see the magic in the world. That night, as the village settled into slumber, the lanterns flickering softly in the night, Lila lay in her bed, her heart at peace. She thought of the little fox and the gifts it left behind, a reminder that sometimes the most profound wonders were found in the smallest of details. And with that comforting thought, Lila drifted into a dream-filled sleep, knowing that the Whispering Woods would always hold secrets, waiting to be discovered by those who looked with open hearts and gentle eyes. Story 16. On the edge of Meadowshire, nestled between the Whispering Woods and a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny waterfalls, there stood a quaint little cottage. It was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing the sun to paint its golden hues on the walls for just a while longer each evening. In this cottage lived a young girl named Clara, whose heart was as open and bright as the morning sky. Clara's days were filled with simple joys, gathering wildflowers, listening to the brook's melodies, and watching the dappled sunlight dance through the leaves. Yet, amidst these familiar comforts, Clara longed for something more, something she couldn't quite name. It was as though a gentle breeze was urging her to discover a secret hidden just out of sight. One dewy morning, as Clara was exploring the edge of the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the soft earth. It was an old, tarnished key, gleaming with a faint, mysterious light. Intrigued, Clara picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers. There was something undeniably magical about this key, and Clara felt an unusual pull, an invitation to embark on a journey of discovery. Clara's first thought was to visit old Mr. Linden, the kind-hearted and wise storyteller of Meadowshire. With his bushy white eyebrows and twinkling eyes, Mr. Linden was known for his tales of wonder and his knack for unraveling mysteries. As Clara approached his cozy, book-filled cottage, she noticed the scent of cinnamon and honey wafting through the air, a sure sign that Mr. Linden was preparing his famous spiced tea. "Ah, Clara, my dear," Mr. Linden exclaimed warmly as she entered. "What brings you here on this fine morning?" Clara showed him the key, its light now casting a gentle glow in the dimly lit room. Mr. Linden's eyes widened with a mixture of surprise and delight. "Why, this is no ordinary key, Clara. It is said to unlock the Door of Whispers, a hidden portal that leads to the heart of the woods. Many have searched for it, but only those with a true heart can find it." Clara felt a flutter of excitement mixed with a touch of apprehension. "But what lies beyond the door?" she asked softly. Mr. Linden leaned back in his chair, his gaze thoughtful. "Beyond lies the land of echoes, a realm where the past and present intertwine, where one can uncover truths and find clarity. But remember, the journey is as important as the destination, and the wisdom you gain will light your path." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara set off toward the woods, the key safely tucked in her pocket. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the light softened, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. The trees seemed to whisper encouragement, their leaves rustling like a soft symphony guiding her way. Along the path, Clara met a curious squirrel named Pippin, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. Pippin had a knack for finding hidden treasures and loved nothing more than a good mystery. "A key to the Door of Whispers, you say?" he chattered excitedly. "I've heard tales of it from the old oak. Come, I'll show you the way." With Pippin as her guide, Clara felt her courage grow. Together, they journeyed through the heart of the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patterns, and the air was fragrant with the scent of pine and wild thyme. As they neared the door, they encountered a gentle old owl named Sable, perched majestically on a low branch. Sable's eyes were as deep as the night sky, filled with the wisdom of ages. "To unlock the door, you must first answer a riddle," he hooted softly, "for it is not strength but understanding that reveals the way." Clara nodded, eager to prove herself. Sable posed his riddle. his voice like the rustle of leaves. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I?" Clara pondered, her thoughts as fluid as the brook's song. Then, a smile spread across her face as she realized the answer. "An echo," she whispered, her voice a gentle breeze in the stillness. Sable nodded approvingly, and with a graceful sweep of his wing, he motioned for Clara to use the key. With a steady hand, Clara inserted the key into the door, and it swung open with a soft, ethereal sigh. Beyond the door lay a breathtaking landscape, a tapestry of vibrant colors and shimmering lights. The Land of Echoes was a place where memories danced like fireflies, illuminating paths of understanding. Clara felt a deep sense of wonder as she stepped into this enchanted realm, her heart open to the lessons it held. As she journeyed through the Land of Echoes, Clara encountered reflections of her own past, moments of joy and sorrow, kindness and growth. She realized that every experience, every choice, was a thread in the fabric of her life, each echoing with its own wisdom. With Pippin and Sable by her side, Clara discovered that the true magic was not in the key or the door, but in the understanding she gained and the friendships she cherished. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the journey and the gentle lessons it imparted. When Clara finally returned to Meadowshear, she carried with her a newfound sense of peace. The key, now resting on her windowsill, was a reminder of the adventure that had transformed her, of the whispers of wisdom she had embraced. And so, nestled in her cozy cottage, with the brook's lullaby and the wood's gentle whispers cradling her dreams, Clara drifted into a restful sleep, her heart aglow with the magic of the journey, a journey that had taught her the power of understanding, the beauty of friendship, and the boundless wonder of the world around her. Story 17. The Whispering Grove, a journey of friendship and transformation. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a sprawling forest where the sunlight danced through the leaves like 1,000 tiny fireflies, there lay a hidden grove known only to those whose hearts were pure and curious. The Whispering Grove, as it was called, was a place where the trees seemed to lean in close, as if sharing secrets with the wind. Their trunks were gnarled and wise, their branches heavy with emerald leaves that rustled softly, like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. In a quaint little village at the forest's edge lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair as wild as the forest brambles, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 unanswered questions. Leora was known in the village for her adventurous spirit, often found at the edge of the forest, listening to the stories it seemed to whisper. One crisp autumn morning, Leora awoke with a peculiar feeling that tugged at her heart. It was as if the forest itself was calling her name, urging her to discover the mysteries hidden within the Whispering Grove. She packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of sweet apple cider, her fingers tingling with anticipation. As she stepped into the forest, the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, a comforting aroma that wrapped around her like a warm blanket. The path was dappled with golden sunlight that filtered through the canopy above, and the gentle crunch of fallen leaves underfoot was a melody of its own. Birds sang in the distance, their songs echoing like an orchestra of nature. Leora's journey led her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. The air grew cooler, and the light softer as the trees grew denser, their branches entwining overhead like a protective embrace. It was here, in the heart of the forest, that she stumbled upon the Whispering Grove. The grove was unlike anything she had imagined. The trees were ancient and towering, their bark etched with lines that seemed to tell stories of ages past. In the center of the grove stood a magnificent oak, its trunk as wide as a cottage door, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At its base, the roots formed a natural seat, inviting Leora to sit and rest. As Leora settled against the oak, she felt a gentle vibration in the air, as if the grove itself was alive and aware of her presence. The breeze picked up, weaving through the branches and creating a soft symphony of whispers. Leora closed her eyes, allowing the sounds to wash over her, feeling as if she were part of some ancient ritual. It was then that she noticed a faint glimmer of light peeking through the leaves. Curiosity piqued. Leora stood and followed the glow. It led her to a small, hollowed-out nook in the trunk of the ancient oak. Inside, nestled among the moss and leaves, lay a stone unlike any she had seen. It was smooth and warm to the touch, with iridescent colors swirling just beneath its surface like a captured rainbow. As Leora picked up the stone, she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging she had never known before. It was as if the stone was communicating with her, whispering secrets of the forest and the world beyond. She knew in that moment that the stone was magical, a key to a world hidden just out of sight. With the stone in hand, Leora felt a newfound sense of courage and determination. She knew she must uncover the secrets of the grove and the magic it held. As she turned to leave, she noticed that the whispers of the grove had changed, their tone more urgent, as if urging her to hurry. Leora made her way back to the village, the stone safely tucked in her satchel. She spent the evening sitting by the fire, her mind racing with possibilities. The stone's magic had awakened something within her, a yearning to explore the hidden wonders of the world and the truths that lay beneath the surface. The next morning, Leora set out once more, eager to learn more about the stone and its connection to the grove. As she walked, she felt a strange sensation, as if the forest itself was guiding her, leading her to a place she had never seen before. The path wound through the trees, leading to a small clearing surrounded by towering oaks and birches. In the center of the clearing stood an old, weathered archway, its surface covered in intricate carvings that shimmered with an otherworldly light. Leora felt the stone in her satchel grow warm, as if in recognition of the archway's presence. With a sense of awe, Leora approached the archway, her heart pounding with anticipation. As she stepped through, she felt a gentle tug, as if the world around her was shifting. The air grew thick with magic, and the forest seemed to come alive with color and light. On the other side of the archway was a world unlike any Leora had ever imagined. The trees were taller and more vibrant, their leaves shimmering with hues of gold and silver. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of flowers in every shade imaginable. As Leora wandered through this enchanted land, she marveled at its beauty and the sense of peace that enveloped her. It was a world untouched by time, where nature's magic thrived and flourished. In this hidden realm, Leora encountered creatures she had only read about in stories. A gentle doe with eyes like pools of liquid amber, a mischievous fox with a tail that sparkled in the sunlight, and birds that sang songs of joy and wonder. But it was a small, timid rabbit that truly captured Leora's heart. Its fur was as white as freshly fallen snow, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence and curiosity. The rabbit seemed to sense Leora's presence, its ears perking up as it hopped closer. To Leora's surprise, the rabbit spoke, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome to the enchanted glade, traveler. I am Alaric, keeper of the secrets of this realm. What brings you to our world?" Leora, filled with wonder, replied, "I found a stone in the grove, a stone that led me here. I wish to learn its secrets and understand the magic that connects our worlds." Alaric nodded, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "The stone you hold is a key, a bridge between the worlds. It is a gift from the forest, a reminder of the magic that exists beyond what the eye can see. But its true power lies not in its magic, but in your heart." Together, Leora and Alaric explored the enchanted glade, their friendship growing with each step. Alaric taught Leora about the delicate balance of nature, the importance of harmony and respect for all living things. Under Alaric's guidance, Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to understand the language of the trees and the songs of the birds. She discovered that the stone's magic was not a force to be wielded, but a bond to be cherished, a reminder of the connection between all beings. As the days turned into weeks, Leora felt herself changing, growing in ways she had never imagined. She became more attuned to the world around her, her senses heightened by the magic of the glade. But as much as she loved this hidden world, Leora knew she could not stay forever. The village was her home, and she longed to share the magic she had discovered with those she loved. With a heavy heart, Leora bid farewell to Alaric and the enchanted glade, promising to return one day. As she stepped through the archway, she felt the familiar tug, the world around her shifting once more. Back in the Whispering Grove, Leora felt a sense of peace and purpose she had never known before. The stone, still warm in her hand, seemed to pulse with approval. As she made her way back to the village, Leora knew that her journey had only just begun. She carried with her the lessons of the glade, the wisdom of the forest, and the knowledge that magic was not something to be found, but something to be shared. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing tales of the Whispering Grove and the enchanted glade with all who would listen. Her stories were filled with wonder and enchantment, teaching others to see the magic in the world around them and the power of friendship and understanding. In time, the village became known as a place of wonder and inspiration, where the forest's magic was celebrated and cherished. And though Leora never forgot her adventures in the enchanted glade, she knew that her true magic lay in the love and joy she brought to those around her. And so, the story of the Whispering Grove and the magical stone was passed down from generation to generation, a reminder that true magic exists not in distant realms, but in the hearts of those who dare to dream and believe. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair turning silver like the leaves of the enchanted trees she once walked among. Her spirit, however, remained as vibrant and youthful as the day she first discovered the stone. The tales of her adventures spread far and wide, reaching people in distant lands who traveled to hear her enchanting stories and seek the magic she so generously shared. One day, as Leora sat by the fire in her cozy cottage, a group of children gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and anticipation. They had heard whispers of the magical stone and the hidden world within the forest, and they longed to hear the tale from Leora herself. With a gentle smile, Leora began to weave the story of her journey, her voice as soft and inviting as the rustling leaves in the Whispering Grove. She spoke of the magical stone, the enchanted archway, and the world beyond, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought the story to life. As the children listened, they felt as if they were walking alongside Leora, experiencing the wonders of the enchanted glade and feeling the warmth of the stone's magic. Their hearts swelled with the same sense of adventure and discovery that had filled Leora all those years ago. When the story came to an end, Leora looked at the children with a twinkle in her eye. "The magic of the stone and the glade is always with us," she said softly. "It lives in our hearts and in the stories we share. Remember, true magic lies not in distant lands, but in the love and kindness we give to one another." Inspired by her words, the children left the cottage with dreams of exploring the forest and finding their own adventures. They carried Leora's tales with them, sharing them with friends and family, spreading the magic and wonder of the Whispering Grove to all who would listen. As the sun set over the village, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Leora sat by her window, gazing out at the forest she had come to love so dearly. She felt the warmth of the stone in her hand, a comforting reminder of the journey that had transformed her life. Though the enchanted glade remained hidden, its magic lived on in Leora's heart and in the hearts of all those who believed in her stories. The whispering of the trees and the songs of the birds carried the secrets of the forest, a melody that connected all living things in a tapestry of wonder and enchantment. And so, Leora's legacy continued, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of nature, and the enduring magic of dreams. The Whispering Grove remained a place of mystery and inspiration, a reminder that true magic lies not in the world around us, but within the hearts of those who dare to listen and believe. As the years turned into decades, Leora's stories became a cherished tradition in the village. Each generation added their own adventures and discoveries to the tales, weaving a rich tapestry of magic and wonder that spanned across time. The children, now grown with children of their own, would gather around the fire to hear the stories, their eyes filled with the same wonder and excitement that had once filled Leora's. The Whispering Grove remained a place of mystery and enchantment, its secrets passed down through the generations. Though many sought to discover the entrance to the enchanted glade, only those with pure hearts and open minds ever found their way. The magic of the grove and the stone was a gift, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that existed beyond the ordinary world. Leora's legacy lived on in the village, her stories a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the magic that lay within each of us. Her voice, though long gone, echoed in the whispers of the trees and the songs of the birds, a gentle reminder of the lessons she had shared. The village became a place of harmony and understanding, where people lived in balance with nature and celebrated the magic that connected all living things. The forest, once a place of mystery and fear, became a source of inspiration and wonder, a reminder of the beauty and magic that lay just beyond the edge of the everyday. As the sun set on another day, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, the villagers gathered around the fire, sharing stories of the Whispering Grove and the magical stone. Their voices rose and fell like the gentle rustling of leaves, a melody of wonder and enchantment that carried the legacy of Leora and the magic of the grove into the future. And so, the story of the Whispering Grove and the magical stone lived on, a testament to the power of dreams, the beauty of nature, and the enduring magic that exists in the hearts of those who dare to believe. The grove whispered its secrets to all who would listen, a gentle reminder that true magic lies not in distant lands, but within the hearts of those who dare to dream and believe. As the stars twinkled in the night sky and the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the whispers of the grove carried on the wind, a lullaby of wonder and magic that lulled the villagers to sleep. The legacy of Leora and the Whispering Grove was a beacon of hope and inspiration, a reminder that the true magic of the world lies not in distant lands, but in the hearts of those who dare to dream and believe. And so, the story of the Whispering Grove and the magical stone continued, a tale of friendship, courage, and the enduring magic that exists within each of us. A story that would be told for generations to come, a reminder that the true magic of the world is found not in the extraordinary, but in the everyday moments of wonder and beauty that surround us all. The end. Story 18. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of a sprawling, whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Neum. The village, with its cobblestone streets and houses crowned with thatched roofs, was a place where time seemed to linger, just as the golden rays of the sun lingered on the quaint gardens filled with blooming roses and lavender. Yet, despite the village's serene beauty, Neum found herself struggling with a change she felt but could not yet understand. Neum had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the predictable rhythm of her days. She cherished the routine of tending to her modest garden, where the scent of freshly turned earth mingled with the sweet aroma of honeysuckle. Her evenings were spent by the fireside, knitting delicate patterns into warm shawls, while the soft glow of the fireplace flickered shadows across the walls of her cozy cottage. Yet lately, Neum felt a stirring within her, a restlessness that tugged at the edges of her contentment. It was as if the whispering winds of the forest carried secrets meant only for her, urging her to step beyond the familiar confines of her life. But fear of the unknown held her back, like the gentle restraint of a friend who knew she wasn't quite ready. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Neum decided to take a walk into the forest. There, amidst the rustling leaves and the symphony of birdsong, she found herself at the foot of an ancient oak tree. Its gnarled branches reached toward the sky, and its roots spread like tendrils through the earth. It was said that this tree had seen many a season come and go, and that it whispered the wisdom of ages. As Neum sat beneath the oak's sprawling canopy, she noticed a small, peculiar creature peering at her from behind a cluster of ferns. It was a fae, its wings shimmering with the colors of twilight. The fae's eyes sparkled with a gentle mischief, and in a voice like the tinkling of bells, it introduced itself as Finn. Finn had observed Neum from afar, sensing her inner turmoil. "Change is but a dance with the unknown," Finn said, fluttering closer. "But it is also a chance to discover the magic within you." Intrigued yet hesitant, Neum listened as Finn spoke of the forest's magic, a magic that mirrored the potential for transformation within her own heart. "Each leaf that falls," Finn explained, "is like a part of oneself that must be let go to allow new growth." Encouraged by Finn's words, Neum agreed to return to the forest each day, where she would learn from its many wonders. The days that followed were filled with gentle guidance and lessons in patience. She learned to watch the dance of sunlight through the leaves and to listen to the quiet murmur of streams. With each visit, she felt the subtle change within her, a blossoming of courage and understanding. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the forest, Finn led Niamh to a hidden glade where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. There, amidst the blossoms, was a pond that shimmered like glass. Finn encouraged her to gaze into its depths. As Niamh peered into the pond, she saw not only her reflection, but also glimpses of the person she could become. Someone who embraced change with grace and welcomed the unknown as an old friend. Her heart swelled with newfound wisdom, and she realized that change was not an adversary, but a companion on the journey of life. With the support of Finn and the magic of the forest, Niamh learned to embrace the ebb and flow of life. The fear that had once held her back melted away, replaced by a gentle acceptance. She found joy in the small, unexpected surprises that each day brought, and her heart felt light as a feather in the breeze. The village noticed the change in Niamh. Her smile was brighter, her laughter more frequent, and her spirit as vibrant as the flowers she tended. She became a source of inspiration for others, sharing her journey and encouraging them to explore the magic within their own hearts. And so, as the seasons turned and the village continued to bask in its timeless charm, Niamh's story became a gentle reminder of the beauty of personal discovery. The forest, with its ancient oak and shimmering pond, remained a place of refuge and wisdom, where anyone seeking transformation could find a kindred spirit in the rustling leaves and the whispering winds. In the warmth of her cottage, with the fire crackling softly and the scent of lavender wafting through the air, Niamh reflected on her journey. She understood now that life was a tapestry of moments, woven with threads of change and constancy, and that each thread was necessary to create the whole. The forest and its magic had taught her well, and she knew that as long as she had the courage to embrace the unknown, she would always find her way, back to herself and back to the comforting embrace of home. Story 19. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on a velvet sky, lay the planet of Lumina. Its landscapes were a canvas of iridescent hues, with luminescent flora casting a gentle glow over the rolling hills. Among this peaceful haven lived a kind-hearted creature named Zuri. Zuri belonged to the Luminous species, known for their ethereal beauty and their empathetic connection to all living things. With skin that glowed softly like moonlight and eyes that mirrored the deepest oceans, Zuri was a gentle soul who cherished harmony above all else. One tranquil evening, while the twin moons of Lumina rose in tandem, bathing the planet in a silvery light, a sudden disturbance rippled through the sky. A small spacecraft, battered and sputtering, plummeted through the atmosphere before making a less than graceful landing amidst the fields of luminous blooms. Startled but curious, Zuri made their way to the crash site, where they found a creature unlike any they had ever seen. The being, named Kale, was from a distant planet called Zarnox. Zarnoxians were known for their resilience and sharp wits, often resembling statues of obsidian with their dark, stony skin and brilliant, jewel-like eyes. Kale emerged from the wreckage, brushing off the soot and debris with an air of self-assuredness that belied the precariousness of their situation. "Are you all right?" Zuri asked softly, their voice a gentle breeze in the still night. Kale blinked, taken aback by the serene presence of this glowing figure. "I am. Unharmed, but my ship is not. I fear I am stranded." Despite the initial tension between the two, Zuri's calm demeanor contrasting with Kale's brisk practicality, they found themselves drawn into an unexpected alliance. Zuri offered shelter and sustenance, while Kale, though wary, found comfort in the hospitality extended by their luminous host. As days turned into weeks, the differences between them became both a source of misunderstanding and growth. Zuri's world was one of gentle rhythms and serene beauty, while Kale was accustomed to the harsh landscapes and survival-driven culture of Zarnox. At first, Kale's directness seemed abrasive to Zuri, and Zuri's slow, deliberate manner frustrated Kale. But as they worked together to repair the spacecraft, they began to see the strengths in each other's ways. One day, while gathering materials in the glowing forests, Kale and Zuri stumbled upon a hidden grotto filled with shimmering crystals that sang in harmony with the breeze. It was here, amidst the melodic whispers of the crystals, that Kale shared stories of Zarnox, a world where survival was paramount and trust was hard-earned. Zuri listened with an open heart, realizing that Kale's brusqueness was a shield, a necessity on a world where vulnerability could be perilous. In turn, Zuri spoke of Lumina's philosophy of balance and empathy, where understanding others was as natural as breathing. Kale began to appreciate the depth of Zuri's wisdom, seeing the strength and gentleness that he had never before considered. Their friendship deepened further when a fierce storm swept across Lumina, threatening the very shelter they had come to rely upon. As the winds howled and the rain fell in torrents, Kale's instinct was to fortify and defend, drawing on their skills honed on Zarnox. Meanwhile, Zuri used their connection to the planet to calm the storm, harmonizing with the elements until the fury subsided into a gentle rain. Together, they protected what mattered most, each other. It was in the aftermath of the storm, as they sat beneath the vast dome of a starlit sky, that they truly understood the value of their companionship. Kale, who had once believed that strength lay in standing alone, now saw the power in unity and trust. Zuri, who had always sought harmony, discovered that facing challenges could strengthen bonds. With the spacecraft finally repaired, the day came when Keel could return to Zarnox. The thought of parting was bittersweet, but their hearts were full, knowing that their friendship had transcended the vastness of space and the differences between their worlds. As Kale prepared to depart, they turned to Zuri, their voice filled with newfound warmth. "Thank you, Zuri. You've taught me more than I could have imagined. I will carry the light of Lumina with me, wherever I go." Zuri smiled, their glow brighter than ever. "And I will remember the strength and courage of Zarnox. May the stars guide you safely, dear friend." With a final embrace, Kale boarded the spacecraft, the engines humming to life. As the ship ascended, Zuri watched, their heart lifted by the promise of enduring friendship. And so, under the watchful eyes of the twin moons, Zuri and Kale discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged not by similarity, but by the shared journey through adversity, and the understanding that, though they hailed from different worlds, their hearts beat as one. Story 20. In the gentle embrace of a serene valley, where the whispers of wind tickled the tops of ancient oaks and the brook sang a perpetual lullaby, there lay the quaint village of Elderglen. This village, snug and content in its peaceful corner of the world, was not just a place of charming cottages and cobbled paths. It was a mosaic of stories woven into its very soil, tales that sprang from the roots of its mighty trees and were carried by the breeze that danced through its streets. In one of these snug cottages, nestled between the bakery, with its scent of freshly baked bread, and the weaver's shop where colors leapt from the loom, lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was not like other children of Elderglen, for he possessed a peculiar object that had been passed down through his family for generations, a compass that gleamed with an unearthly luminescence. This was no ordinary compass. Its needle did not point north, nor did it guide travelers through familiar terrains. Instead, it whispered secrets of hidden paths, of places unseen, and of worlds that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. Finn's grandfather had once told him that the compass was a gift from the stars, a relic of magic and wonder, meant for those who dared to seek the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the world in shades of amber and gold, Finn felt an irresistible pull from the compass. Its needle spun wildly before settling on a direction that led towards the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its mysteries and enchantments. With a heart full of excitement and a hint of trepidation, Finn decided that today would be the day he would follow where the compass led, to uncover whatever secrets awaited him. As Finn made his way through the village, he was joined by his dearest friend, Lila. Lila was a spirited girl with a laugh like the tinkling of silver bells and a heart as bold as the eagles that soared above the valley. She had long golden hair that caught the sunlight like a halo and eyes that sparkled with mischief and curiosity. When Finn shared his plans, Lila's eyes widened with delight, and without a moment's hesitation, she vowed to accompany him on this adventure. Together they ventured into the Whispering Woods, where the light filtered through the canopy in dapples, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. The woods were alive with the symphony of nature, the rustle of leaves, the chatter of squirrels, and the distant call of a lone owl. As they walked, the compass guided them deeper into the forest, its needle unwavering, and its glow a gentle beacon in the shadowed undergrowth. Their journey led them to a clearing where the sun poured down like a golden waterfall. In the center of this clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and twisted, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Finn and Lila approached, they noticed something peculiar about the tree. Its bark shimmered as if dusted with stardust, and a soft, melodic hum emanated from within. "It feels like the tree is singing," Lila whispered, her voice a mix of awe and wonder. Finn nodded, entranced by the beauty and mystery of the oak. As they drew closer, they noticed a small hollow at its base, just large enough for a child to crawl through. The compass's needle pointed directly into the heart of this opening, its glow intensifying as if urging them forward. With a glance at each other, both filled with the courage that only friendship and youthful daring can bestow, Finn and Lila knelt down and crawled through the hollow. As they emerged on the other side, they found themselves in a world transformed. It was a hidden realm, a tapestry of vibrant colors and ethereal light, where the air shimmered with magic and the sky was a canvas of swirling auroras. This hidden world was a sanctuary of nature's wonders. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glistening like jewels. Streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through the landscape, singing soft lullabies as they danced over smooth stones. Creatures both familiar and fantastical roamed freely, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. At the heart of this enchanting realm stood a grand castle, its towers spiraling towards the heavens, constructed of stones that seemed to pulse with an inner light. It was a place of both majesty and tranquility, a harmony of nature and magic. As the children marveled at the splendor surrounding them, they were approached by a figure of captivating grace, a woman clad in robes woven from the stars themselves. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, and her eyes were pools of infinite kindness. She was the guardian of the hidden realm, a being of ancient power and gentle wisdom. "Welcome, brave souls," she spoke, her voice a soothing melody that wrapped around them like a warm embrace. "You have been guided here by the compass of destiny. It has chosen you to witness the wonders of this world and to learn its secrets." Finn and Lila listened, enraptured by her presence and her words. "The compass you carry is a relic of great significance," the guardian continued. "It connects the realms of magic and reality, a bridge for those who seek knowledge and understanding. But beware, for with great discovery comes great responsibility." The guardian led them through the realm, sharing stories of the past, tales of courage and friendship, of challenges faced and overcome. With each story, Finn and Lila felt a growing sense of purpose, a realization that their journey was not just about discovery, but about understanding the delicate balance between worlds. As they explored this hidden paradise, they encountered creatures of remarkable intelligence and kindness. A wise old turtle recounted the history of the realm, while a mischievous fox taught them the art of laughter and play. Each encounter was a lesson, a piece of a larger puzzle that slowly revealed itself. Days passed like moments in this magical world, and soon it was time for Finn and Lila to return to Elderglen. The guardian bestowed upon them a gift, a seed from the ancient oak, a symbol of the bond between their world and the hidden realm. It was a reminder that magic existed not just beyond the veil, but within the heart of everyday life. With heavy hearts yet newfound wisdom, Finn and Lila bid farewell to the guardian and their newfound friends. They retraced their steps, crawling back through the hollow of the ancient oak, emerging once more into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods. The woods felt different now, as if infused with the magic of the hidden realm. Finn and Lila made their way back to Elderglen, their minds and hearts forever changed by the journey. The compass, now at peace, rested quietly in Finn's pocket, its glow a soft reminder of the adventure that had been. Back in the village, life carried on with its gentle rhythms, but for Finn and Lila, everything felt more vibrant, more alive. They planted the seed from the hidden realm in the heart of Elderglen, nurturing it with care and love. As it grew, so did the bond between the village and the magical world, a testament to the power of friendship, discovery, and the courage to seek the unknown. And so, beneath the starlit skies of Elderglen, with the whispered songs of the forest as their lullaby, Finn and Lila drifted into dreams filled with wonder, their hearts aglow with the magic of a journey that had only just begun. Story 21. In the heart of a quaint little village nestled among rolling hills and whispering forests, there stood a shop unlike any other. Its sign, painted in elegant swirls of gold and teal, read the curious cobbler. Inside, the air was warm and fragrant with the scent of leather and beeswax. Shoes of every kind lined the shelves, but the real marvel lay beneath the surface. The cobbler, a gentle soul named Finley, was known for his nimble hands and kind heart. His hair was silver like the moonlight, and his eyes twinkled with the secrets of the world. Finley had a special talent for infusing a little bit of magic into every pair of shoes he crafted. Sometimes his shoes could make a person dance like the wind or walk without tiring for miles upon miles. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop. Her cheeks were flushed from the brisk autumn air, and a soft scarf wrapped around her neck like a hug from a dear friend. Lila was well known in the village for her insatiable curiosity and her love of stories. "Hello, Master Finley," she greeted with a smile that warmed the room. "I've heard you have something special today." Finley chuckled, his laughter like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Ah, Lila, you've heard true. I've been working on a pair of shoes that hold a secret of their own." From beneath the counter, Finley lifted a box wrapped in faded green velvet. Inside, nestled upon a bed of soft moss, lay the most exquisite pair of shoes Lila had ever seen. They were crafted from the finest leather, shimmering with an iridescent sheen that shifted colors like the wings of a dragonfly. Tiny silver stars were stitched into the fabric, winking mischievously as they caught the light. "These," Finley explained, "are the shoes of whispering paths. They have the unique ability to guide the wearer to places they never knew they needed to go." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "Where do they lead?" "Ah," said Finley, a twinkle in his eye, "that is for you to discover. For you see, the shoes do not merely take you to places on a map, but they guide your heart to places of understanding and growth." With a nod of gratitude, Lila slipped the shoes onto her feet. They fit perfectly, as if made just for her. As she stepped out of the shop, a gentle breeze swirled around her, carrying with it the scent of pine and distant sea salt. Her journey began with a path through the village where the cobblestone streets were worn smooth by the passage of time. The shoes seemed to hum beneath her feet, whispering secrets of the earth and sky. They led her to the edge of the village and beyond, into the heart of the ancient forest that bordered their home. The forest was a cathedral of towering trees, their branches arching overhead like the vaulted ceilings of a grand hall. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in dappled patterns, painting the ground with golden pools of light. As Lila walked, she felt a sense of calm and wonder settle over her, as if the very air was imbued with magic. Along her journey, Lila met a cast of delightful characters. First was Bertie the Badger, with his wise old eyes and deep, rumbling voice. He taught Lila the language of the forest, how to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. "Every creature, every leaf has a story," Bertie said, "and stories have the power to change the world." Next, she encountered Marigold the rabbit, whose fur was as soft as down and whose laughter was like the tinkling of 1,000 tiny bells. Marigold showed Lila the beauty of seeing the world through the eyes of joy, how even the smallest moment could hold a treasure if one only took the time to look. But the true test of Lila's journey came when she reached the heart of the forest, where an ancient tree stood, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. It was said that within its bark lay the knowledge of countless generations, a gift for those who approached with a pure heart and an open mind. As Lila stood before the tree, she felt a flutter of apprehension. What wisdom could she possibly seek? But the shoes, with their gentle insistence, urged her forward. She placed her hand upon the rough bark, feeling the life pulsing beneath her fingers. In that moment, the world seemed to still, and a soft voice spoke within her heart. "To know the world, you must first know yourself. Understand your fears, and you will find your strength. Embrace your dreams, and you will discover your path." The words resonated deep within Lila, filling her with a sense of clarity and purpose. She realized that the journey was not about finding a destination, but about understanding the journey itself. With newfound insight, Leela returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The shoes of whispering paths had led her not only through the forest, but into the depths of her own soul. When she returned to the cobbler's shop, Finley greeted her with a knowing smile. "And what did you find, dear Lila?" "I found that the greatest journey is the one that leads within," she replied softly, "and that every step, every moment, is a treasure to be cherished." As the fire crackled in the hearth and the shadows danced upon the walls, Finley nodded. "Indeed, my dear, the world is full of wonders, and the heart is full of stories. May you always walk with wonder, and may your heart guide you true." And so, with the warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a comforting embrace, Lila knew that she had found something truly magical. Not in the shoes, nor in the path, but within herself. A discovery that would light her way through all the journeys yet to come. As she drifted into dreams that night, she knew that the world was vast and full of mysteries, but she had all the wisdom she needed right there within her heart. The gentle hum of the shoes was a lullaby, whispering promises of new adventures and the endless wonder of the world. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child, always eager to explore the wonders that surrounded her. Little did she know, her world was about to be turned upside down by an extraordinary discovery. One crisp autumn morning, Willow went out to gather fallen leaves for a craft project. As she scurried through the vibrant foliage, her eye caught a glimpse of something shimmering beneath a pile of crimson leaves. Brushing them aside, she gasped in awe. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the sunlight. Willow carefully picked up the box, her heart pounding with excitement. As her fingers traced the delicate carvings, she felt a tingle of energy coursing through her fingertips. Suddenly, the lid of the box sprang open, and a soft golden glow emanated from within. Peering inside, Willow discovered a single feather, but this was no ordinary feather. It shimmered with a warm, inviting radiance, and as she gently touched it, a soothing warmth spread through her body, filling her with a sense of peace and wonder. Clutching the feather close to her heart, Willow knew she had stumbled upon something truly magical. But she also knew that such a precious gift must not be squandered. With a determined nod, she set out on a journey to unlock the secrets of this extraordinary feather. Along the way, Willow encountered many helpers who guided her on her quest. First, there was old Mr. Oak, the wise tree-keeper who tended to the enchanted forest. With his gentle guidance, Willow learned to listen to the whispers of nature and heed the lessons hidden within. Then came Mara, a mischievous fairy who lived in a hollowed-out stump. Though her pranks often left Willow flustered, Mara's infectious laughter and unwavering optimism reminded the young girl never to lose sight of her sense of wonder. As Willow's journey progressed, she faced many challenges: treacherous paths, riddles to unravel, and even a misguided trickster who tried to lead her astray. But with each obstacle she overcame, the feather's glow grew brighter, filling her heart with courage and determination. Finally, Willow found herself standing before the ancient, whispering willows that lined the banks of the enchanted river. It was here that the feather's true purpose was revealed. A simple act of kindness, performed with pure intentions, could unleash its powerful magic. With a deep breath, Willow closed her eyes and made a heartfelt wish for the happiness and well-being of all living creatures. As the words left her lips, the feather began to emanate a brilliant, warm light that enveloped the entire forest. In that moment, Willow understood that true magic lies not in grand gestures or extraordinary powers, but in the simple acts of compassion and love that we share with one another. The feather had taught her that even the smallest of kindnesses can ripple outward, touching the lives of countless others in ways we may never fully comprehend. From that day forward, Willow carried the lessons of the enchanted feather with her, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went. And though the feather's magic eventually faded, its impact on her heart and spirit remained eternal, a guiding light that would forever illuminate her path. Story 23. On the edge of a sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering groves, there stood an ancient stone cottage, its walls thick with ivy and history. This was home to Clara, a young woman with eyes the color of the deep forest and hair that caught the sunlight like spun gold. Clara had always felt a sense of belonging to the land, yet a certain mystery lingered in her soul, a whisper of stories untold and a heritage unknown. One particularly serene afternoon, as the sun cast long, golden shadows over the village, Clara's grandmother called her into the attic of their cottage. Dust motes danced in the beams of light streaming through the small window, creating a magical, ethereal glow. Her grandmother, a woman whose smile held the warmth of 1,000 hearth fires, handed Clara a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with symbols and patterns that seemed to shift and change, like leaves stirred by an autumn breeze. "This," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur like the purling stream nearby, "is a legacy passed through our family for generations. It holds a secret and a story, our story." Intrigued, Clara carefully opened the box. Inside lay a delicate amulet, shimmering with an inner light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of a heartbeat. It was shaped like a leaf, crafted from a metal unknown to her, and embedded with a stone that glimmered like the sky at twilight. The sight of it stirred something deep within her, a chord of recognition that resonated with her very essence. As she held the amulet, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the amulet wished to lead her somewhere. Her grandmother nodded, as if understanding her thoughts. "The amulet will guide you," she said softly, "to the heart of our heritage." That night, as moonlight bathed the world in silver and shadows, Clara set out on a journey guided by intuition and the amulet's gentle glow. The path led her through the village, past fields where wildflowers nodded in their slumber, and into the forest where ancient trees stood like silent guardians. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. Clara walked with a sense of purpose she hadn't felt before, her steps light upon the earth. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and moss, a fragrance that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. As she ventured deeper, the forest opened into a clearing bathed in moonlight, a place of serene beauty and tranquility. In the center stood a grand oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward, a testament to centuries of life and wisdom. Clara approached it, her heart filled with reverence. Beneath the oak's boughs lay a circle of stones, each etched with the same symbols as the amulet. Clara knelt and placed the amulet at the center, where it began to glow brighter, illuminating the clearing with a gentle radiance. In that light, Clara saw visions of her ancestors, a tapestry of lives interwoven with love, courage, and the land. She saw a village much like her own, thriving in harmony with nature, and heard the whispers of wisdom passed down through generations. These whispers spoke of respect for the earth, the importance of community, and the enduring strength found in unity. As the visions faded, Clara felt a profound sense of connection, not just to her ancestors, but to every living thing around her. The amulet's glow dimmed, leaving behind a comforting warmth in her chest, as if it had become a part of her. Clara returned to the village at dawn, her heart full of the stories she had uncovered. She shared her experience with her grandmother, who listened with eyes bright with pride and understanding. "You are part of something much larger than yourself," her grandmother said, her voice as soothing as the morning breeze. "And now you carry that legacy with you." In the days that followed, Clara embraced her newfound knowledge and sense of belonging. She cherished the land and its stories, finding ways to honor her heritage in her daily life. The amulet, now a cherished token, served as a reminder of the journey she had taken and the wisdom she had gained. And so Clara lived with a heart full of peace and purpose, knowing that the legacy of her ancestors was not just a story of the past, but a living, breathing part of her present and future. The village thrived in harmony, the bond between its people and the land strengthened by the quiet strength of their shared history. As the seasons turned and years passed, Clara often found herself drawn to the clearing beneath the ancient oak. There, surrounded by the whispers of the forest and the echoes of her ancestors, she found solace and inspiration, weaving the lessons of the past into the fabric of her life. And though time flowed like the gentle river that bordered the village, the legacy of her ancestors remained, a beacon of light and love for generations to come. Story 24. In a quaint village, nestled between rolling green hills and a shimmering sapphire lake, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home was a snug, ivy-covered cottage with a thatched roof that seemed to whisper ancient secrets whenever the wind blew. Lila was known for her curious nature and her gentle spirit, always eager to explore the world around her with a heart open to wonder. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced down from the trees, Lila set out on one of her many adventures. Her destination was the old Gwendolyn Forest, a place of mystery and beauty, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the songs of hidden birds. It was said that each tree in the forest was as old as time, their gnarled roots weaving tales of ages past. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she came upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled amongst the roots of an ancient oak, was a small, ornate box, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Lila knelt down and gently opened the box, revealing a delicate silver bell resting on a bed of velvet. The bell was unlike any she had seen before. It was small enough to fit in the palm of her hand, and its surface was engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change when caught by the light. Lila, with her insatiable curiosity, gave the bell a soft ring. The sound that emerged was pure and clear, resonating through the forest like a gentle breeze. Suddenly, the forest around her seemed to come alive. The leaves rustled with renewed vigor, and the birds' songs grew more harmonious. Lila felt a tingling warmth spread through her, a feeling of connection to the world around her that she had never experienced before. It was as if the bell had awakened something magical. As she stood there, marveling at the transformation, a tiny figure appeared from behind the oak tree. It was a woodland sprite named Finn, with sparkling eyes and hair like autumn leaves. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and his deep wisdom, a combination that made him both beloved and respected among the forest creatures. "Ah, you found the Bell of Whispers," Finn said with a twinkle in his eye. "It's not just any bell, you see. It's a gift from the ancient spirits of the forest. It has the power to reveal the unseen and to guide those who are lost." Layla looked at Finn with wide eyes, both amazed and a little overwhelmed. "But why me?" she asked softly. Finn chuckled, a sound like the bubbling of a brook. "Ah, young Leela, the bell chooses those with gentle hearts and curious minds. It knows you will use its power wisely." With that, Finn explained that the bell could help her see the true essence of things, to understand the world in a deeper, more meaningful way. However, its true magic was only revealed through kindness, understanding, and friendship. Thanking Finn for his guidance, Lila carefully tucked the bell into her pocket and continued her journey through the forest. As she walked, she noticed the world around her with new eyes. The colors seemed more vibrant, the sounds more melodic, and she felt an overwhelming sense of peace and belonging. Her path soon led her to a clearing where she met a wise old tortoise named Elderberry, who moved with a slow grace that belied his age. Elderberry had seen many seasons come and go and carried with him the knowledge of the earth and sky. "Ah, Lila," he greeted her warmly. "I see you have been chosen by the Bell of Whispers. Its magic has been known to change the hearts of those who listen." Lila shared her newfound ability with Elderberry, who nodded sagely. The bell's true power lies not in what it shows, but in how it helps us to see with our hearts. As Lila spent more time with Elderberry, she learned about the delicate balance of the forest, the interconnectedness of all living things, and the importance of harmony and respect for nature. She discovered that every creature, no matter how small, had a role to play in the grand tapestry of life. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of purple and gold, Lila heard a distant cry for help. Following the sound, she found a young fox, its paw caught in a hunter's trap. The fox was frightened and in pain, its eyes filled with fear. Lila knew she had to help. She approached the fox slowly, speaking in soothing tones to calm it. She remembered Finn's words about using the bell's power wisely and gently rang the bell. The sound seemed to wrap around the fox like a warm blanket, easing its fear. With care and patience, Lila managed to free the fox. Once released, the fox looked up at Lila with gratitude in its eyes before disappearing into the underbrush. From that day on, Lila used the bell to help others in need, whether it was guiding lost travelers, aiding injured animals, or bringing peace to those who were troubled. Her reputation as a kind-hearted helper spread throughout the village and the forest alike. As the years passed, Lila grew into a wise young woman, beloved by all who knew her. The bell, though still in her possession, had become less about its magical properties and more about the lessons it had taught her. She had learned that true magic lay not in objects, but in the love and kindness we share with one another. And so, as the moon rose high in the sky, casting its silvery glow over the village and forest, Lila sat by the crackling fire in her cozy cottage. The bell rested on the mantelpiece, a reminder of her journey and the wonders she had discovered along the way. In the warmth of her home, surrounded by friends in the gentle night, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. For Lila had learned that the greatest adventure of all was the journey within, and the most powerful magic was the love that binds us all. Story 25. In a corner of the world where the morning mist danced like silver ribbons and the evening sun painted the sky with strokes of amber and rose, nestled the quaint village of Willowbrook. Willowbrook was unlike any other village, for it was cradled by the whispering woods, a forest teeming with magic and mystery, where the trees sang softly in the breeze and the air sparkled with enchantment. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to the gentle magic that flowed through their home. They shared their lives with friendly creatures like the moonlit moths that glowed with a soft luminescence, and the wise old owl, Marin, who resided in the ancient oak at the heart of the forest. Marin was a cherished friend and advisor, known for her deep knowledge of both the mundane and the magical. One autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of gold and crimson, something peculiar began to unfold in Willowbrook. It started with a soft tinkling sound, like the distant chime of tiny bells echoing through the village square. The villagers, curious yet unperturbed, gathered to listen, their breath visible in the cool night air. The sound was accompanied by a gentle rustling, as if 1,000 tiny feet were moving through the fallen leaves. Yet, when the villagers looked around, nothing seemed out of place. Everything appeared as it should be, and yet there was an undeniable sense of something unseen, something magical and mysterious. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lyra. With eyes as bright as the stars and a heart open to wonder, Lyra was known for her keen observations and curious spirit. She had spent countless hours roaming the whispering woods, learning its secrets and befriending its inhabitants. Now, she was determined to uncover the source of the mysterious sounds. The following morning, Lyra set out with a basket of provisions and a notebook to record her findings. As she stepped into the whispering woods, a crisp breeze ruffled her hair, and the scent of pine and earth filled her senses. The forest seemed to hum with an expectant energy, and Lyra smiled, feeling the familiar embrace of the woods around her. She made her way to the ancient oak where Marin the owl resided, hoping the wise creature might shed some light on the mystery. As she approached, Marin swooped down from her perch, her wings whispering through the air like a lullaby. "Good morning, dear Lyra," Marin hooted softly, her eyes twinkling with age-old wisdom. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Lyra explained the strange occurrences in the village, describing the tinkling sounds and the mysterious rustling. Marin listened intently, nodding her head with understanding. "Ah, it seems the Fae are stirring," Marin mused, her voice a soothing melody. "The time of the autumn revel is upon us, a celebration of change and harmony, yet it is curious that they remain unseen." "The Fae?" Lyra echoed, her curiosity piqued. "But why would they hide from us? They have always been our friends." Marin tilted her head, considering the question. "Perhaps something is amiss in their realm. A gentle inquiry might reveal the cause. You, dear Lyra, are known for your kindness and insight. The Fae may reveal themselves to you if approached with care." With Marin's words as her guide, Lyra set off deeper into the woods, her heart alight with purpose. As she walked, she noticed subtle signs of the Fae, tiny footprints in the moss, a delicate trail of shimmering dust. She followed these clues, humming a gentle tune to keep her spirits buoyant. The path led her to a small clearing where a brook babbled merrily, its waters glistening in the dappled sunlight. There, perched upon a smooth rock, sat a tiny figure, no larger than a sparrow. It was a fae, with wings like gossamer and eyes that sparkled like sunlight on water. "Good day to you, little one," Lyra greeted softly, her voice as gentle as a breeze. "I am Lyra, from the village of Willowbrook. We have heard your music and felt your presence. Might I ask why you remain hidden?" The fae, who introduced herself as Thistle, fluttered her wings with a soft sigh. "Ah, dear Lyra, we mean no alarm. We have been preparing for the autumn revel, but a small mischief has befallen us. Our enchanted instruments have gone astray, and without them our celebration cannot proceed." Lyra nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation for the fae. "Perhaps I can help you find them," she offered warmly. "Oh, that would be most wonderful," Thistle replied, her eyes brightening with hope. "The instruments are enchanted to return home when played. If you could find them and play a note, they would surely return to us." With Thistle's guidance, Lyra set off on her quest, her heart a steady beacon of determination. She explored the forest with keen eyes, searching for any sign of the lost instruments. The woods, alive with whispers and secrets, seemed to guide her steps, leading her to hidden nooks and crannies. Her first discovery was a tiny flute, nestled among the roots of an ancient yew. It was intricately carved, and when Lyra gently blew into it, a sweet, melodious note filled the air. The flute shimmered with magic and vanished, returning to its rightful place with the fae. Encouraged by her success, Lyra continued her search, finding a delicate harp tangled in the branches of a willow tree and a set of silver chimes swaying gently from a pine's boughs. Each instrument, when played, released a note of pure enchantment before disappearing in a burst of shimmering light. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Lyra returned to the clearing. Thistle was there, her wings a blur of excitement. "You have done it, dear Lyra," Thistle exclaimed, her voice a joyful trill. "Thanks to you, our instruments have returned, and the autumn revel can commence." With a delighted laugh, Lyra watched as the clearing transformed before her eyes. Tiny lights appeared, twinkling like stars, and fae of all shapes and sizes emerged, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. They began to play their instruments, creating a symphony that filled the air with joy and magic. Lyra joined the celebration, her heart light and her spirit soaring. As the night deepened, the music wove a tapestry of dreams, carrying the promise of friendship and harmony. The villagers, drawn by the enchanting melodies, arrived to join the revelry, their faces alight with wonder. As the revel came to a gentle close, Thistle approached Lyra once more, her eyes shining with gratitude. "You have our deepest thanks, dear Lyra. You have reminded us of the bond we share with the people of Willowbrook." Lyra smiled, her heart warm with contentment. "It is a bond I cherish dearly, and I am grateful for the magic you bring to our lives." With the mystery solved and harmony restored, Lyra made her way back to the village, her steps light and her heart full. The stars twinkled above, and the whispering winds sang a lullaby of peace. As she lay down to sleep, Lyra knew that the magic of Willowbrook was not just in its enchantments, but in the love and friendship that bound them all together. And so, with the gentle hum of the forest as her lullaby, Lyra drifted into dreams, carrying with her the warmth of a world where the magic of kindness and connection could solve any mystery and light the darkest of nights. Story 26, The Whispering Woods, A Tale of Friendship and Magic. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of lush, rolling hills, there lived a young boy named Thomas. The village was surrounded by vast stretches of verdant forest, known to the villagers as the Whispering Woods. The woods earned their name from the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft murmurs of the breeze that seemed to carry secrets only the trees could understand. Thomas was a curious and kind-hearted boy, with a heart as big as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. He had a special knack for finding wonder in the simplest of things: a pebble glistening in a brook, the pattern of clouds in the sky, or the comforting sound of the village bell that chimed every morning. But of all the wonders in his world, the Whispering Woods fascinated him the most. The villagers often spoke of the woods with a mix of reverence and caution. Tales of enchantment and mystery had been passed down through generations. It was said that the woods were home to creatures not seen by ordinary eyes, and that they held secrets of magic and transformation. Despite the warnings, Tomas found himself irresistibly drawn to the whispering trees, longing to uncover their secrets. One golden afternoon, with the sun casting long, lazy shadows and the air filled with the scent of blooming wildflowers, Tomas decided it was time to venture into the woods. Armed with nothing but a small, worn satchel and a heart full of excitement, he set off on a path less traveled, one that led deep into the heart of the whispering woods. As he walked, the world around him began to change. The sunlight filtered through the canopy of leaves above, dappling the forest floor with patterns of light and shadow. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of wild berries. The gentle hum of the forest enveloped him, a soothing symphony of chirping birds and the distant babble of a hidden brook. Tomas's footsteps were soft on the forest floor, cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that whispered secrets of their own. As he wandered deeper, he noticed the trees seemed to lean in closer, as if eager to share their stories with him. It was then he heard it, a soft, melodic voice, unlike anything he had ever heard before. It was a voice like the wind, gentle and playful, calling his name. Curiosity piqued, Tomas followed the voice, weaving through the trees until he reached a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like welcoming arms. At its base sat a creature unlike any Tomas had ever seen. It was a sprite, small and delicate, with wings that shimmered in hues of silver and gold. Its eyes sparkled with a mischievous light, and its smile was warm and inviting. "Greetings, young one," the sprite said, its voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Lyra, guardian of the Whispering Woods. You have ventured far from your village to find me." Tomas, though surprised, felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with a sense of wonder and excitement. "Hello, Lyra," he greeted, bowing slightly, as he had been taught to do when meeting someone new. "I've always wanted to know the secrets of the woods. Can you tell me about them?" Lyra's laughter was like the tinkling of wind chimes, light and melodious. "Ah, the woods hold many secrets, Tomas, but they are not secrets meant to be taken. They are gifts meant to be shared. Let me show you." With a graceful flutter of her wings, Lyra beckoned Tomas to follow her deeper into the woods. They walked together, the sprite's presence filling the air with a gentle glow. As they journeyed, Tomas saw wonders beyond his wildest dreams. Flowers that sang in harmony with the breeze, trees that whispered ancient stories, and streams that sparkled with a light of their own. But it was not just the magic of the woods that amazed Tomas. It was the friendship that blossomed between him and Lyra. Despite their differences, they found common ground in their shared curiosity and love for the world around them. They laughed together at the antics of playful woodland creatures and marveled at the beauty of the sunset as it painted the sky in shades of pink and gold. As the days turned into weeks, Tomas found himself returning to the woods time and again, each visit bringing new adventures and deepening his bond with Lyra. He learned to listen to the forest, to understand the language of the trees and the songs of the streams. In turn, he shared stories of his village, of the people and places he loved, and of the dreams he held close to his heart. One day, as they sat beneath the ancient oak tree, Lyra turned to Tomas with a thoughtful expression. "Tomas," she began, "the woods have a gift for you, a gift that will help you in times of need." From the folds of her wings, Lyra produced a small, intricately carved flute. It was made of wood as dark as night, with delicate patterns etched along its length. "This is the Flute of Whispers," Lyra explained. "It holds the magic of the woods and will play a melody known only to you. Whenever you find yourself in need of guidance or courage, play this flute and the woods will come to your aid." Tomas accepted the flute with gratitude, feeling the warmth and power that radiated from it. He knew that this gift was not just a token of friendship, but a symbol of the bond he had forged with the Whispering Woods. As the seasons changed and the days grew shorter, Tomas's adventures in the woods became less frequent. The village needed him, and he took on more responsibilities, helping his family and neighbors with the tasks of daily life. But the magic of the woods and the friendship he had found there remained a constant source of strength and inspiration. One chilly autumn evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Tomas heard a commotion in the village square. The villagers had gathered, their faces filled with worry and fear. News had spread that a fierce storm was approaching, one that threatened to bring ruin to the village and its people. Tomas felt a pang of concern. He knew that the village had endured many storms before, but something about this one felt different. The wind howled through the streets, and the sky darkened with ominous clouds. He knew he had to act, to find a way to protect his home and the people he loved. Clutching the flute of whispers to his chest, Tomas made his way to the edge of the village, where the path to the whispering woods began. He could feel the magic of the woods calling to him, urging him to find the courage within. As he reached the clearing where he had first met Lyra, Tomas raised the flute to his lips and began to play. The notes were soft and haunting, a melody that seemed to echo through the very soul of the forest. The trees swayed in time with the music, their branches whispering words of encouragement and support. The melody carried through the woods, reaching the ears of every creature, and awakening the ancient magic that lay hidden within the heart of the forest. The wind began to calm, and the clouds parted, revealing a sky filled with shimmering stars. Lyra appeared beside Tomas, her wings glowing with a light that chased away the shadows. "You have done well, Tomas," she said, her voice filled with pride. "The woods have heard your call and answered with their strength. The storm will pass, and your village will be safe." Tomas lowered the flute, his heart swelling with gratitude and relief. He knew that the bond he had forged with the Whispering Woods and the friendship he had found in Lyra were gifts beyond measure. They had given him the courage to face the storm and the wisdom to understand the true power of friendship and magic. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Tomas returned to the village, his heart filled with hope and joy. The villagers greeted him with cheers and gratitude, their faces alight with the promise of a new day. From that day forward, the villagers spoke of the Whispering Woods not with caution, but with reverence and appreciation. They learned to listen to the whispers of the trees and to find wonder in the world around them, guided by the wisdom and courage of a young boy who had forged a bond with the magic of the forest. And so, the tale of Tomas and the Whispering Woods lived on, a story of friendship and magic, of courage and transformation that inspired generations to come. The woods continued to whisper their secrets, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay hidden within the heart of the natural world, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and minds. And Tomas, now an elder of the village, passed down his stories to the young and curious, his eyes twinkling with the same wonder and joy he had felt as a boy. For he knew that the true magic of the Whispering Woods was not in the enchantments or the secrets they held, but in the friendships and connections they inspired, weaving a tapestry of love and understanding that bound the village together like the roots of the ancient trees. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, Tomas's stories filled the night with warmth and light, a soothing balm that lulled the village to sleep, safe and secure in the embrace of the Whispering Woods. And so, the magic of the forest lived on, a timeless melody that echoed through the ages, a gentle reminder that the greatest gifts of all are those of friendship, courage, and love. Story 27. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Clara. Willowbrook was the kind of place where the sun cast a golden hue over fields of wildflowers, and the scent of lavender and rosemary drifted lazily through the air. Clara was known for her curious nature and a heart as warm as the hearth in her family's snug little cottage. Clara spent her days exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, her vivid imagination painting wonders upon the ordinary. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced like amber flames around her feet, Clara discovered a peculiar object hidden beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved box, with delicate engravings of stars and moons upon its surface. Her fingers tingled with excitement as she picked it up, feeling a gentle hum of magic that seemed to resonate from within. Eager to unravel its secrets, Clara carried the box back home, where the comforting aroma of her mother's stew wafted through the kitchen. She settled by the fireplace, the flickering flames casting playful shadows on the walls, and gently opened the box. To her surprise, nestled inside was a feather shimmering with a spectrum of colors that shifted like the northern lights. As she touched the feather, a soft, melodic voice echoed in her mind. "Greetings, seeker of wonders," it said. "I am the feather of whimsy, and I can reveal the hidden magic of the world around you. But remember, the true magic lies not in what you see, but in how you choose to see it." With the feather's guidance, Clara embarked on a journey of discovery, both within her village and within herself. Her first stop was the bustling village market, where the vibrant stalls brimmed with ripe fruits and handmade crafts. As she held the feather, the mundane transformed into the marvelous. She saw the baker's bread, warm and fragrant, glowing with a golden aura, and the laughter of children weaving through the crowd turned into melodious notes that danced in the air. Among the market stalls, Clara encountered an array of delightful characters. There was Old Man Tobias, the toy maker, whose bushy eyebrows wiggled with every chuckle. He crafted toys that seemed to come alive under Clara's gaze, their painted eyes twinkling with stories untold. Then there was Miriam, the herbalist, who wore her years like a crown of wisdom. Her bottles of potions and salves shimmered with an inner light, each one containing a whisper of the forest from which it came. As Clara wandered, she learned to see the world through the lens of wonder, a gift the feather had bestowed upon her. However, not all was as serene as it seemed. The village had been suffering a drought, and the river that once flowed generously through Willowbrook had dwindled to a trickle. The crops were thirsty, and the villagers worried about the coming winter. Determined to help, Clara sought the counsel of the Feather of Whimsy. It spoke gently. "To bring back the water, you must seek the source of the river, and listen with your heart, for wisdom flows as freely as water to those who are patient." Gathering her courage, Clara set out on a journey to the river's source, accompanied by the feather and the hopes of her village. The path was lined with towering trees, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Along the way, she was joined by an unexpected companion, a fox with fur like rustling leaves and eyes as bright as the moonlit sky. The fox introduced himself as Pippin and promised to guide her on the path ahead. Pippin was clever and quick-witted, often making Clara laugh with his antics. As they traveled together, Clara learned to appreciate the beauty in simplicity, the rustle of leaves, the call of distant owls, and the way the stars peek through the canopy at night. Pippin taught her to trust her instincts and to find joy in the journey itself, not just the destination. Finally, after many days of travel, Clara and Pippin reached the source of the river, a hidden spring nestled in a serene glade. Yet, to their dismay, a great boulder blocked the flow of water, preventing it from reaching the village. Clara sat by the spring, pondering the problem, while Pippin watched, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of the forest. It was then that Clara recalled the feather's words about listening with her heart. She closed her eyes and let her thoughts drift like leaves upon the breeze. In the quiet of the glade, she heard a faint, melodic song, a lullaby sung by the water itself. It spoke of patience, understanding, and the gentle power of nature. Inspired, Clara realized that the boulder was not an obstacle, but a guardian, meant to be moved with care and respect. Gently, she spoke to the boulder, thanking it for its steadfast protection of the spring. With Pippin by her side, she used her hands and heart, not force, to shift it aside, slowly and with reverence. As the boulder moved, the water began to flow, a sparkling cascade that filled the glade with its joyful song. Clara watched in awe as the river was reborn, its waters rushing back toward Willowbrook with newfound vigor. Pippin danced in delight, his tail a fiery blur of happiness. Together, they followed the river home, where the villagers greeted them with cheers and gratitude, their spirits lifted by the return of their lifeblood. Back in Willowbrook, Clara placed the Feather of Whimsy back in its box, knowing that its magic was always within her, a testament to the journey she had taken and the lessons she had learned. The village flourished once more, and Clara's heart swelled with the knowledge that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered, if only one chose to look with eyes of wonder and a heart open to magic. And so, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, The village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the gentle embrace of the night. Clara lay in her cozy bed, a soft smile playing on her lips, knowing that she and her village would always be connected by the river of wisdom and friendship that flowed through their lives. In the glow of the moonlight, Clara whispered a quiet thank you to the feather of whimsy, her heart aglow with gratitude and wonder, and drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and an endless sea of whispering pines, there stood a tiny shop that looked like it had been there since time began. This shop, with its crooked sign that read the Curiosity Corner, was filled with trinkets and treasures that seemed to hold whispers of stories long forgotten. The shop was owned by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Wickers, whose twinkling eyes and warm smile made everyone feel right at home. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, a young girl named Lily wandered into the Curiosity Corner. Lily was curious by nature, with eyes that sparkled with the promise of 1,000 adventures. She loved exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, but today something had drawn her to this particular shop. As she stepped inside, a gentle bell tinkled above her head, and the scent of cinnamon and old parchment wrapped around her like a comforting hug. Mr. Wickers was busy dusting a shelf filled with glass bottles that shimmered in the sunlight streaming through the dusty window panes. He glanced over and greeted her with a kind nod. "Ah, Lily, dear child, what brings you to my humble corner today?" he asked in his gentle, lilting voice. Lily smiled and shrugged, her cheeks rosy from the crisp air outside. "I'm not sure, Mr. Wickers. I just felt like there might be something special here today." Mr. Wickers chuckled and gestured to the vast array of items. "Well, you never know what you'll find here. Take your time and let your heart guide you." Lily wandered through the aisles, her fingers brushing against soft fabrics, cool metals, and smooth wood. Each item seemed to have its own story, waiting to be discovered. But it wasn't until she reached the back of the shop that she found something truly remarkable. Hidden among stacks of old books was a small, ornate box made of polished mahogany and inlaid with delicate silver patterns. Lily felt an inexplicable pull toward it. She gently lifted the lid, and inside, nestled on a bed of deep blue velvet, lay a tiny brass key. It was intricately carved, with a handle shaped like a twisting vine. Lily picked it up, feeling a slight tingle in her fingertips. It was as though the key itself was alive with potential and possibility. She turned to Mr. Wickers, who had been watching her with a knowing smile. "That, my dear, is no ordinary key," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It is said to open doors to places unseen, to unlock the potential within one's own heart." Lily's eyes widened. "But how does it work?" Mr. Wickers chuckled softly. "Ah, that is for you to discover. Sometimes the journey to understanding is more important than the destination itself." With the key clutched tightly in her hand, Lily thanked Mr. Wickers and hurried back home, her mind abuzz with excitement and curiosity. That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the village, Lily lay in bed, the key resting on her bedside table. She imagined all the places it might unlock, all the mysteries it might reveal. As the days passed, Lily carried the key with her everywhere, hoping it might reveal its secret. She showed it to her friends, who were equally fascinated but could offer no insight. It wasn't until one particularly breezy afternoon, as she sat beneath her favorite willow tree, that something magical happened. A gentle voice, soft as the rustling leaves, spoke to her. "The key opens not doors of wood and stone, but the door to your heart's deepest desires." Startled, Lily looked around, but there was no one there, only the willow whispering in the wind. She closed her eyes, the key warm in her grasp, and thought about what she truly wished for. She wanted to help her village, to bring joy and laughter to those who had forgotten how to smile. As she opened her eyes, she felt a change within her, a sense of clarity and purpose. The key had unlocked her own potential, showing her the path she needed to take. She realized that she didn't need magic to make a difference. She needed only her own kindness and creativity. Inspired, Lily began organizing gatherings in the village square. She invited everyone to share their stories, their laughter, and their dreams. She encouraged the villagers to explore their own passions, to find beauty in the simple things around them. Slowly, the village began to transform. Faces that had once been weary now shone with newfound hope and happiness. Lily discovered that her true gift was bringing people together, weaving a tapestry of friendship and love that bound the village in a way that was stronger than any magic. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily kept the key tucked safely in her pocket. It served as a reminder that the greatest treasures are not in far-off lands or hidden behind locked doors, but within us all, waiting to be discovered. And every now and then, when the wind rustled through the willow's leaves, Lily would hear that gentle voice again, whispering words of encouragement and wonder, and she would smile, knowing that the journey of discovery never truly ends. In the warmth of her heart and the laughter of her village, Lily found her own happily ever after, a story woven with friendship, wisdom, and the magic of an open heart. Story 29. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees were old and the stars twinkled like tiny lanterns hung in the night sky, there lay a quaint little village known as Lush Grove. The houses were made of smooth cobblestones and thatched roofs, their chimneys puffing out gentle whirls of smoke that carried the scent of pine and spice into the air. It was a village where the sunsets painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, and the mornings arrived with the sweet songs of birds that bathed the world in melody. In this serene village lived a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as warm as the sunbeam that danced on the dew-kissed leaves each morning. Leora had a keen sense of curiosity and a love for the magical creatures that lived in harmony with the villagers. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Orin, who often perched on the branch of an ancient oak tree, observing the world with eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of ages gone by. One evening, as the moon began its gentle ascent into the sky, Leora noticed something peculiar. The stars, which usually adorned the night sky like a glittering tapestry, seemed to be missing. Instead of their usual twinkle, there was a curious absence, a patch of darkness that seemed to whisper of a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Leora, with her heart brimming with a sense of adventure, decided to seek the counsel of Orin. She wrapped herself in her cozy cloak, its fabric soft and comforting against the cool night air, and made her way to the ancient oak where Orin waited. "Orin," she called softly, her voice a gentle whisper that mingled with the rustle of leaves. "Have you noticed the stars tonight? They're not where they should be." The wise owl tilted his head, his feathers ruffling slightly as he opened his eyes, which gleamed with an understanding beyond his years. "Ah, Leora," he replied, his voice a rich, soothing baritone. "The stars often have tales to tell, and tonight they may be sharing one of mystery." Leora nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "Do you think we could discover what has happened to them?" Orin fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "Perhaps, if we listen closely and look with care, the answer will reveal itself." Together, they decided to visit the heart of the forest, where the oldest and wisest of the magical creatures resided. As they walked, the forest seemed to hum with life. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming moonflowers, and the path was bathed in the gentle silver glow of the moon. In the clearing they found Lumi, the luminous fox whose fur shimmered like starlight. Lumi was known for her wisdom and her ability to see things that others could not. She greeted them with a graceful nod and a knowing smile. "Leora, Orin," she said, her voice as soft as the night breeze, "I see you have come seeking answers." Leora nodded eagerly. "Yes, Lumi, the stars are missing from the sky, and we wish to know why." Lumi closed her eyes, her fur glowing softly, as if drawing energy from the earth itself. "The stars have a guardian, an ancient being who watches over them. It seems this guardian has fallen into a deep slumber, lulled by a spell of silence." Orin hooted softly in contemplation. "A spell of silence, you say? How might it be broken?" Lumi opened her eyes, her gaze warm and wise. "The guardian needs to hear the music of the forest, a symphony of life to awaken from his slumber." Leora thought for a moment, her mind whirring with possibilities. "We could gather all the creatures of the forest and create a melody, one that sings of the life and magic that flows through this place." With a plan in mind, Leora, Orin, and Lumi set about gathering the creatures of the forest. The birds chirped in melodious harmony, the crickets added their rhythmic chirrups, and even the wind joined in, rustling the leaves in a gentle accompaniment. As the symphony of the forest grew, a gentle glow began to emanate from the sky. Slowly, the missing stars reappeared, twinkling back into existence one by one, as if woken by the enchanting music. In the heart of the clearing, a figure stirred. It was the guardian of the stars, a being of light and shadow, whose eyes opened slowly, filled with gratitude and warmth. "Thank you," the guardian said, his voice like a gentle breeze. "You have awakened me with your kindness and the harmony of the forest." Leora smiled, her heart swelling with joy. "We're glad to help. The stars are too beautiful to be hidden away." With the mystery resolved and the stars returned to their rightful place, Leora and her friends made their way back to Lush Grove. The village was bathed in the soft glow of starlight, and a sense of peace settled over the land. As Leora climbed into bed that night, she felt a comforting warmth spread through her. She knew that the world was full of mysteries and wonders, and that with friendship and wisdom, even the strangest occurrences could be understood and cherished. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora drifted into a gentle sleep, her dreams filled with the melodies of the forest and the shimmering light of 1,000 stars. Story 30. In a secluded corner of a vast and ancient forest, where the sun filtered through a tapestry of emerald leaves, a community of woodland creatures lived in harmonious concert. Here the trees whispered their secrets to the wind, and the earth hummed with the gentle pulse of life. This forest, vibrant and lush, was home to a host of beings, each with its role in the grand design of nature. At the heart of this verdant world lay a tranquil glade, carpeted in soft moss, and ringed by towering oaks, whose branches intertwined like old friends sharing stories. In the center of the glade, a crystal-clear pond mirrored the sky, its surface a shifting canvas of clouds and sunlight. The air was filled with the heady scent of wildflowers, their petals a riot of colors that danced in the breeze. One bright morning, as the dew sparkled like jewels on the leaves, a young rabbit named Thistle bounded through the underbrush, her fur the color of fresh earth. Her nose twitched with excitement as she made her way toward the glade. Thistle was eager to meet with her friends, a wise old tortoise named Elder Moss and a lively squirrel called Pippin. Elder Moss, with his shell etched by the passage of time, was a repository of the forest's ancient wisdom. His eyes, deep and knowing, had witnessed countless seasons change. Pippin, in contrast, was as energetic as a summer breeze, his bushy tail flicking playfully as he gathered acorns for his winter stash. As Thistle approached, she was greeted by the gentle murmur of the pond, its waters swirling with the magic that gave life to the forest. The magic here was tied to the seasons, an unseen force that waxed and waned like the phases of the moon. It was said that when the seasons shifted, the pond would shimmer with an otherworldly light, a phenomenon known as the dance of the seasons, a moment when the balance of nature was at its most delicate. "Good morning, Thistle," rumbled Elder Moss in a voice as deep and resonant as the forest itself. "Have you heard the news? The dance of the seasons is upon us. It is a time when the forest must be in perfect harmony." Pippin scampered down from his perch in a nearby oak, his eyes bright with excitement. "I love the dance of the seasons. It's like the forest is alive with its own kind of music." Thistle nodded, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. "Yes, but we must be careful. The balance is fragile, and if disrupted, the magic that sustains our home could weaken." As the friends gathered by the pond, Elder Moss shared tales of how the forest had weathered the dance in times past. "Long ago," he began, "our ancestors faced a great challenge during the dance of the seasons. A fierce storm threatened to unbalance the magic, and it was only through the unity of all creatures that harmony was restored." The story filled Thistle and Pippin with a sense of purpose. They knew that their role, however small, was crucial in maintaining the balance. As they listened to Elder Moss, the forest around them seemed to hold its breath, every leaf and creature tuned to the rhythm of the earth. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Thistle, Pippin, and Elder Moss set about their preparations. They visited the bees, whose honey was said to hold the warmth of the sun, and asked them to spread their golden nectar throughout the forest. They spoke to the birds, whose songs could soothe the fiercest winds, and asked them to sing their melodies of peace. With each creature they visited, a sense of unity grew, a tapestry of life woven together by threads of friendship and shared purpose. As the day turned to dusk, the forest glowed with a gentle luminescence, as if the very trees were infused with the magic of the seasons. That night, as a silver moon bathed the glade in soft light, the dance of the seasons began. The pond shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, its surface shifting and swirling like a living thing. The air buzzed with a gentle hum, a symphony of nature's own making. Thistle, Pippin, and Elder Moss watched in awe as the forest came alive with the dance. The trees swayed in time with the breeze, their leaves whispering secrets of the ages. The flowers opened wide, their petals glowing with an inner light, and the creatures of the forest gathered in a circle, their eyes reflecting the magic of the moment. In that sacred space, Thistle felt a connection to something greater than herself, an understanding that she was part of a living, breathing world that thrived on balance and harmony. She realized that the true magic of the forest lay not in the pond's shimmer or the dance of the seasons, but in the bonds of friendship and the wisdom passed down through generations. As the dance of the seasons reached its crescendo, a sense of peace settled over the forest. The magic, once fragile, was now a strong, unbreakable thread that wove together the lives of all creatures. The forest sighed in contentment, its heart beating in time with the rhythm of life. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky in soft pastels, the dance of the seasons drew to a close. The pond's surface stilled, its colors fading to the clear blue of a new day. The creatures of the forest slowly dispersed, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had played a part in preserving their home. Thistle, Pippin, and Elder Moss lingered by the pond, basking in the afterglow of the night's magic. "We did it," Pippin chirped, his tail flicking with satisfaction. "Yes," Elder Moss agreed, his voice warm with pride. "We did it together. Remember, the strength of the forest lies in its unity. As long as we stand together, the magic will endure." Thistle nodded, her heart full of gratitude. As she looked around at the forest, vibrant and alive, she knew that she had found her place in the world. Here, amidst the whispering trees and shimmering pond, she was home. And so, with the forest at peace and the magic secure, Thistle, Pippin, and Elder Moss turned their faces toward the rising sun, ready to embrace the new day. In their hearts, they carried the lessons of the dance of the seasons, a reminder that harmony, like the forest itself, was a living, breathing thing, nurtured by friendship and love. And with that, the forest settled into the gentle rhythm of life, its creatures secure in the knowledge that balance and harmony would always guide their way. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a hidden valley nestled deep within the lush evergreen forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her curious hazel eyes sparkled with wonder, and her heart was as open and pure as the crystal stream that flowed through the valley. Willow's days were filled with the simple joys of nature. She would skip along the meandering trails, gathering wildflowers, and listening to the melodies of the songbirds. But there was something extraordinary about this valley, a secret that only Willow and her dearest friends knew. Within the hollow of an ancient oak tree, there lived a family of tiny folk, no bigger than a child's hand. These were the woodland sprites, guardians of the forest and protectors of all living things. Willow had stumbled upon their secret realm when she was just a little girl, and since then, they had become her closest companions. One warm summer evening, as the golden sunlight danced through the canopy of leaves, Willow heard a faint cry for help. It was Thistle, the youngest and most mischievous of the woodland sprites, trapped beneath a fallen branch. Without hesitation, Willow rushed to her aid, carefully lifting the branch and freeing her tiny friend. "Thank you, Willow," Thistle said, dusting off her delicate wings. "I owe you one." Little did Willow know that this small act of kindness would set into motion an extraordinary adventure that would change her life forever. Thistle scurried off and returned moments later with a glimmering acorn cap. "This is no ordinary acorn," she whispered. "It holds the power of the forest within it. Use it wisely, and it will guide you on a journey like no other." Willow's eyes widened as she cradled the acorn cap in her hands. A warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingers, and she could sense the energy of the forest pulsing within the acorn's shell. That night, as Willow lay in her bed, She couldn't shake the feeling that something extraordinary was about to happen. She closed her eyes and made a wish, clutching the acorn cap tightly to her chest. In the blink of an eye, Willow found herself shrinking, smaller and smaller, until she was no bigger than the woodland sprites themselves. The world around her had transformed into a vast, verdant wonderland, where every blade of grass towered like a skyscraper, and every raindrop glistened like a crystal lake. Willow gasped in awe, her heart racing with excitement. She was now a part of the hidden world she had only glimpsed through the eyes of her tiny friends. As she took her first tentative steps into this newfound realm, a familiar voice called out to her, "Willow, over here!" It was Thistle, waving her tiny arms in greeting. Willow rushed to embrace her friend, marveling at the intricate details of Thistle's gossamer wings and the tiny veins that ran through each delicate petal of her flower-petal dress. "Welcome to our world," Thistle said, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "There's so much to explore, but first, we need your help." Willow learned that a dark cloud had descended upon the woodland sprite's realm, threatening the very balance of nature itself. A mysterious force was draining the life from the forest, and the sprites were powerless to stop it. "The ancient oak tree holds the key," Thistle explained. "Deep within its roots lies a powerful artifact, the emerald shard, which can restore the forest's energy and banish the darkness forever." Willow knew that this was no ordinary task, but she was determined to help her friends. Together they embarked on a perilous journey through the enchanted forest, facing challenges at every turn. They navigated treacherous rivers' rapids, no wider than a twig, clinging to leaves as they drifted downstream. They scaled towering blades of grass, using spider silk ropes to climb to dizzying heights. And they outwitted cunning predators, from hungry spiders to snap-jawed insects, working together as a team to overcome each obstacle. Through it all, Willow and the woodland sprites forged an unbreakable bond of friendship. They learned to trust one another, to rely on each other's strengths, and to find courage in the face of adversity. At last, after many harrowing adventures, they reached the ancient oak tree. Its mighty roots twisted and turned like a labyrinth, guarding the precious emerald shard deep within. Willow's heart pounded as she clutched the acorn cap, calling upon its magic to guide them. The acorn began to glow, and a path of shimmering light appeared, leading them deeper into the root system. With bated breath, they followed the ethereal trail, encountering riddles and puzzles that tested their wit and wisdom. But through teamwork and perseverance, they solved each challenge, drawing ever closer to their goal. Finally, they reached a vast underground cavern, where the emerald shard pulsed with a radiant green light. But before they could claim their prize, a fierce guardian emerged, a massive, ancient beetle, its carapace glinting like armor in the shard's glow. Willow's friends trembled with fear, but she stood tall, her heart filled with courage. She remembered the lessons she had learned on their journey, the importance of friendship, the strength of unity, and the power of compassion. With a deep breath, Willow approached the guardian, holding out the acorn cap. "We mean no harm," she said, her voice steady and true. "We only wish to restore the balance of nature and protect this forest we all call home." To everyone's surprise, the beetle bowed its head, recognizing the purity of Willow's intentions. It stepped aside, allowing them to take the emerald shard. As Willow grasped the shard, its energy surged through her, filling her with a profound connection to the living world around her. She could feel the heartbeat of the forest, the ebb and flow of life itself. With the emerald shard in hand, Willow and the woodland sprites emerged from the ancient oak, ready to confront the darkness that threatened their home. In a blinding flash of emerald light, the shard unleashed its power, banishing the dark cloud and restoring the forest to its vibrant, verdant glory. The trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves unfurling and reaching towards the warm sunlight once more. As the last traces of darkness faded, Willow felt a profound sense of transformation within herself. She had faced her fears, overcome insurmountable challenges, and emerged as a stronger, wiser, and more compassionate person. The woodland sprites gathered around her, their tiny faces beaming with gratitude and joy. "Thank you, Willow," Thistle said, her eyes shining with tears. "You have saved our home and shown us the true meaning of friendship and courage." Willow smiled, her heart overflowing with love for her tiny friends and the wondrous world they called home. In that moment, she knew that her life had been forever changed, and that the lessons she had learned on this incredible journey would stay with her always. As the sun set over the valley, casting a warm, golden glow over the forest, Willow felt a sense of peace and contentment. She had discovered a hidden world of magic and wonder, forged unbreakable bonds of friendship, and found the courage within herself to face any challenge. And as she drifted off to sleep that night, cradling the acorn cap close to her heart, she knew that this was just the beginning of many more extraordinary adventures to come. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a village cradled by rolling hills and whispered secrets of ancient forests, there lived a boy named Finn. Known for his curious nature and kind heart, Finn often wandered the woods that hugged the village's edges, listening to the stories the wind told through the leaves and the songs the river sang as it tumbled over worn stones. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun filtered through the golden canopy above, Finn set out on one of his many explorations. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine needles and the earthy musk of fallen leaves. Finn loved this time of year when the world seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the first kiss of winter. On this particular day, something new caught Finn's eye. Tucked between the roots of an ancient oak was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the dappled sunlight. Finn felt a magnetic pull towards it, as if it whispered his name through the rustle of the forest. With gentle hands, he opened the box, revealing a smooth, gleaming stone that glowed with an inner light. It pulsed with warmth when he touched it, sending a tingling sensation up his arm and into his heart. Intrigued, Finn slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling the comforting weight against his side. As he continued his wanderings, Finn noticed something peculiar. The forest around him seemed to respond to the stone's presence. The birds sang sweeter melodies, the streams bubbled more joyously, and the very air seemed to shimmer with possibility. It was as if the stone unlocked a hidden world, one where magic lay just beneath the surface of the everyday. Days turned into weeks, and Finn found himself returning to the oak, drawn by the stone's gentle hum. He discovered that when he closed his eyes and held the stone tightly, he could hear the thoughts of the creatures around him. The squirrels chattered about their acorn treasures, the owls shared tales of the night, and even the trees whispered ancient wisdom passed down through generations. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and pink, Finn sat beneath the oak, listening to the forest's twilight symphony. Suddenly, he heard a voice unlike any he had encountered before. It was soft yet firm, carrying a weight of wisdom and kindness. "Finn," the voice began, "you have found the Heartstone, a gift from the forest to the one who listens." The voice belonged to the spirit of the oak, a guardian of the hidden world that thrived within the embrace of nature. The spirit continued, "The Heartstone can bridge the worlds of magic and man, but it is not a trinket to be used lightly. It will teach you, guide you, but you must promise to use its power wisely and with compassion." Finn, his heart swelling with wonder and responsibility, nodded solemnly. "I promise," he whispered, his voice barely louder than the rustle of leaves. From that day forward, Finn dedicated himself to understanding the Heartstone's secrets. He learned to blend the magic of the forest with the world of men, using the stone to heal sick animals, nurture wilting plants, and even mend broken hearts. The villagers soon noticed the boy's remarkable ability to bring harmony wherever he went, and they began to look upon him with a mixture of awe and gratitude. One winter, a harsh storm descended upon the village. The winds howled with a ferocity that shook the very foundations of the cottages, and snow fell so thickly that the world was wrapped in a suffocating blanket of white. The villagers huddled in their homes, fearful of the storm's wrath. Finn knew he had to act. Clutching the Heartstone, he ventured into the blizzard, the stone's warmth guiding him through the biting cold. As he walked, he sang a song he had learned from the forest, a melody of hope and renewal. Slowly, the storm began to abate, the winds softened, and the snowflakes danced gently to the ground. When the storm finally passed, the villagers emerged to find their world transformed. The The snow sparkled under the clear blue sky, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and promise. They marveled at the boy who stood at the heart of the storm's eye, his face glowing with the light of the Heartstone. From that day on, Finn became a bridge between the world of magic and the world of men. He taught the villagers to listen to the whispers of the forest, to respect the delicate balance of nature, and to live in harmony with the earth and its creatures. Years passed, and Finn grew into a wise and gentle leader, loved by all who knew him. The Heartstone, his constant companion, became a symbol of hope and unity, a reminder of the hidden world that lay within the heart of the forest. And so, the village thrived, nestled between rolling hills and ancient trees, a place where magic and man lived side by side, guided by the boy who had listened to the whispers of the wind and the wisdom of the trees. In the quiet moments of twilight, when the world held its breath in anticipation of night, Finn would sit beneath the ancient oak, the Heartstone glowing softly in his hand, and listen. For in the silence he heard the gentle voice of the forest, a melody that sang of peace, friendship, and a promise kept. And in the heart of the forest, the spirit of the oak watched over the village, a guardian of magic and a keeper of secrets, forever grateful to the boy who had listened and learned to live with an open heart. And so, as the last light faded and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the hidden world that had become its home. Story 33. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sun's rays filtered through emerald canopies and the air was thick with the scent of pine and moss, there was a hidden world alive with whispers of magic. This was a place where the natural creatures, unseen by most human eyes, lived harmonious lives intertwined with the rhythms of the earth. The forest floor was a tapestry of fallen leaves, their colors ranging from burnt ochre to deep burgundy, creating a soft carpet that hushed every footstep. Tiny flowers, bold in purples and yellows, peeked through the leaf litter, their petals opening to the gentle caress of the morning sun. A stream, clear as crystal, wound its way through the underbrush, its waters singing a song as old as time itself. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest held a council once every season at the base of the great oak, a tree so vast and ancient that its roots were said to touch the core of the earth. On a day when the sky was a soft, tender blue and a light breeze played through the branches, the council gathered. Leading them was Elder Thorn, a wise old tortoise whose shell was etched with the history of the forest. His eyes, like small pools of dark, still water, held the knowledge of many lifetimes. Beside him sat Luna the lynx, her fur gleaming silver in the dappled sunlight, and Pip the squirrel, whose bushy tail twitched with nervous energy. As the creatures settled into a circle, the air shimmered briefly, and a delicate, iridescent mist descended upon them, a sign that the forest spirits were listening. Elder Thorn cleared his throat, a sound like the rustling of old parchment. "My dear friends," he began, his voice as steady as the roots that anchored him. "We gather today, under the watchful eyes of the great oak, to discuss the harmony of our home, especially as the whispers of change ride upon the wind." The creatures nodded, their eyes wide and attentive. The forest had always been a bastion of balance, where each season brought its gifts and challenges, but lately there had been murmurs of unease. The winter had lingered longer than usual, its icy grasp reluctant to release, and the spring, when it finally arrived, was vibrant yet fleeting. Luna the lynx, with her keen instincts, had noticed shifts in the patterns of prey and predator. "The deer have moved deeper into the forest," she said softly, her voice like the whisper of leaves, "and the trees speak of a summer that may scorch rather than soothe." Pip, ever curious and quick, had noticed the flowers blooming out of turn, their cycles confused by the erratic temperatures. "I fear the bees, our diligent pollinators, might struggle," he chittered anxiously. Elder Thorn listened, his gaze thoughtful. "This is the work of the seasons, ever-changing, yet something more stirs. The forest responds to the skies, to the winds and rains. We must find the source of this discord and restore the balance." The council agreed, and it was decided that a journey must be undertaken to consult with Zephyr, the spirit of the winds who dwelled atop the misty peak. Zephyr was known for his wisdom and his ability to dance with the seasons. guiding them with a gentle hand. The journey would be long, but Luna, with her sure-footed grace, and Pip, with his nimble agility, volunteered to represent the forest. Elder Thorn, though slow, would accompany them with his wisdom, ensuring they stayed true to their purpose. As they set off, the forest whispered around them, leaves rustling in encouragement, and the creatures watched with hopeful eyes. The path wound through sun-dappled clearings and shadowy glens, over babbling brooks, and under the watchful gaze of towering pines. The air grew cooler as they ascended the misty peak, the scent of wet earth and wildflowers filling their senses. Mist clung to their fur and scales, and the world seemed to hold its breath as they reached the summit. There, amidst the swirling mists, Zephyr appeared, a figure woven from the threads of gossamer clouds and the gentle caress of a summer breeze. His presence was a balm, and the creatures felt a deep sense of peace in his company. "Welcome, travelers," Zephyr spoke, his voice like a song carried on the wind. "I have heard the forest's song of concern. The balance is indeed shifting, but fear not, for nature is resilient." Elder Thorn bowed his head respectfully. "Great Zephyr, we seek your guidance. How might we restore harmony?" Zephyr smiled, a soft, knowing smile. "The answer lies in understanding, in listening. The earth beneath your feet, the sky above, they are always speaking. The seasons, too, are part of this conversation. You must teach the forest to listen, to adapt." Luna, her eyes bright with understanding, spoke. "Then we must share this wisdom, encourage all creatures to heed the subtle cues of nature, to live in harmony with its cycles." Pip nodded eagerly, his heart light with hope. "And we can find new ways to help the bees and the blooms, to ensure the dance of life continues." Zephyr nodded, the wind swirling around them in agreement. "Go forth with this wisdom. Trust in the resilience of your home and in the strength of your community." With gratitude in their hearts, the trio descended the mountain, carrying the spirit's message like a cherished secret. The journey back through the forest felt different, as if the very leaves sang of renewal and the streams babbled with newfound joy. Upon their return, the council gathered once more beneath the great oak. Luna and Pip shared Zephyr's words, and Elder Thorn added his wisdom, encouraging all to listen deeply to the whispers of the world around them. Slowly, the forest began to heal. The creatures worked together, each contributing their unique gifts to maintain the balance. The bees found new paths to blooms, guided by Pip's cleverness. Luna taught the hunters to respect the cycles of life, taking only what was needed. As the seasons turned, the forest thrived. The winter, when it came, was crisp and gentle, the spring vibrant and full of promise. Summer's warmth was tempered by cool breezes, and autumn wrapped the world in a tapestry of gold and crimson. The great oak stood strong, its roots deep and its branches wide, a symbol of the forest's enduring spirit. And every season, the council gathered, their hearts united in friendship and wisdom, a testament to the magic of harmony. In the end, the forest remained a place where reality and magic danced together, a sanctuary of peace and balance. And the creatures, guided by the lessons of the wind, lived in a world where every whisper of the leaves and every breath of the wind was a song of life. Story 34. Once upon a time, nestled in the quaint village of Willowbrook, there was a modest little cottage covered with creeping ivy and framed by a garden that seemed to bloom in all seasons. This cottage was home to a gentle-hearted young woman named Clara, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars. Clara was known throughout the village for her kindness and her uncanny ability to listen to the whispers of the wind and discern the language of the leaves. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sunlight danced through the trees, Clara discovered something peculiar while tending to her garden. As she reached down to gather a handful of fallen chestnuts, her fingers brushed against a small, round object that felt strangely warm, despite the cool breeze. It was a pocket watch, its surface gleaming under the sun, adorned with intricate engravings of moons and stars. Clara held it up to the light, captivated by its beauty and the soft humming sound that seemed to emanate from its core. Curiosity piqued. Clara gently opened the watch and was immediately bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. Inside, instead of clock hands, there was a miniature universe swirling with tiny planets and shooting stars. The watch was magical, and Clara could feel its gentle power resonating with her very being. That evening, as the fireplace crackled warmly in her cozy living room, Clara sat in her favorite armchair, pondering the watch's mysteries. She noticed that whenever she focused on a thought or a question, the tiny universe inside the watch would respond, guiding her with faint patterns of light. It seemed that the watch was meant to be a compass, not for the physical world, but for the heart and mind. Determined to uncover the watch's purpose, Clara embarked on a journey. Her first stop was the home of the village's wise elder, old Marlowe, a man whose knowledge was as deep as the forest itself. Marlowe lived in a cottage that stood at the edge of the woods, surrounded by ancient oaks and whispering pines. As Clara approached, the scent of herbs and the sound of a bubbling pot welcomed her inside. "Marlowe," Clara began, her voice filled with wonder, "I have found something extraordinary, a watch that holds the universe within it." Marlowe, with his silver beard and twinkling eyes, examined the watch with gentle fingers. "Ah, Clara," he said, "this is no ordinary watch. It is a guide, a keeper of wisdom. It can help you find answers, but it can only be truly understood by those who listen with their heart." With Marlowe's words lingering in her mind, Clara continued her journey, guided by the watch's gentle glow. Along the way, she encountered a mischievous squirrel named Finn, whose chatter filled the air with laughter, and a wise old owl named Sage, whose eyes held the secrets of the night. Finn and Sage, intrigued by Clara's quest and enchanted by the watch, decided to accompany her, each offering their unique gifts of humor and insight. Together, the trio traveled through the forest, across babbling brooks and over sun-dappled hills, each step revealing new wonders and lessons. They learned to see the beauty in the smallest of things, a dewdrop on a leaf, the song of a distant bird, the way the light danced on the surface of a creek. One day, as they rested in a meadow filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, Clara faced her greatest challenge. The watch had guided them to a mysterious stone circle, hidden deep within the forest. It was said that the circle held the answer to any question, but only for those who could unravel its riddle. Clara sat in the center of the circle, Finn perched on her shoulder and Sage by her side. The air was still, and the sun cast long shadows across the ancient stones. Clara closed her eyes, feeling the watch's gentle hum resonate with her heartbeat. She realized that the answer lay not in solving the riddle with logic, but in understanding the riddle with her heart. The riddle was simple yet profound. What is the greatest treasure, which, when given, multiplies? Clara thought of her journey, of the friends she had made, and the wisdom she had gained. She thought of the love that had guided her steps, the kindness that had opened doors, and the friendship that had warmed her soul. And then, with a smile, she whispered the answer, love. As the word left her lips, the circle glowed with a gentle light, and a warm breeze swept through the meadow. The watch's universe swirled joyously, and Clara knew in her heart that she had found the truth. The greatest treasure was indeed love, for it was the source of all magic and the key to all mysteries. With her journey complete, Clara returned to Willowbrook, her heart full and her spirit light. The watch, now a cherished companion, continued to guide her, reminding her always of the love and wisdom she had discovered. And so, in the warmth of her cozy cottage, surrounded by friends and filled with the gentle glow of the magical watch, Clara lived her days with joy and kindness, her life a testament to the power of love and the wonder of the world. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky, the village of Willowbrook slept peacefully, cradled in the embrace of dreams spun from the threads of magic and the gentle whispers of the universe. Story 35. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the moon painted silver patterns on the forest floor, there sat a quaint little village named Thistlebrook. Thistlebrook was not an ordinary village. It was a place where magic wove through everyday life like a gentle breeze. The villagers were accustomed to peculiar happenings, but even by their standards, the mysterious events of late were most unusual. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was awash with shades of amber and violet, the village's beloved baker, Mr. Pippin, discovered something perplexing. Each morning his freshly baked cinnamon rolls, which he left cooling on the windowsill, vanished without a trace. At first, he thought it might be the work of mischievous squirrels, or perhaps a playful breeze, But when not even a crumb was left behind, he knew something more mysterious was afoot. Mr. Pippin confided in his dear friend, a wise old tortoise named Professor Shellsworth, who was known for his vast knowledge and keen sense of observation. "It's quite the conundrum, Mr. P," Professor Shellsworth mused, adjusting his tiny spectacles. "But worry not, for every mystery has a solution, like a puzzle waiting to be pieced together." That very night, under a blanket of twinkling stars, Professor Shellsworth proposed a plan. "We'll keep a watchful eye and see who our mysterious visitor might be," he suggested. Mr. Pippin nodded, grateful for his friend's company and wisdom. As the moon climbed higher, casting a gentle glow over Thistlebrook, the two friends settled in for their night of vigil. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of cinnamon, and the soft rustling of leaves created a soothing symphony. Hours passed, and just as Mr. Pippin's eyelids began to droop, a soft, shimmering light appeared at the edge of the forest. From the shadows emerged a tiny, mischievous fairy named Leora. Her wings sparkled like morning dew, and her laughter was as light as the softest breeze. "Oh, Mr. Pippin, I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, her voice tinkling like chimes. "I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Your cinnamon rolls are simply irresistible." The revelation was as surprising as it was heartwarming. Mr. Pippin chuckled, his worry melting away. "Dear Leora, why didn't you just ask? I would have happily baked extra for you." Leora's cheeks glowed a rosy pink. "I was too shy, and I didn't want to be a bother," she admitted, fluttering closer. "But I promise, if you'll forgive me, I'll help you with your baking from now on." Professor Shellsworth nodded approvingly. "A fair arrangement indeed. Perhaps you could learn a thing or two from Mr. Pippin, and in turn, share some of your magical fairy secrets." And so, a new partnership blossomed under the moonlit sky. Leora, true to her word, became an invaluable helper. With a sprinkle of fairy dust, she made the dough rise perfectly every time, and Mr. Pippin taught her the art of kneading and mixing with care. As the days passed, the bakery's delights became even more enchanting, drawing villagers from near and far. And with each cinnamon roll, Leora learned that sometimes asking for help was the bravest thing of all. The mystery of the missing treats transformed into a story of friendship and shared joy. As the villagers of Thistlebrook gathered around Mr. Pippin's bakery, their hearts were warmed not just by the delicious pastries, but by the magical bond formed between a kind-hearted baker and a spirited fairy. And so, under the starry sky and amidst the whispering trees, the village of Thistlebrook found itself a little more magical, a little more connected, and ever so grateful for the gentle mysteries that brought them together. Story 36. Once upon a whispering evening, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound like ribbons through lush meadows, there lived a young girl named Clara. She had a heart full of curiosity and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. Clara lived in a cozy cottage on the edge of town with her grandmother, whose stories of magic and mystery painted Clara's dreams with colors brighter than the sun's golden rays. One particularly breezy afternoon, as leaves danced in the gentle breeze like playful sprites, Clara decided to explore her grandmother's attic, a place so seldom visited that it seemed to hold its breath beneath layers of dust and time. She climbed the creaky wooden stairs, her footsteps echoing softly, and pushed open the heavy door. The attic was a wonderland of forgotten things, with trunks and boxes stacked like ancient towers. Sunlight streamed through a small window, casting warm patterns on the floor. Clara's eyes were drawn to a peculiar, heart-shaped box made of polished wood, sitting atop a faded velvet cloth. It was adorned with intricate carvings of swirling vines and tiny stars that seemed to twinkle in the dim light. With gentle hands, Clara lifted the lid, revealing a shimmering, silver pocket watch nestled within. Its surface gleamed with an ethereal glow, as if it had captured moonlight itself. As she picked it up, the watch felt warm and alive, ticking rhythmically like a heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara held the watch to her ear and heard not just ticking, but faint whispers, a symphony of secret voices. Her heart fluttered with excitement as she realized this was no ordinary timepiece. It was a magical watch that could reveal hidden truths and guide its bearer through life's puzzles. Eager to learn more, Clara rushed downstairs, the watch clutched tightly in her hand. Her grandmother, who was tending to her herb garden, looked up with a knowing smile. "Ah, you found the timekeeper," she said softly, as if greeting an old friend. "The timekeeper?" Clara echoed, eyes wide with wonder. "Yes," her grandmother replied, her voice gentle and full of warmth. "It was passed down through our family. It has the power to show you the paths not visible to others. But remember, it is wisdom and kindness that unlock its true potential." Inspired by her grandmother's words, Clara decided to set off on a journey, both through the village and within her own heart, to discover the secrets of the timekeeper. She tucked the watch into her pocket, feeling its comforting presence, and set out along the cobblestone path, accompanied by the soft murmur of the wind and the rustle of leaves. As Clara wandered through Willowbrook, she met a variety of charming characters. There was old Finn, the village storyteller, whose tales were as rich and layered as the tapestries he wove. He shared with Clara the story of how the timekeeper had once helped villagers find lost things, not just objects, but hope and courage too. Then there was Lucy, the baker, whose laughter was as infectious as the aroma of her freshly baked bread. Lucy told Clara of a time when the watch had guided her through a difficult decision, showing her the path of compassion over conflict. Each encounter left Clara with a deeper understanding of the watch's magic, not in its ability to change time, but in how it revealed the heart's true desires and the soul's gentle wisdom. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Clara found herself at the edge of the village, where the forest whispered its age-old secrets. Here she met Rowan, a wise old fox with eyes that shone like polished amber. Rowan was known as the guardian of the forest, a creature of mystery and grace. "Ah, young Clara," Rowan greeted, his voice smooth as a lullaby. "I see you carry the timekeeper. It is a gift to those who seek, but remember, true magic lies in understanding and empathy." Clara nodded, feeling the truth in Rowan's words. She realized that the watch was not just a guide, but a mirror reflecting her own inner strength and kindness. As night fell, Clara made her way back home, her heart light with newfound knowledge. The timekeeper had shown her that every challenge could be met with wisdom, just as every heart could be touched by friendship. Back at her grandmother's cottage, Clara placed the watch back in its box, feeling a deep sense of peace. She understood now that the true magic of the watch was not in bending time, but in opening one's heart to the possibilities of love and understanding. With the fire crackling softly in the hearth, Clara lay in her bed, her thoughts drifting like leaves on a gentle stream. She knew she would always carry the lessons of the timekeeper with her, guiding her through life's winding paths with grace and kindness. And so, as stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the sky, Clara's eyes closed, her dreams filled with the wonder of the journey and the magic of her own heart. In Willowbrook, where every ordinary object held extraordinary secrets, the night wrapped the village in a warm embrace, whispering tales of discovery and wonder to those who listened with open hearts. And thus ended Clara's journey, a tale of discovery and gentle wisdom, leaving the world a little brighter, a little more enchanted, for all who dared to dream. Story 37. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stardust danced endlessly across the velvet expanse of space, there existed a cluster of planets known as the Celestial Chord. Among these planets, each unique in their own right, lived beings of diverse origins, seldom interacting beyond the occasional trade or message carried by a cosmic breeze. On the verdant planet of Lyris, where the air hummed with melodies from the rustling leaves and the rivers sang in gentle harmonies, lived a creature named Seraph. Seraph was a Lyran, a species known for their delicate, luminescent wings and their ability to communicate through music. Her songs could coax the flowers to bloom and guide the stars into their nightly dance. Yet despite her gifts, Seraph longed for adventure beyond the forested symphony of her home. Across the cosmos, on the arid, crimson-tinged planet of Torvala, dwelled a being named Kale. Kale was a Torv, a robust and resilient species, with skin as tough as the iron-rich mountains that surrounded them. Torvs were known for their strength and practicality, their lives governed by the rhythms of survival in a harsh yet beautifully stark landscape. Kale, with a heart as vast as the Torvalan deserts, yearned to learn more about the universe beyond the red horizon. Fate, with its mysterious ways, drew Seraph and Kale together on a day when the planets aligned, and paths that seemed unlikely converged. Seraph had embarked on a starship, seeking to experience the wonders beyond her own world, while Kale was visiting the Celestial Chord's conclave, a meeting of minds and cultures in search of knowledge and stories. Their first meeting was far from harmonious. Seraph's ship had encountered a navigational error, causing her to crash land in the rugged terrain of Torvala. Kale, witnessing the descent of the fiery vessel from a distance, rushed to the site, expecting to find someone in distress. Instead, he found Seraph, her wings singed and her song silent, sitting amidst the wreckage. Kale approached with caution, his voice gruff but kind. "Are you hurt? I saw the fall and came as quickly as I could." Seraph, startled and unsure of this new world and its inhabitants, replied with a melody of hesitation and worry. The notes, though foreign, resonated with Kale's heart, and he understood her fear. Misunderstandings were inevitable between the two. Seraph, accustomed to expressing herself through song, found it difficult to convey her needs in words. Kale, while patient, struggled to decipher her melodic language, yet beneath the initial confusion, a bond began to form, woven from their shared desire to help one another. Kale, using his knowledge of the land, provided Seraph with shelter and care. He crafted a makeshift dwelling from the materials around them, a cozy nook nestled between the rocks, where the warm glow of the setting sun filtered through cracks, casting gentle patterns on the walls. Seraph, in turn, sang softly each evening, her voice weaving a tapestry of sound that soothed Kale's weary spirit and filled the air with a sense of peace. As days turned into weeks, they faced challenges together. When a fierce sandstorm threatened to bury their shelter, they worked side by side, Kale using his strength to secure the structure, while Seraph's songs calmed the winds, gently guiding them away. In the stillness that followed, they sat under the twinkling canopy of stars, sharing stories of their worlds, their voices mingling in a newfound harmony. Through these shared experiences, they discovered the true essence of friendship, a connection that transcended words and forms, built on trust and mutual support. Seraph learned to appreciate Kale's quiet strength and practical wisdom, while Kale found joy in Seraph's vibrant spirit and the beauty of her music. One evening, as they watched the twin moons of Torvala rise, Seraph turned to Kale, her eyes reflecting the moonlight, and sang a song of gratitude, a melody filled with warmth and sincerity. Kale listened, understanding the depth of her feelings, and responded with a simple, heartfelt phrase, "Thank you, my friend." As Seraph's damaged ship was finally repaired, and the time came for her to leave Torvala, there was no sadness in their parting. Instead, there was a deep, abiding joy in knowing that their paths had crossed, and their lives were forever enriched by the friendship they had nurtured. Seraph departed with the promise to return, her wings shimmering in the dawn light, carrying with her the songs of Torvala. Kale watched her soar into the sky, his heart filled with a melody he would cherish forever. And so, in the vastness of the universe, among the myriad stars and planets, Seraph and Kale discovered not only the wonders beyond their worlds, but the profound beauty of companionship that knows no bounds. Story 38. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush green hills and sparkling streams, lived a young girl named Mira. Mira had an insatiable curiosity that often led her to wander beyond the familiar cobblestone paths of her village. Her heart danced with tales of faraway lands and hidden wonders, spun by the elders around the hearth's glow each evening. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled like whispers in the wind, Mira set out on an adventure beyond the meandering brook that bordered Willowbrook. Her feet crunched upon the blanket of golden leaves, each step a gentle percussion in the symphony of the forest. As she ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of wild honeysuckle, and the light dappled through the canopy above, painting fleeting mosaics upon the forest floor. Mira's journey led her to a place whispered about but seldom seen, the Glimmering Grove. It was a realm where the ordinary world blended seamlessly with the extraordinary. Here the trees were not merely trees, but ancient sentinels with bark that shimmered like silver in the sun. Their leaves were an iridescent emerald, chiming softly when swayed by the breeze, as though nature itself was singing a lullaby. As Mira wandered through this enchanting grove, she encountered creatures that defied the boundaries of her imagination. A gentle deer with antlers adorned with twinkling fireflies ambled by, pausing to offer a knowing nod before disappearing into the woods. High above, a kaleidoscope of butterflies fluttered, their wings casting rainbows upon the ground as they danced in the sunbeams. Among these wonders, Mira discovered a peculiar sight, a small, shimmering pond nestled within a ring of ferns. The water was as clear as a mirror, reflecting the sky and the vibrant tapestry of the forest. As she approached, a soft ripple disturbed the surface, and from its depths emerged a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a whimsy fish, with scales that gleamed like opals and a voice that sounded like a gentle brook. "Greetings, young traveler," the whimsy fish spoke, its voice a melody that warmed Mira's heart. "What brings you to our hidden realm?" With eyes wide with wonder, Mira replied, "I've always dreamt of seeing the world beyond my village. I want to discover its secrets and learn its stories." The whimsy fish smiled, a twinkle in its eyes. "Then you must have the courage to explore, for it is the brave who uncover the world's true magic. But remember, true strength lies not in knowing the way, but in finding friends to guide you." As the day wore on, Mira continued her exploration, feeling a newfound confidence in her step. The forest seemed to embrace her, the rustling leaves and chirping birds encouraging her journey. Along the way, she met other whimsical creatures, a family of giggling gnomes busy gathering acorns, and a wise old owl who shared tales of the stars as they appeared one by one in the evening sky. As dusk settled upon the grove, casting it in hues of lavender and gold, Mira realized it was time to return home. Her heart was full, her spirit light, and she carried with her the wisdom of the grove. She understood now that the world was vast and wondrous, and that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to step into the unknown and embrace what it offered. With a final look at the glimmering grove, Mira whispered her gratitude to the creatures and the magic that had welcomed her. The path back to Willowbrook seemed shorter, her steps surer, for she carried with her the lessons of friendship, courage, and the beauty of exploration. Back in her village, Mira shared her tales by the fireside, her voice filled with the warmth of her adventure. The villagers listened, their imaginations sparked, and the crackling fire seemed to dance with delight, as if celebrating the courage of a young girl who dared to dream beyond the horizon. And so, Mira's journey into the glimmering grove became a cherished story in Willowbrook, a reminder that the world is full of magic, waiting for those brave enough to seek it. And each night, as the stars twinkled above, Mira slept soundly, her dreams painted with the colors of the forest, the melody of the whimsy fish echoing softly in her heart. Story 39. In a realm hidden behind the whispering veil of time, there lay an ancient forest known as Everwood. Its towering trees, their trunks wrapped in mossy cloaks, stood like sentinels of the ages, their branches weaving a verdant tapestry high above. The air was perpetually tinged with the scent of pine and earth, a rich aroma that filled the lungs with peace and wonder. The creatures of Everwood moved with a grace that spoke of centuries hidden from prying eyes. Among them was a wise old turtle named Thistle, whose shell gleamed with the colors of the forest floor, a mosaic of greens and browns that shifted with the dappled sunlight. Thistle was known far and wide as the keeper of stories and secrets, a gentle soul who carried the wisdom of the woods within her heart. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Thistle awoke to find a soft, shimmering mist blanketing the forest. The mist was no ordinary fog. It danced with an ethereal glow, whispering secrets of the past and dreams of the future. It was the breath of seasons, a rare and magical phenomenon that blessed the forest but once a century. As the mist curled around her, Thistle felt a gentle nudge against her shell. It was Luna, a young deer with eyes like pools of moonlight, her fur speckled with the soft dapples of sunlight filtering through the canopy. "Good morning, Thistle," Luna greeted softly, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "The forest feels different today." Thistle nodded, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "It is the breath of seasons, dear Luna," she replied, her voice a soothing murmur. "A time when the forest awakens and listens to the whispers of change." Curious and eager to learn, Luna followed Thistle as they made their way to the heart of the forest, where the great elder tree, known as Sylvan, stood. Sylvan's branches stretched wide, his leaves rustling with a melody of their own. In his presence, the forest felt alive, humming with the energy of life in perfect balance. Gathered beneath Sylvan's boughs were the creatures of Everwood, each drawn to the heart of the forest by the magic in the air. There was Bramble, the wise old fox whose coat was a fiery blaze even in the dim light, and Willow, the gentle owl whose wings whispered through the night like a lullaby. Together, they listened as Thistle spoke, her voice weaving through the crowd like a gentle stream. Today, we celebrate the cycle of life, the harmony that binds us all, Thistle began, her words carrying the weight of tradition. The breath of seasons reminds us of our place in this world, of the balance we must keep. As Thistle spoke, the mist swirled around the creatures, painting the air with visions of the past. They saw the forest in all its glory, seasons of plenty and times of hardship, moments of joy and whispers of sorrow. Through it all, the creatures of Everwood had thrived, living in harmony with the land and each other. Luna watched in awe, her heart swelling with the beauty of the stories. "How do we keep this balance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice a gentle plea for understanding. Thistle smiled, her eyes soft and kind. "Through respect and understanding, dear Luna, by listening to the whispers of the forest, by cherishing the gifts we are given, and by passing our wisdom to those who come after us." As the mist began to fade, the creatures of Everwood felt a deep sense of peace settle over them. They understood that they were each a part of something greater, a living tapestry woven from the threads of life and time. In the days that followed, Luna walked the forest with a new purpose. She listened to the wind's song and watched the dance of leaves, feeling the heartbeat of Everwood in every step. She shared her newfound wisdom with others, her gentle spirit a beacon of hope and harmony. And so the forest thrived, its creatures living in a delicate balance that echoed the ancient wisdom of their ancestors. The breath of seasons had passed, leaving behind a legacy of unity and peace, a reminder that in the hidden lives of natural creatures, there lies a world of wonder and magic, waiting to be discovered. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Thistle settled down for the night, her heart full of joy. The forest was safe, its balance preserved by the gentle hearts and wise souls who called Everwood home. And in the quiet of the night, the forest sang, a lullaby of life, love, and endless possibility, cradling the world in its gentle embrace. Story 40. In a quaint village, nestled between soft, rolling hills and a shimmering river, there lived a young girl named Clara. Her days were filled with the gentle rhythm of village life, where the scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the crisp morning air, and the laughter of neighbors echoed warmly through cobblestone streets. Clara had a curious heart and a touch of whimsy in her soul, always drawn to the little wonders of her world. She often spent her afternoons in Mr. Whittle's quaint shop, a place where the sunlight filtered through dusty windows, casting a golden hue over an eclectic array of objects, each with a story of its own. Among the dusty shelves filled with trinkets and curiosities, Clara discovered an old, worn journal bound in faded leather. It seemed to hum with an energy all its own, as if whispering secrets of adventures long past. Clara's fingers traced the intricate patterns on its cover, and she felt a gentle warmth spread through her hand. Intrigued, she opened the journal and found its pages filled with delicate sketches of unfamiliar plants and animals, alongside notes written in a spidery script. At the very end, she found a single line: "To find the heart of wonder, follow the whispers of the willow." This cryptic message ignited a spark of curiosity in Clara. She knew of only one willow tree in the village, an ancient one that stood by the river's edge, its graceful branches swaying softly in the breeze, casting ripples upon the water's surface. The next morning, with the journal tucked under her arm, Clara set out to visit the willow. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. Birds sang a cheerful chorus, their melodies guiding her steps. Upon reaching the willow, Clara paused, listening intently. The tree whispered in a language only the heart could understand, a gentle rustling that seemed to beckon her closer. She placed a hand on its trunk, feeling the cool, rough bark beneath her palm. As she stood there, a soft glow emanated from the base of the tree. Clara knelt down and saw a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled among the roots. Heart pounding with excitement, she carefully opened the box and found a tiny, opalescent stone that shimmered with all the colors of a sunset. The moment she held the stone, Clara felt a warm, comforting presence envelop her. It was as if the stone held within it the very essence of the village's spirit, its history, its stories, and its magic. With the stone in hand, Clara began to notice the world around her in a new light. She could see the whispers of the leaves, the laughter of the brook, and the gentle glow of the fireflies at dusk. Each held a story waiting to be told, a secret waiting to be discovered. Clara's newfound ability soon became known among the villagers, and she became a beloved storyteller, sharing the wonders she had witnessed. Her tales wove a tapestry of community and connection, bringing people together in shared wonder and joy. But as with all journeys, Clara's path was not without challenges. One day, a severe storm swept through the village, leaving behind a landscape of broken branches and battered rooftops. The villagers were disheartened, their spirits as dampened as the sodden ground. Clara knew this was a moment that required wisdom rather than strength. She gathered the villagers beneath the great willow, and with the opalescent stone in her hand, she began to speak. Her voice was gentle but strong, weaving a tale of resilience and renewal, of the beauty that emerged after even the fiercest of storms. As her story unfolded, the villagers felt a warmth spread through them, lifting the heaviness from their hearts. Inspired, they came together to rebuild, their spirits united by the shared vision of a brighter future. In time, the village flourished once more, and the storm became a distant memory, a chapter in the story of their lives. Clara continued to share her tales, each one a reminder of the magic that lay within the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen. And so, as the sun set over the village, painting the sky in hues of gold and lavender, Clara sat beneath the willow tree, the opalescent stone glowing softly in her hand. She smiled, knowing that the heart of wonder was not a place, but a journey, and she had found it in the simplest of things, in the quiet whispers of the world around her. Story 41. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, there lay a small village named Lunalin. The village was known for its tranquil beauty, where the trees swayed like dancers in the soft, whispering wind, and streams giggled over smooth stones, carrying with them tales of the forest. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, and birds sang lullabies that floated through the sun-dappled canopy. In this serene village lived a young woman named Marin. Marin had eyes as deep as the forest pools and hair that flowed like a river of midnight silk. She was kind-hearted and thoughtful, yet she carried a quiet burden, a reluctance to embrace change. For as long as she could remember, Marin had felt a disquiet in her heart, a yearning for something beyond the familiar, yet she feared stepping into the unknown. Every day, Marin would visit the great oak at the heart of the whispering woods, a tree as ancient as the stories told by the village elders. Its branches stretched across the sky like a wise, protective guardian. Marin found solace beneath its boughs, where she would sit and listen to the quiet rustle of leaves, pondering the mysteries of her heart. One soft, sunlit morning, as Marin traced patterns in the earth with a slender twig, she noticed a peculiar glimmer at the base of the great oak. Her curiosity piqued. She brushed away the leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a gentle, magical energy. Marin hesitated, her fingers hovering over the delicate latch, before finally opening it with a soft click. Inside, she found a shimmering, translucent stone glowing with an inner light, like a captive star. As Marin held the stone in her palm, she felt a warmth spreading through her fingers, up her arm, and into her heart. It was as if the stone was whispering to her, urging her to embrace the changes she feared. Marin's visits to the great oak became infused with a new sense of wonder and purpose. Each time she held the stone, she felt a little braver, a little more open to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. However, change was not something she could navigate alone. In the village of Lunalin lived an elder named Rowan, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the great oak. Rowan had a gentle smile that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe, and a voice that wrapped around you like a soft woolen cloak. Sensing Marin's inner struggle, Rowan invited her to tea in their cozy book-lined cottage, where the scent of herbs and dried flowers lingered in the air. As they sipped their chamomile tea, Marin confided in Rowan about her fears and the mysterious stone. Rowan listened intently, nodding with understanding. "Change," Rowan said softly, "is like the seasons of the forest. Each one brings its own beauty and challenges. Embracing change is like allowing yourself to wander through a new season, discovering the wonders it holds." Guided by Rowan's wisdom, Marin began to explore new paths in the forest, paths she had never dared to tread before. With each step, she discovered small marvels, a hidden glade carpeted with wildflowers, a family of deer nestled in the underbrush, an ancient stream that sang a melody only the forest knew. Each discovery filled her with a sense of wonder and a growing realization that change, while daunting, could lead to unexpected beauty. Throughout her journey, Marin was accompanied by her dear friend Sylvie, a lively, spirited young woman who loved adventure like the sun loves the dawn. Sylvie's laughter was like the tinkling of silver bells, and her enthusiasm was infectious. She encouraged Marin to embrace each new experience with an open heart. Together, they ventured further and further from the village, guided by the gentle glow of the stone which seemed to illuminate their path. As Marin grew more confident, the magic of the stone began to manifest in wondrous ways. Flowers bloomed in her footsteps, and the forest creatures seemed to understand her, drawing close to share their wisdom. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Marin and Sylvie found themselves at the edge of a serene lake. Its surface mirrored the sky, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine. As they rested by the water's edge, Marin felt a deep peace settle within her, as though the lake itself was cradling her in its tranquility. Reflecting on her journey, Marin realized that the true magic lay not in the stone but within herself. The stone had been a catalyst, a gentle nudge from the universe, encouraging her to trust in her own strength and resilience. It had taught her that change was not something to be feared but embraced, for it was through change that she discovered the depths of her own courage and the beauty of the world around her. With a heart full of gratitude, Marin returned to the village, carrying with her the lessons of the forest and the warmth of friendship. She placed the stone back at the base of the great oak, knowing that its magic would find its way to another soul in need of guidance. As the seasons turned and the village basked in the gentle glow of spring, Marin embraced her new path with open arms. She found joy in the simple pleasures of life, in the laughter shared with friends, and in the quiet moments beneath the great oak. The village of Lunaland continued to thrive, a testament to the power of change and the beauty of personal discovery. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, Marin found her place, forever attuned to the gentle rhythms of nature and the magic that dwelled within her own heart. The village embraced the changes she brought, and together they wove a tapestry of love, wisdom, and growth that would endure for generations. As the stars twinkled above, the village of Lunaland, cradled in the arms of the forest, drifted into a peaceful slumber, comforted by the knowledge that change, like the gentle rustle of leaves, was a natural and beautiful part of life. Story 42, title, The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Locket. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of village life, tending to the chickens, helping her mother bake savory pies, and listening to the melodic chatter of birds in the morning. But amidst the routines, Leora harbored a secret longing for adventure and the unknown mysteries that lay beyond the familiar borders of her home. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves scattered like golden coins upon the ground, Leora stumbled upon an old, forgotten trail during her usual walk through the woods. The path, shrouded in a gentle mist and lined with ancient, whispering oaks, beckoned to her with an inexplicable allure. Her heart fluttered with excitement as she decided to follow the trail, her footsteps quiet against the rustling leaves. The deeper she ventured into the woods, the more the world around her seemed to change. The air grew sweet with the scent of wildflowers and honey, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappling patterns that danced upon the forest floor. Just as she began to wonder if she had wandered too far, Leora noticed something glinting beneath a cluster of ferns. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently parted the leaves to reveal a locket, delicate and ornate, with vines of silver twining around a deep azure stone that pulsed with a soft luminescence. As she held it in her palm, the stone seemed to hum with a warmth that seeped into her skin. Instinctively, she clasped it around her neck, its weight settling comfortably against her heart. With the locket's clasp secured, the world around Leora shimmered and shifted. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches creating an archway that led to a hidden realm within the woods. It was as if the forest had been holding its breath, waiting for someone to unlock its secrets. She felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her to explore this newfound wonderland. As she stepped through the archway, Leora found herself in a glade bathed in ethereal light. The air was alive with the sound of tinkling laughter and soft music, as if played by unseen hands. Creatures unlike any she had ever seen frolicked amidst the flowers, tiny, winged beings that glowed like fireflies, and rabbits with iridescent fur that shimmered in shades of lavender and teal. In the center of the glade stood an ancient willow tree, its branches swaying with a grace that seemed almost sentient. At the base of the tree, a small figure was busy arranging stones into intricate patterns. The figure, a sprite named Thistle, looked up as Leora approached, his eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "Ah, a visitor from the outside world," Thistle chirped, his voice as light as the breeze. "What brings you to the Whispering Woods, dear girl?" Leora hesitated, unsure of how to explain the pull she felt in her heart. "I found this," she said, touching the locket. "It led me here." Thistle's eyes widened in recognition. "The Locket of Whispers. It has chosen you, dear one. It is said to grant the wearer the ability to hear the heart's true desires and to guide them towards their destiny." Leora felt a thrill of wonder and responsibility. "But why me?" she asked softly. "Because you have the heart of a dreamer," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. "And perhaps the woods have a mystery they wish to share with you." Intrigued and emboldened by Thistle's words, Leora decided to stay and discover what the Whispering Woods had to offer. Over the next days, she explored the hidden realms of the forest, guided by the gentle hum of the locket and Thistle's playful company. She learned to understand the language of the trees, each rustle and sway speaking of ancient tales and wisdom. One evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of dusk, Thistle led Leora to a secluded grove where a crystal-clear spring bubbled gently. "This spring," Thistle explained, "holds the memories of the forest. It is said to reveal the past to those who seek the truth." With a sense of reverence, Leora knelt by the spring and gazed into its depths. The water shimmered, and slowly images began to form upon its surface. She saw the village as it once was, bustling with laughter and life, surrounded by fields of golden wheat and orchards heavy with fruit. But gradually, the images changed. The villagers grew distant, their laughter fading into echoes as the fields turned barren and the orchards wilted. Leora's heart ached at the sight. "What happened to the village?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Thistle's expression turned somber. "Long ago, the bond between the village and the forest was strong. The villagers respected the woods, and in return, the forest blessed them with abundance. But over time, the connection weakened. The villagers forgot the old ways, and the forest began to withdraw its gifts." Understanding dawned upon Leora. She realized that the locket had chosen her not just for her dreams, but for her potential to restore the harmony between the village and the forest. Determined to mend the rift, she thanked the spring for its revelations and rose with newfound purpose. The next morning, Leora returned to the village. Her heart was heavy with the knowledge of what had been lost, but she was resolved to make a difference. She shared her experiences with the villagers, speaking of the wonders of the Whispering Woods and the importance of respecting its mysteries. At first, the villagers were skeptical, their minds clouded by years of neglect and disconnection. But Leora's sincerity and the gentle glow of the locket soon began to change their hearts. Slowly, they agreed to listen to her and join her in a journey back to the woods. Under Leora's guidance, the villagers learned to appreciate the forest anew. They planted trees, tended to the land with care, and listened to the whispers of the wind and the wisdom hidden in the rustling leaves. And as they rekindled their bond with the woods, the village began to flourish once more. The fields turned lush with crops, the orchards bore fruit in abundance, and the laughter that had once faded now echoed joyously through the village streets. The villagers came to cherish the forest as a friend and ally, and in return, the forest embraced them with open arms. As for Leora, she found her longing for adventure fulfilled in the journey she had taken, one that changed her and the village forever. The locket, now a symbol of unity and hope, continued to rest against her heart, a reminder of the wonders that lay within the world and within herself. And so, as the sun set beyond the emerald hills, casting a warm glow over the village and the whispering woods, Leora sat by the fire, surrounded by friends and family. Her heart was full, her spirit at peace, knowing that she had found her place in the world, a place where dreams and reality intertwined, and where the whispers of the woods would forever guide her path. Thus, the story of the Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Locket became a cherished tale passed down through generations, a reminder of the magic that exists when we listen to the whispers of our hearts and embrace the mysteries of the world with open arms. Story 43, The Whispering Woods and the Luminous Stone. In the heart of a vast and ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets with the rustle of their leaves and the sun painted dappled shadows across the forest floor, there lay a quaint village named Brindlewood. This village was cradled in the arms of towering oaks and maples, the kind that had stood for centuries, their branches stretching like the fingers of wise old guardians. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Among the villagers lived a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as warm as the sunlight that filtered through the canopy. She had a gift, one that was both a blessing and a secret. She could hear the whispers of the forest. The trees, the streams, and even the stones spoke to her in hushed tones, sharing stories of the past and gentle warnings for the future. It was a gift she treasured, but also one she kept close, known only to her grandmother, who had once shared the same ability. Leora's days were spent exploring the woods, her feet leading her along well-worn paths and hidden trails. She was never alone, for the forest was alive with the chatter of birds, the playful scamper of squirrels, and the occasional glimpse of a shy deer peering through the underbrush. Her favorite spot was a small, sunlit clearing bordered by a babbling brook, where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and the gentle breeze carried the scent of honeysuckle. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned into a tapestry of gold and crimson, Leora set out on her usual wanderings. The air was cool, and the earth was soft beneath her feet, blanketed by the fallen leaves that crunched with every step. She hummed a tune, her voice blending with the song of the forest, as she made her way to the clearing. As she neared her favorite spot, something caught her eye. A faint glimmer nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. Curiosity piqued, Leora knelt down, brushing aside the leaves to reveal a smooth, iridescent stone. It shimmered with a light of its own, casting delicate rainbows on her hands. She picked it up, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. "What are you?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath. The stone pulsed gently in response, and Leora felt a wave of calm wash over her. It was as if the stone was alive, its energy resonating with her own. She tucked it into her pocket, a sense of wonderment and responsibility settling over her like a cloak. Days turned into weeks, and Leora found herself drawn to the stone, her fingers tracing its smooth surface when she needed comfort or clarity. It was as if the stone had become a part of her, a silent companion in her solitary musings. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora sat by the brook, the stone cradled in her hands. As she gazed into its depths, she saw a vision, a radiant forest, aglow with a light that pulsed like a heartbeat, and at its center, a towering tree, its branches reaching for the stars. The vision faded, leaving Leora breathless. She knew, with a certainty that defied explanation, that the stone was guiding her, calling her to a place hidden within the forest, a place she had yet to discover. The next morning, Leora set out with a sense of purpose. The forest felt different, as if it too was aware of her quest. The trees seemed to lean closer, their whispers a soft encouragement. Guided by an unseen hand, she followed the stone's gentle tug, her heart beating in time with its pulse. As she journeyed deeper into the woods, the path grew wilder, the underbrush thicker. The air was cooler here, the light softer, filtered through a canopy so dense it was like walking under a living tapestry. Leora's excitement grew with each step, tempered only by a sense of anticipation. Finally, after what felt like hours, she emerged into a hidden glade. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, untouched by time. At its center stood the tree from her vision, its bark a silvery hue, its leaves shimmering like emeralds. It was the heart of the forest, the source of its magic. As she approached, the stone in her pocket grew warm, its light spilling out in a cascade of colors. Leora placed it at the base of the tree, feeling its energy merge with the earth. The tree responded, its branches swaying in a dance of gratitude. In that moment, Leora understood the truth of her gift. The forest had chosen her as its guardian, the stone a symbol of her bond with the land. She knelt by the tree, her heart full of joy and responsibility, knowing she would protect this hidden world with all her strength. As she sat beneath the tree, Leora felt a profound sense of peace. The forest was alive with the sounds of life, the gentle rustle of leaves, the chirp of crickets, and the soft murmur of the brook. She closed her eyes, letting the symphony of nature lull her into a restful sleep. When she awoke, the moon was high, casting a silvery glow over the glade. She felt renewed, her spirit intertwined with the forest's magic. With a heart full of gratitude, she made her way back to the village, the stone a warm presence in her pocket, guiding her steps. Back in Brindlewood, the villagers noticed a change in Leora. Her eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom, her laughter was brighter, and her touch seemed to carry a hint of the forest's magic. She shared her stories, not of the stone or the hidden glade, but of the beauty and wonder that lay in every tree, every stream, and every creature. Through her tales, the villagers came to see the forest not as a boundary, but as a friend, a living entity that breathed and pulsed with life. They learned to walk its paths with respect, to listen for its whispers, and to cherish the gifts it offered. Leora's life was one of quiet joy, her days spent in the embrace of the woods, her nights filled with dreams of stars and stories yet to be told. The stone remained with her always, a reminder of her journey and the bond she shared with the forest. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise woman, her hair silver as the moonlight, her heart as young as the spring. She taught the children of the village to listen to the whispers of the woods, to see the magic in the mundane, and to walk with gentle steps upon the earth. And so the legacy of the luminous stone lived on, woven into the fabric of Brindlewood, a testament to the power of friendship, the magic of nature, and the quiet strength of a young girl's heart. In the end, Leora's story was not just her own, but a part of the forest's endless tale, a melody that played on in the rustle of leaves and the song of the brook, forever echoing through the whispering woods. Story 44. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, there lived a young dreamer named Milo. Milo was known for his insatiable curiosity and a heart that danced with the desire for adventure. He often wandered through the sun-dappled woods near his home, imagining tales of far-off lands and peculiar beings. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves whispered secrets with the wind, Milo stumbled upon a path he'd never noticed before. It was a narrow, winding trail blanketed with golden leaves that shimmered like tiny suns. His heart fluttered with excitement, for he knew this path was not ordinary. It beckoned him, promising wonders beyond the familiar woods. As Milo ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of honey and wildflowers. The trees around him were unlike any he had seen, their bark a luminous silver, and their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Milo marveled at this enchanting forest, feeling as though he had stepped into a world spun from dreams. Soon, he came upon a clearing where the grass was as soft as velvet, and the sky above was painted in hues of lavender and rose. In the center stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. Its branches stretched towards the heavens, cradling nests of birds that sang melodies as sweet as lullabies. As Milo approached the tree, he noticed a peculiar creature perched upon a low branch. It was a small, fluffy being with shimmering wings and eyes that twinkled like stars. The creature tilted its head, regarding Milo with a gentle curiosity. "Hello," said Milo softly, his voice melding with the gentle rustle of leaves. "Who are you?" The creature fluttered its wings, sending a cascade of luminescent dust into the air. "I am Nixie," it said in a voice like the tinkling of distant bells, "guardian of the enchanted grove." Milo's eyes widened with wonder. "I've never seen anything like this place. It's beautiful." Nixie bobbed its head with a delighted chirp. "Few have ventured this far, but those who do are welcomed with open hearts." Emboldened by Nixie's kind words, Milo asked, "May I explore this grove?" "I promise to tread lightly and with respect." With a graceful nod, Nixie gestured with its wings, inviting Milo to wander. As he explored, Milo encountered more whimsical creatures, an emerald-scaled dragonfly that painted rainbows in the air as it flew, and a family of rabbits with fur as soft as clouds who nibbled on clover and danced in the sunlight. Each creature welcomed him with warmth and curiosity, and Milo felt a deep sense of belonging in this wondrous place. He discovered a bubbling brook that sang as it flowed, and a meadow where flowers whispered stories of old to those who would listen. Yet as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of gold and amber, Milo felt a tug of homesickness. Though the grove was magical, he knew his heart belonged with the familiar hills and streams of his village. He returned to the grand tree where Nixie awaited him. "Thank you for sharing this beautiful place with me," Milo said, his voice tinged with gratitude and a hint of longing. Nixie fluttered down to perch on his shoulder. "Every journey must find its end, but the courage and wonder you carry will always guide you wherever you go." Milo nodded, understanding the wisdom in Nixie's words. With a heart full of memories and newfound courage, he bid farewell to the enchanted grove and retraced his steps along the golden path. As he emerged from the woods, the village lay before him, bathed in the gentle glow of twilight. Milo felt a comforting warmth spread through him, knowing that though he had ventured far, he was home. From that day forward, Milo's heart was forever touched by the magic of the grove. He shared tales of his adventure with the villagers, inspiring them to embrace the wonders of the unknown and the courage to explore the paths less traveled. And so, beneath the starry sky, with the soft murmur of the village settling into night, Milo lay in his bed, his dreams filled with silver trees and starlit creatures, knowing that the spirit of adventure would forever be his steadfast companion. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle whispers of the night. Story 45. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her name was as delicate as a wisp of springtime, Willow possessed a heart as brave as a lion's. From the moment she could toddle, Willow had felt an inexplicable pull towards the towering trees that encircled her home. She would spend hours lying in the dappled shade, listening to the whispers of the leaves as they danced in the breeze. It was as if the forest itself was whispering secrets, waiting to be unraveled. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow was gathering fallen branches for kindling, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Half buried beneath a carpet of russet leaves lay an ornate wooden box, its surface etched with intricate carvings of winding vines and blossoming flowers. Curiosity piqued, Willow pried open the lid, and her eyes widened in wonder. Nestled within the box was a magnificent golden acorn, its surface shimmering as if lit from within by 1,000 tiny suns. Willow's fingers tingled with warmth the moment she brushed against its impossibly smooth surface. In that instant, she knew this was no ordinary acorn. It was infused with ancient magic. Clutching her wondrous find to her chest, Willow raced home, breathless with excitement. Her mother, a wise woman well versed in the lore of the forest, immediately recognized the acorn's significance. "That, my dear, is a seed of the evergreen," she explained, her voice hushed with reverence. "It holds the power to open a gateway into the hidden realm that exists within the very heart of our woods." Willow's eyes shone with boundless curiosity. A hidden realm? What wonders might it behold? Her mother smiled, the crinkles around her eyes deepening. That is for you to discover, little one. The evergreen's magic will only reveal itself to those pure of heart and filled with open wonder. Guard it closely, for it is a treasure beyond measure. From that day forth, the golden acorn became Willow's most prized possession. She would often sit for hours, cradling it in her palms, drinking in its warmth, and imagining the marvels that lay beyond the veil of the hidden realm. As the years passed, Willow's fascination with the forest only deepened. She would wander the winding trails, committing every bird song and whispering brook to memory. The creatures of the woods became her dearest friends, the squirrels who would scamper alongside her, the deer who would graze peacefully at her approach, and the wise old owls whose ghostly hoots seemed to impart ancient wisdom. On the eve of her 13th birthday, as the first stars began to wink into existence, Willow found herself drawn back to the very clearing where she had discovered the golden acorn all those years ago. She settled cross-legged amidst the ferns, calloused fingers tracing the acorn's etched surface. "Please," she whispered, her voice trembling with yearning. "I've waited so long to unlock your secrets. Show me the way into the hidden realm." For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then, with a blinding flare of golden light, the acorn burst into life, pulsing with an energy that set Willow's very soul a-quiver. Tendrils of radiance unfurled from its core, weaving an intricate lattice of light that coalesced into the shape of an arching doorway. Scarcely daring to breathe, Willow stepped through the shimmering portal and gasped in wonder. She found herself standing in a lush meadow, the air thick with the heady scent of wildflowers. Towering trees, their bark glittering like diamonds, stretched towards a sky awash in hues she had never imagined, deepest indigo streaked with ribbons of emerald and violet. "Welcome, Willow, to the realm of Sylvan," a melodious voice rang out. Whirling around, Willow came face to face with one of the most extraordinary beings she had ever seen. A woman stood before her, her form seemingly woven from living vines that shifted and swayed with a mind of their own. Her eyes, the color of sunlight filtering through new leaves, crinkled with warmth. "I am Eldra, the guardian of this realm," the verdant woman continued. "We have been awaiting your arrival for many cycles of the sun." Willow found her voice at last. "Awaiting me? But why?" Eldra's smile widened, and she extended a hand formed of interlocking branches. "Come, and all will be revealed." Curiosity overriding her trepidation, Willow placed her hand in Eldra's leafy grasp, and together they embarked on a journey that would forever alter the course of Willow's destiny. Eldra led her through landscapes so breathtaking they seemed torn from the pages of a fairy tale. Crystalline pools shimmered like liquid diamonds, their waters possessed of restorative powers. Glades of luminescent blooms painted the air with their delicate perfumes, and whispering glades beckoned with the promise of untold secrets. As they wandered the winding forest paths, Eldra regaled Willow with tales of Sylvan's rich history and the sacred duty entrusted to those who called this realm home. "You see, Willow, Sylvan exists in perfect harmony with the natural world beyond the veil," she explained. "We are its guardians, tasked with maintaining the delicate balance that allows all life to flourish. By tending to the hidden realm, we ensure the continued vitality of your own forest home." Willow's eyes widened with understanding. "So, this is the heart that sustains everything." Eldra nodded solemnly. "Indeed. And now, the time has come to pass the mantle of guardianship to a new generation." She led Willow to the base of an ancient, gnarled oak, its branches heavy with leathery green leaves despite the turning of the seasons. Eldra placed her hand upon the furrowed bark, and the tree seemed to shudder with life, its roots unfurling from the loamy earth like the tentacles of a great beast awakening from slumber. "This is the elder oak, the very lifeblood of Sylvan," Eldra intoned. "It has stood as an eternal sentinel, drawing its strength from the earth itself and channeling that boundless energy into every blade of grass, every budding flower within these borders. But its power will not last forever. A new sapling must take root, and you, Willow, have been chosen to nurture it." She extended a slender hand, and a single acorn materialized in her palm. This one a deep, burnished bronze that seemed to smolder with an inner fire. "Take it, and let it become one with your essence." With trembling fingers, Willow accepted the acorn, and the moment her skin made contact with its warmth, she felt an ancient power course through her veins. It was as if every fiber of her being had become inextricably linked to the unbroken cycle of life itself, the turning of the seasons, the continual march of growth, death, and rebirth. Under Eldra's patient tutelage, Willow learned the sacred rites and rituals that would allow her to wield her newfound gifts in service of Sylvan. She discovered how to coax new life from even the most barren soil, how to sing the trees into bountiful bloom, and how to banish blight with a mere whisper. Yet, as the days passed and her connection to the hidden realm deepened, Willow could not shake the feeling that her true purpose extended beyond these mystic borders. It was during one of her wanderings through the endless groves of Sylvan that she stumbled upon a most peculiar sight, a cheerful badger humming merrily as it scribed intricate patterns onto the mossy ground with its claws. As Willow watched in fascination, the etchings began to shimmer and contort, coalescing into a perfect mirror-like surface. The badger looked up at her with bright, intelligent eyes. "Well, don't just stand there gawping, my dear. Take a peek beyond the veil. The view is simply splendid from here." Kneeling before the shimmering portal, Willow peered through and felt her breath catch in her throat. She found herself gazing out over the sun-dappled canopy of her own forest, as familiar and beloved as the freckles on her own skin. "My home," she whispered, wonderstruck. The badger nodded sagely. "Indeed, and what a magnificent home it is. But have you ever stopped to wonder about the creatures who dwell beneath those sheltering boughs? What sort of hidden world might they inhabit?" With a casual flick of its paw, the badger shifted the scene, and suddenly Willow found herself hovering mere inches above the leaf-strewn forest floor. She watched, transfixed, as armies of scarlet ants established elaborate underground cities, their movements a mesmerizing dance of cooperation and industry. In the bole of a fallen oak, a raucous troop of squirrels engaged in a lively game of chase, squeaking with unbridled glee. And nestled beneath a canopy of ferns, a litter of fox kits wrestled and tussled with all the unbounded enthusiasm of youth. It was a world teeming with life and vitality, thrumming with the eternal rhythms of nature in perfect synchronicity. Yet Willow could not help but sense an underlying fragility, a precarious balance between abundance and scarcity. "You see it now, don't you?" the badger remarked with a knowing gleam in its eye. "This world beyond our borders is just as vital, just as deserving of our protection as the hallowed groves of Sylvan. We are all interconnected, one great tapestry of life." In that moment, Willow understood the true scope of her calling. It was not enough to simply safeguard the secret realm. She must also serve as an emissary to the world beyond, ensuring that the natural order was preserved in all its wild, wonderful glory. With her heart filled with newfound purpose, Willow bid a bittersweet farewell to Eldra and the wondrous realm of Sylvan. Yet she carried with her a precious gift, the seed of the elder oak that would one day grow into a mighty tree, its roots spreading life-giving energy throughout the forest. From that day forth, Willow roamed the whispering trails of the ancient woods, her steps guided by the wisdom of all she had learned in the hidden realm. She would pause to coo gentle entreaties that coaxed new saplings from the rich, loamy earth. Her lyrical humming seemed to spur the wildflowers into more vibrant bloom, their radiant petals unfurling like banners heralding the arrival of spring. She befriended each and every denizen of the forest, treating them as allies in her quest to preserve the delicate equilibrium. The squirrels became her tireless helpers, scampering from tree to replant the nuts and seeds that she had so lovingly tended. The birds would swoop and soar at her command, their wing beats whisking away any encroaching blight or pestilence. Even the tiniest insect found itself on the receiving end of Willow's compassionate ministrations. As the years blurred like the changing of the seasons, Willow blossomed into a figure of reverence within the forest. Her name became synonymous with the eternal cycle of nature itself, and many were the creatures who sought her counsel when discord threatened to unravel the intricate tapestry of life. And all the while, nurtured under her tender care, the seed of the elder oak took root and grew, a living embodiment of Willow's connection to the twin realms she had sworn to protect. On the eve of her 100th year, as the radiant moon hung ripe and full in the night sky, Willow found herself inexplicably drawn back to the ancient oak that now stretched its mighty boughs towards the stars. She placed a weathered hand against its furrowed bark, feeling the slow, inexorable pulse of life that thrummed within. "Hello, old friend," she murmured. "Thank you for standing vigil over these woods for so long, but now I fear it is time for me to relinquish my own role as guardian." In answer, the oak seemed to sigh, and a single acorn dislodged itself from the canopy above, tumbling gently to land in Willow's cupped palms. It was a seed like no other she had ever seen, its surface a kaleidoscope of every imaginable hue, swirling in shimmering, ceaseless motion. "A new sapling to carry on the legacy," Willow whispered, her eyes shining with unshed tears of wonder and gratitude. In that moment, she felt the weight of ages dissolve from her shoulders, and a profound peace settled over her soul. Her life's purpose fulfilled, balance preserved for generations yet to come. Tenderly, reverently, Willow pressed the iridescent seed into the rich, loamy earth, tamping the soil around it with a gentleness born of centuries of practice. Then, with a contented smile, she settled back against the sheltering bole of the oak, letting her lids drift shut as the night breeze whispered its eternal lullaby. When the first rays of dawn spilled over the canopy, they found Willow exactly as she had lain the night before, her expression one of blissful tranquility. In her outstretched palm rested a solitary object, an intricately carved golden acorn, its timeless warmth beckoning a new cycle of adventure to begin. Story 46. In a serene, forgotten corner of the world, where the whispers of the breeze carried secrets from the ancients, lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. This village was cradled by the arms of towering emerald trees, their leaves perpetually shimmering with dew and sunlight, as if the forest itself was alive with magic. Nestled in a cozy nook of Willowbrook was a humble cottage, its thatched roof adorned with wildflowers and its walls covered in a tapestry of ivy. Here lived a young woman named Anwen, whose heart was as gentle as the lull of a summer stream. Yet Anwen was troubled, for she found herself at the cusp of change, an inevitable tide she feared yet could not comprehend. Anwen had always felt a deep connection to the forest surrounding her home. Each morning she would wander the winding trails, her fingers brushing against the bark of ancient oaks, listening, as though the trees spoke a language only she could understand. But lately an inexplicable restlessness had taken hold of her. The familiar paths seemed to shift, the whispering leaves now a cacophony of unspoken urgencies. Anwen felt as if the forest was urging her towards something she couldn't yet see. One misty morning, as the sun cast its first golden hues over the dew-kissed meadow, Anwen met her dear friend, Seelan, by the edge of the whispering woods. Seelan, a kind-hearted soul with eyes that mirrored the sapphire sky, had known Anwen since childhood. With a gentle smile, he asked, "Anwen, why do you seem so troubled? The forest has something to tell you, and perhaps it is time to listen." Anwen sighed, her breath mingling with the cool morning mist. "I feel as though I am standing at the edge of something vast and unknown, Kaelin. The forest calls to me, yet I am afraid to answer." Kaelin nodded, understanding etched in his compassionate gaze. "Change can be daunting, my friend, but perhaps the forest holds the key to your heart's questions. Let us seek the wisdom of the old willow." The old willow was a venerable tree, its roots entwined with the stories of time, and its boughs heavy with the weight of countless seasons. Many in Willowbrook believed it to be enchanted, for those who sat beneath its shade often found clarity and peace. Together, Anwen and Kaelin walked to the willow, the path dappled with sunlight and the air rich with the scent of earth and pine. As they reached the ancient tree, Anwen felt a gentle warmth envelop her, as if the willow welcomed her presence. She sat at its base, closing her eyes as the leaves rustled softly above. In the stillness, an unexpected sensation washed over Anwen. It was as if the forest was breathing with her, each inhalation drawing in her fears, and each exhalation releasing them into the world. As the minutes slipped by, Anwen sensed a change within her, a faint glowing ember of courage she hadn't realized was there. Breaking the silence, Kaelin spoke, his voice a gentle murmur. "Anwen, the forest mirrors your heart. Just as the seasons transform the world, so too must we embrace our own transformations. Perhaps the magic you seek lies not in resisting change, but in allowing it to unfold." Anwen opened her eyes, the truth of his words resonating deep within her soul. She realized then that the forest's call was not something to fear, but rather an invitation to grow, to step beyond the confines of her own hesitations. Determined, Anwen rose, her heart lighter than it had been in many moons. She thanked the willow, her fingers tracing its bark in gratitude, and turned to Thielen. "Thank you for being my guide, dear friend. I am ready to listen to the forest, to let change guide me." Days turned into weeks, and Anwen began to embrace her transformation. She spent her mornings learning from the forest, observing how each plant and creature adapted to the ebb and flow of life. The more she observed, the more she understood that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a chance to become who she was truly meant to be. As autumn's golden cloak descended upon Willowbrook, Anwen found herself transformed. She had discovered within her a wellspring of strength and wisdom, nurtured by the forest's gentle guidance. Her heart, once filled with trepidation, now overflowed with gratitude and peace. One crisp evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across the velvet sky, Anwen and Kalen sat by the old willow, a comfortable silence enveloping them. Anwen gazed at the canopy of leaves above, her heart swelling with contentment. "Salen," she began, her voice as soft as the night breeze, "the forest has taught me that change is the pathway to discovering our true selves. I am grateful for your friendship and for the magic that surrounds us, guiding us gently on our journey." Keelan smiled, his eyes reflecting the warmth of the hearth fires that burned in the cottages of Willowbrook. "Anwen, you have embraced the beauty of transformation, and in doing so, you have become a beacon of light and hope. Remember, the magic of the forest will always be with you, as will my friendship." As the night deepened, the two friends sat together, their hearts intertwined with the timeless wisdom of the forest. Anwen knew that whatever changes lay ahead, she would meet them with an open heart and a spirit as unyielding as the ancient trees that surrounded her. Thus, in the gentle embrace of Willowbrook, Anwen's journey of self-discovery came to a peaceful resolution. She had learned that true magic lies not in the forest's whispers or the enchantments of the old willow, but in the courage to embrace change and the love of those who walk with us on our path. And so, with a heart full of newfound wonder and a soul at peace with the world's ever-turning wheel, Anwen drifted into a restful slumber, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle rustle of leaves, comforted by the knowledge that she was right where she was meant to be. Story 47. In a lush, verdant forest where sunlight danced through a canopy of emerald leaves, the air hummed with an age-old magic. This forest, known as Verdantia, was a place where the whispers of the wind carried secrets of the earth, and the babbling brooks sang songs of ancient wisdom. The forest was alive with a symphony of life, each note played by its myriad creatures, harmonious and in tune with the rhythm of nature. At the heart of Verdantia lay a serene glade, a circle of tranquility where the earth's energy seemed to converge. Here, willow trees draped their graceful limbs over a crystalline pond, their reflections rippling gently with the caress of the breeze. The air was scented with the sweet perfume of wild honeysuckle and the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. It was a place of balance, where the natural world thrived in perfect harmony. In this glade, there lived a wise old turtle named Leora. Her shell was etched with the stories of the ages, each groove a testament to the wisdom she had gathered over centuries. Leora was the guardian of the glade, a gentle soul who watched over the forest's delicate equilibrium. Her eyes, deep as the forest itself, held a warmth that put all creatures at ease. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves fluttered down from the trees, a young rabbit named Thistle came bounding into the glade. His fur was as soft as the finest moss, and his eyes were bright with curiosity. Thistle had heard tales from his elders about the wonders of the glade and the wisdom of Leora, and he longed to learn from her. As Thistle approached, Leora lifted her head and smiled. "Welcome, young one," she greeted in a voice that was as soothing as the gentle rustle of leaves. "What brings you to this sacred place?" Thistle twitched his nose, a little shy but eager. "I wish to understand the magic of the seasons," he replied. "I want to know how I can help keep our forest in balance." Leora nodded, her heart warmed by Thistle's earnestness. "Ah, the magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing," she said. It is a dance of give and take, of rest and renewal. Let me share with you a story. Settling down beside the pond, Leora began her tale. Long ago, when the world was young, the seasons were wild and untamed. Summer's heat would linger too long, and winter's chill would grip the land with icy fingers. The creatures of Verdantia struggled, for they were out of sync with the earth's rhythm. One day, a spirited breeze named Zephyr grew weary of the imbalance. He saw how the forest suffered, and decided to seek the counsel of the wise elder trees, whose roots touched the heart of the earth. With their guidance, Zephyr learned to orchestrate the seasons, to bring the rains of spring, the warmth of summer, the harvest of autumn, and the rest of winter. Thistle listened intently, his ears perked with interest. But how did the creatures help, he asked. They listened to their instincts and to the whispers of the wind, Leora explained. The bears knew when to slumber, the birds when to migrate, and the trees when to shed their leaves. They trusted in the cycle of the seasons and played their part, however small. Thistle pondered this wisdom, feeling the truth of it settle within him like a gentle rainfall. I think I understand, he said softly. If we all do our part, even in little ways, we can keep the balance. Leora nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. Indeed, Thistle. Every creature, no matter how small, is important in the tapestry of life. We are all connected, and our actions ripple through the forest like the rings in the pond. Just then, a soft, shimmering rain began to fall, each droplet catching the light and transforming the glade into a realm of sparkling magic. Thistle watched in awe as the rain nurtured the earth, feeding the roots and refreshing the air. He turned to Leora, his heart full of gratitude. Thank you, Leora, for sharing this wisdom with me. I will do my best to honor the balance of the forest. With a gentle smile, Leora nodded. Remember, young Thistle, that wisdom is not just knowing, but doing. Let your actions be a testament to the harmony we cherish. As the rain subsided and the sun peeked through the clouds once more, Thistle hopped away from the glade, his mind alight with new understanding. He carried with him the lessons of the seasons, ready to share them with his fellow creatures, and to play his part in the dance of life. In the heart of Verdantia, the forest continued to thrive, each creature attuned to the whispers of the wind and the call of the seasons. And so, the ancient magic of harmony endured, passed down through the generations like a cherished lullaby, ensuring that the balance of the natural world remained unbroken. Story 48. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stretched their limbs skyward and whispered secrets to the wind, there existed a realm untouched by time. The forest, known as Eldergrove, was a sanctuary for creatures whose lives ebbed and flowed with the rhythm of nature. Here, the boundaries between the tangible and the magical were as thin as the gossamer wings of a dragonfly. The morning sun filtered through the dense canopy, painting the forest floor with a mosaic of light and shadow. Soft moss carpeted the ground, muffling footsteps and providing a cool cushion for those who wandered this enchanted place. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the distant melody of a babbling brook. Amidst this serene tapestry lived a wise old tortoise named Leora. Her shell was etched with patterns that told stories of seasons past, and her eyes held the depth of countless years. Leora was the keeper of the forest's ancient wisdom, a role passed down through generations of tortoises who had called Eldergrove their home. One crisp autumn morning, as a gentle breeze rustled the golden leaves, Leora set out on her daily journey to the great oak, a towering tree at the heart of Eldergrove. This tree, with its gnarled branches and deep roots, was the meeting place for the forest's creatures, a place where the past and present intertwined. Along the way, Leora encountered Finn, a playful squirrel who was busy collecting acorns. His fur was as soft as the autumn leaves, and his eyes gleamed with curiosity. Finn paused his gathering to chatter excitedly. "Leora, have you heard? The whispering winds are coming tonight." Leora nodded, her voice a gentle murmur like the rustling leaves. "Indeed, Finn, the whispering winds bring stories from far and wide, tales woven into the fabric of the night." Finn scampered closer, his whiskers twitching with anticipation. "Will you share their stories with us, Leora?" "Of course, little one," Leora replied, her smile as warm as the sun's embrace. "But first we must prepare. the forest must be in harmony for the winds to sing their clearest. With that, Leora and Finn continued towards the great oak, gathering friends along the way. A family of rabbits, their fur as soft as down, hopped alongside them. A pair of blue jays flitted from branch to branch, their feathers a vibrant splash of color against the autumn sky. Even the reclusive fox, with her sleek, russet coat, emerged from her den to join the gathering. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of amber and violet, the creatures assembled beneath the great oak. The air was electric with anticipation, crackling softly like the first drops of rain on parched earth. Leora settled herself at the base of the tree, her voice rising above the gentle murmur of the crowd. Tonight, the whispering winds will remind us of the balance we must uphold. Each of us has a role, a purpose, in maintaining the harmony of Eldergrove. The forest fell silent, the only sound the rhythmic rustle of leaves swaying in the evening breeze. As dusk deepened into night, the whispering winds began their dance. They swirled through the branches, carrying with them the soft, melodious hum of distant lands and forgotten lore. The creatures listened intently as Leora translated the wind's tales, stories of far-off valleys where rivers sang to the mountains, and meadows where wildflowers danced in the moonlight. Each tale carried a lesson, a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. As the night wore on, the winds shared their final story, a tale of the changing seasons and the magic they bestowed upon the land. They spoke of spring's renewal, summer's vitality, autumn's reflection, and winter's rest. Each season, with its unique gifts, contributed to the forest's cycle of life. With the first light of dawn peeking through the treetops, the whispering winds began to wane, their stories leaving a lingering echo in the hearts of the gathered creatures. Leora's eyes twinkled with wisdom as she spoke one last time. Remember, dear friends, it is through our unity and respect for the cycles of nature that we thrive. Let us cherish the balance and pass this wisdom to those who will follow. The creatures dispersed, each carrying with them a piece of the night's magic. Finn scampered back to his tree, his heart filled with new stories to share. The rabbits returned to their warren, the jays to their nest, and the fox to her den, all comforted by the harmony that enveloped Eldergrove. And so the forest continued its timeless dance, a place where magic and reality intertwined in perfect balance, guided by the wisdom of the elders and the gentle songs of the whispering winds. Story 49. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the whispering woods and a shimmering moonlit lake, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her gentle spirit and her curiosity that seemed to dance on the edge of adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched like cinnamon sticks underfoot, Clara set out with a basket to gather chestnuts in the woods. The air was filled with the sweet scent of earth and the distant song of a brook weaving through the trees. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Clara stumbled upon an old, gnarled oak tree that stood apart from the others. Its bark was like a tapestry of time, etched with patterns that told stories only the wind understood. Nestled among the roots was a peculiar object, an ornate magnifying glass, its handle carved with intricate vines and leaves that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. Curiosity piqued, Clara picked up the magnifying glass and peered through it. To her amazement, the world transformed before her eyes. Colors danced more vividly, the rustle of the leaves became a symphony, and the air seemed to hum with secrets waiting to be uncovered. But most astonishing of all, she found she could see the hidden heart of things, their stories, their histories, and the magic they held within. With this newfound ability, Clara's days brimmed with wonder. She discovered that the old stone bridge near the village was once a meeting place for the woodland creatures, where they gathered for moonlit dances. She learned that the tiny stream by her house, though seemingly quiet, was a messenger for the mountains, carrying whispers of ancient wisdom to the fields below. Clara's heart swelled with gratitude for her magical magnifying glass, but she also felt a stirring, a call to share the wonder she had found. And so she set off on a journey, not of distance, but of discovery, seeking to understand how best to use her gift. On her path, Clara met various companions who offered insights and friendship. First was Mr. Whiskers, a wise old rabbit with ears as soft as silk and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He spoke in riddles and rhymes, teaching Clara to listen beyond words, to the music of intention and truth. Together they would sit by the stream, and Mr. Whiskers would tell tales of the forest's ancient times and the lessons hidden within. Then there was Lila, a songbird who flitted from branch to branch, her voice a melody that could soothe any heart. Lila showed Clara the power of perspective, how the world could look different depending on where you perched. She taught Clara to find beauty in the overlooked, to appreciate the smallest details that made the world so wondrous. Lastly, Clara met Benji, a thoughtful squirrel who was always busy collecting acorns and stories alike. Benji taught her patience and the importance of preparation, how sometimes wisdom lay in knowing when to act and when to wait. His stories were like threads, weaving a tapestry of understanding and foresight. With each new friend, Clara's journey deepened. She learned not only from the magical magnifying glass, but from the magic within her companions and herself. As autumn turned to a crisp winter, she encountered her greatest challenge, a shadow that had been creeping over the village, dimming the joy and laughter that once flowed as freely as the brook. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of a curse, an unseen force that clouded their days and burdened their hearts. Clara, with her magnifying glass and newfound wisdom, knew this was a puzzle that required not strength, but understanding. She gathered her friends, and together they listened to the whispers of the wind and the stories of the stones. Through the glass, Clara saw the curse's true form, a lingering sadness, born of forgotten dreams and unspoken fears that had settled like a fog. To lift the shadow, they realized, the villagers needed to remember the joy of connection, to share their stories and dreams once more. And so Clara and her companions organized a festival, a gathering of laughter and light, where tales were shared and songs were sung. The villagers came together, and with each shared story, the fog began to lift. The air sparkled with warmth, and the sky brightened with the colors of dawn, as the village remembered the magic of unity and hope. With the shadow dispelled, Clara knew her journey was far from over. The world was full of wonders yet to be discovered, stories waiting to be told, and friendships to be forged. As she bid farewell to her friends, Mr. Whiskers with his riddles, Lila with her melodies, and Benji with his wisdom, Clara felt a deep sense of peace. She returned home, the magnifying glass tucked safely away, knowing she could always call upon its magic when the time was right. But more importantly, she carried with her the lessons of her journey, the understanding that true magic lay in kindness, curiosity, and the connections we forge with others. As she drifted to sleep that night, Clara smiled, cradled by the gentle whispers of the forest and the promise of new adventures to come. And so, in the heart of the village, with its crackling fires and the soft glow of lanterns, the warmth of friendship and the magic of stories continued to light the way for all who wished to see. Story 50. In the heart of the gentle, rolling hills of Luminara, where the air shimmered with a golden hue and the sweet scent of wild lavender filled the breeze, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This village was nestled within a lush forest that whispered secrets through the rustling leaves and glimmered with soft, magical lights at dusk. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to flow as gently as the babbling brook that wound its way through the village. The villagers led simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens, painting vibrant murals on the stone cottages, and gathering around the village square for nightly storytelling under the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of pink and orange, something peculiar began to unfold. The kindly old baker, Mr. Thistlewood, noticed that his freshly baked bread had vanished from the windowsill where it was cooling. Mrs. Poppy, the village seamstress, found that her spools of thread had been unwound and strung across her garden like a spider's web. And the wise librarian, Miss Wren, discovered that the pages of her beloved books had been mysteriously rearranged overnight. These strange occurrences continued for several days, leaving the villagers puzzled and curious. They gathered in the village square, their faces lit by the warm glow of lanterns, to discuss the mystery. The air buzzed with excitement and the soft murmurs of wonder. In the midst of the gathering, a gentle voice spoke up. It belonged to a young girl named Lila, who was known for her cheerful spirit and keen eye for detail. "Perhaps," she said thoughtfully, "these happenings are clues left by a visitor who seeks something from us." The villagers nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued. Lila proposed that they observe their surroundings carefully and look for signs that might reveal the source of these curious events. The next morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Lila set out on her quest. She wandered through the dew-kissed meadows, her senses attuned to every sound in sight. The birds sang a melodious tune, and the flowers swayed gently in the morning breeze. As Lila approached the edge of the forest, she noticed a trail of shimmering, silver dust leading into the dense thicket. Intrigued, she followed the trail, her footsteps soft on the mossy ground. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl settling into its daytime slumber. The trail led Lila to a clearing where a small, enchanting scene unfolded before her eyes. There, in the center of a ring of ancient oaks, was a diminutive fairy with wings as delicate as gossamer and a crown of wildflowers atop her head. She was busy weaving a tapestry of light and color that seemed to hum with its own melody. "Hello," Lila greeted softly, not wanting to startle the fairy. "Are you the one who has been visiting our village?" The fairy looked up, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, a kindred spirit," she replied with a smile. "I am Esme, and I have indeed been exploring your village. I meant no mischief, only to learn and share my own gifts." Lila felt a warmth spread through her heart. "What is it that you seek?" she asked gently. Esme fluttered closer, her wings leaving a trail of sparkling dust. "I weave dreams and tales from the essence of the world around me. I sensed a story waiting to be told in Willowbrook, but needed a guide to understand it." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first rays of morning sun. She realized that Esme sought to capture the spirit of the village in her magical tapestry. "Perhaps we can help each other," Lila suggested, her voice filled with kindness. "I will show you the treasures of our village, and you can share your beautiful tales with us." Esme's face lit up with joy, and together they returned to the village, where Lila introduced the fairy to her friends and neighbors. The villagers welcomed Esme with open arms, delighted to have a new friend who could share their stories with the world beyond the hills. In the days that followed, Esme became a beloved presence in Willowbrook. She flitted about, capturing the laughter of children, the warmth of the sunlit gardens, and the wisdom of the elders in her tapestries. In return, she shared enchanting tales of her own, a world of shimmering skies and dancing stars that delighted the villagers and filled their nights with wonder. And so, the mystery was resolved, not through suspicion or fear, but through understanding and friendship. The gentle spirit of cooperation and the joy of shared stories bound the village and their fairy guest in a tapestry of their own making, one that would live on in the hearts of Willowbrook's people for generations to come. As the village settled into the quiet of another evening, the stars twinkled brightly overhead, and the soft whispers of the forest sang a lullaby to the world. Lila lay in her bed, the gentle breeze carrying the scent of lavender through her open window. She felt a deep contentment, knowing that sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved not with answers, but with open hearts. The villagers of Willowbrook drifted into dreams, wrapped in the comforting knowledge that their world was a little brighter, a little more magical, thanks to the unexpected friendship they had found. And with that, the village slept peacefully, under the watchful eyes of the stars, while the gentle magic of their newfound tale continued to weave its spell. Story 51. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves, there was a place where magic and reality danced hand in hand. This forest was a tapestry of life, woven with the threads of countless generations of creatures, each living in perfect harmony with the others. As dawn broke over the forest, the air was filled with the sweet scent of dew-kissed moss and the gentle hum of waking creatures. A soft mist hugged the ground, swirling around the roots of ancient trees like a silken shawl. In this serene setting, nestled beneath the sprawling branches of an old oak, lived a wise tortoise named Taryn. Taryn was known far and wide for her wisdom, which she carried as gently as she carried her shell. She was the keeper of the forest's secrets, passed down through countless generations, and she cherished the role of guiding those who sought her counsel. Her shell was etched with patterns that told stories of the forest's past, and her eyes sparkled with the reflections of countless sunrises. One crisp morning, as the first golden rays of the sun danced across the forest, a young squirrel named Finley scampered down from his nest high in a birch tree. His fur was a warm russet, and his eyes were bright with curiosity and wonder. Finley had heard tales of Taryn and the wisdom she held, and he was determined to learn from her. Finley bounded over the soft, leaf-littered ground, his tiny paws barely making a sound as he approached Taryn's resting place. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft chorus of birdsong, creating a symphony that accompanied his journey. When Finley reached Taryn, she greeted him with a slow, kind smile. "Good morning, young one," she said, her voice as soothing as the breeze that rustled through the leaves. "What brings you to my corner of the forest today?" Finley, his voice a mix of excitement and reverence, replied, "I wish to learn about the balance of our forest, wise Taryn. How do we all live together in harmony?" Taryn's eyes twinkled with approval, and she invited Finley to sit beside her. "Ah, the balance of the forest," she mused. "It is a delicate dance, one that requires understanding and respect for all living things." As they sat together in the dappled sunlight, Taryn began to share the stories of the forest. She spoke of the changing seasons, each bringing its own magic and challenges. She told Finley of the gentle spring rains that nourished the earth, the vibrant summer sun that fueled growth, the rich tapestry of autumn leaves that provided shelter, and the serene blanket of winter snow that offered rest. Finley listened intently, his heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for the world around him. He learned how each creature played a vital role in maintaining the balance of their home. The bees, with their tireless work, pollinated the flowers, while the flowers provided nectar for the bees. The trees offered shelter to the birds, who in turn spread the seeds of the forest's future. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Taryn shared with Finley a tale of a long-ago drought, when the forest had faced a terrible imbalance. It was the wise actions of the creatures working together that had restored harmony. The birds had carried seeds to barren places, and the animals had shared their resources, ensuring that all survived. Finley was filled with admiration for the strength and wisdom of those who had come before him. "I understand now, Taryn," he said softly. "Each of us has a part to play, and it is through our actions and kindness that we keep the balance." Taryn nodded, her heart warmed by Finley's understanding. "Yes, my dear Finley, wisdom is not just in knowing, but in doing. And it is our duty to pass this knowledge on, so that the harmony of our forest continues for generations to come." As the day began to give way to evening, the sky painted in hues of rose and gold, Finley thanked Taryn for her guidance. With a heart full of gratitude and a mind brimming with new wisdom, he scampered back to his nest, eager to share what he had learned with his family and friends. The forest continued to hum with life, each creature contributing to the symphony of harmony. And as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Taryn settled into her shell with a contented sigh, knowing that the wisdom of the forest was safe in the hearts of the young. And so, the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, kindness, and the gentle balance of nature. Story 52. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the serene whispering woods and the gentle embrace of the emerald hills, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had eyes that sparkled like morning dew, and a heart as warm as the sunlit fields where she often played. She was known throughout the village for her kindness and the peculiar knack she had for finding beauty where others saw none. Her days were filled with laughter and simple joys, yet deep within her there was a yearning for something beyond the horizon, something magical. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze and the air was sweet with the scent of ripe apples, Lila set out on a stroll to her favorite spot by the riverbank. This was a special place, where the river sang its gentle song and the willow trees dipped their branches into the water, as if whispering secrets to the currents. As she wandered along the path, she noticed a peculiar glint amidst the fallen leaves. Curiosity piqued, Lila knelt down to discover a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change under the dappled sunlight. Intrigued by the mysterious find, Lila carefully opened the box. Inside, she found a delicate, shimmering scarf woven with threads of silver and gold. As she held it up, the scarf caught the light and seemed to twinkle with a life of its own. Entranced by its beauty, Lila draped the scarf around her shoulders, and in that moment she felt a gentle warmth envelop her, as if she were wrapped in a comforting embrace. As the scarf settled around her, Lila noticed something extraordinary. The landscape around her began to change. The air shimmered, and the world seemed to take on a dreamlike quality. Colors became more vibrant, the leaves rustling in the trees whispered with a language she could almost understand, and the river's song was clearer, sweeter. Realizing that the scarf held a magic she had never known, Lila felt a thrill of excitement. Her heart raced with the possibilities that lay before her. With a deep breath, she decided to follow the path that the scarf seemed to guide her towards, eager to discover where it might lead. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller, and the canopy above formed a lush green tapestry. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. As she walked, Lila felt a sense of belonging, as if she were meant to be there, in this hidden realm. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, the soft chirping of birds, and the distant murmur of creatures unseen. After a time, Lila came upon a clearing where the sunlight poured down like liquid gold. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward, adorned with luminous moss that glowed faintly in the dappled light. Beneath the tree, sitting on a cushion of soft, verdant moss, was a small fox with a coat the color of autumn leaves. Its eyes were bright and intelligent, and it regarded Lila with a curious tilt of its head. "Hello," Lila greeted softly, her voice a gentle murmur in the stillness of the clearing. The fox, to her astonishment, nodded in acknowledgement before speaking in a voice as smooth as the river's flow. "Welcome, traveler. You have found the Scarf of Whispers, a treasure of our world. It seems it has chosen you." Lila, though surprised, felt an immediate kinship with the fox. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. "This is the Valewood," the fox explained, "a realm hidden from the eyes of those who do not possess a heart open to its magic. The scarf has the power to unveil the hidden wonders of the world, to show truths unseen." Lila's heart swelled with joy, her curiosity burning brighter than ever. What should I do with such a gift? The fox's gaze was kind and knowing. "It is said that those who bear the scarf are destined to embark on a journey of discovery, to seek out the mysteries of the Valewood and learn from its wisdom. Trust in the path it shows you, and you will find what you seek." With gratitude in her heart, Lila thanked the fox and continued on her journey through the Valewood. The scarf seemed to guide her, nudging her gently this way and that, leading her deeper into the enchanted forest. As she traveled, Lila encountered many wonders. Trees with leaves that sang as the wind passed through them, pools of water that reflected the stars even in daylight, and flowers that bloomed in colors she had never imagined. She met creatures of all kinds, squirrels with silver fur, birds that sang in harmonious choruses, and deer with antlers that glowed like moonlight. Each encounter brought new insights and joys, and Lila found herself growing in ways she had never anticipated. She learned to listen with her heart, to see with eyes unclouded by doubt, and to trust in the quiet voice of wisdom that whispered within her. One day, as the sun began its gentle descent towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Lila arrived at the edge of a serene lake. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the colors of the sky in its depths. On the far shore, she saw a figure standing, watching her with a serene smile. The figure was a woman, regal and graceful, with hair that shimmered like spun silver. Her eyes were deep and wise, and she wore a gown woven from the same magical threads as Lila's scarf. The woman beckoned to Lila, who crossed the water as if in a dream, her feet barely disturbing the mirrored surface. "Welcome, Lila," the woman said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have been waiting for you." "Who are you?" Lila asked, feeling a sense of awe and reverence. "I am the keeper of the Valewood," the woman replied. and you, dear child, are the one chosen to carry its legacy forward. Lila's heart swelled with emotion, a mix of gratitude, wonder, and a touch of trepidation. What does that mean? It means, the keeper explained, that you have the ability to bridge the world of magic and the world of men. The scarf is a symbol of that connection, a reminder of the beauty that lies within and around us, seen and unseen. As Lila listened, she felt a gentle peace settle over her, a sense of purpose that resonated deep within. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the Veilwood, but about bringing that magic back to her own world to inspire and uplift those around her. With a heart full of gratitude and determination, Lila thanked the keeper and promised to honor the gift she had been given. The scarf, now a part of her as much as her own heartbeat, shimmered with approval. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a soft twilight glow, Lila began her journey home. She walked with a lightness in her step and a newfound wisdom in her heart, knowing that the magic of the Veilwood would always be with her, guiding her path and illuminating the beauty of the world she called home. And so, Lila returned to her village, where she shared the wonders of her journey with those who would listen. She taught them to see with eyes unclouded by doubt, to listen with hearts open to the whispers of wisdom, and to find beauty where others saw none. In time, the village itself became a place of magic, a testament to the power of kindness, curiosity, and the unyielding spirit of a young girl who dared to follow the path of the heart. And as the years passed, the story of Lila and the Scarf of Whispers became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a gentle reminder of the magic that lies within us all. And so, dear listener, as you drift into dreams, remember that the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Let your heart be your guide, and may the whispers of wisdom always light your way. Sleep well and dream of magic. Story 53, title, The Whispering Woods. In a small, quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there was a legend that had been whispered through generations. It spoke of an ancient oak tree hidden deep within Whispering Woods that possessed the power to grant a single wish to those who could find it. This tree, it was said, had roots that touched the core of the earth and branches that brushed the sky. The village children often dreamed of finding it, their imaginations fueled by tales of adventure and magic. Our story begins on a crisp autumn morning, when the air was thick with the scent of fallen leaves, and the sky was a tapestry of soft, golden hues. The village was alive with the gentle bustle of morning routines, the clinking of milk bottles, the distant laughter of children, and the comforting aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the bakery. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as warm as a summer afternoon and a curiosity that often led her to adventures. Her deep brown eyes sparkled with the promise of discovery, and her auburn hair danced around her face like autumn leaves in the wind. Lila's best friend, Oliver, lived next door. He was a boy with a gentle spirit and a mind as sharp as a fox. Together, they shared a bond that was as strong as the tallest oak, built on countless shared adventures and whispered secrets under starlit skies. One day, as the two friends sat on the swing in Lila's garden, their eyes drifted towards the Whispering Woods. The woods were a realm of enchantment and mystery, where every rustle of leaves seemed to carry a secret, and every beam of sunlight filtering through the canopy felt like a path to another world. "Lila," Oliver began, his voice barely more than a whisper, "do you think the legend of the wishing tree is true?" Lila's eyes twinkled with excitement. "I don't know, Oliver, but wouldn't it be wonderful to find out?" And so, with the spirit of adventure tugging at their hearts, they decided to embark on a journey to uncover the truth behind the legend. With their minds made up, they packed a small satchel with essentials, some bread and cheese, a flask of water, and a small, worn map of the woods handed down from Lila's grandfather. As they stepped into the Whispering Woods, the world seemed to hold its breath. The towering trees, their trunks covered in moss, stood like ancient guardians watching over them. Shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy, creating a dappled pattern of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was filled with the soft melody of birdsong, and the earthy scent of damp leaves and pine lingered around them. Each step they took was cushioned by a thick carpet of leaves, which crunched softly underfoot. Lila and Oliver walked deeper into the forest, their eyes wide with wonder. They passed streams that gurgled with laughter and meadows where wildflowers danced in the breeze. As they ventured further, the forest seemed to come alive with stories, the stories of those who had walked these paths before them. After hours of walking, they reached a clearing where the sunlight pooled like golden honey. In the center of the clearing stood a tree unlike any they had ever seen. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with patterns that seemed to form ancient runes. Its branches spread wide, reaching towards the heavens, laden with leaves that shimmered with an ethereal glow. "This must be it," Oliver breathed, his voice filled with awe. As they approached the tree, they noticed a peculiar feature, a hollow in its trunk, just large enough for a hand to fit inside. Lila reached out, her fingers trembling with anticipation, and placed her hand into the hollow. The tree seemed to hum beneath her touch, a gentle vibration that resonated through her very being. She closed her eyes, her heart filled with a wish so pure and true that it seemed to spill over with emotion. As the wish formed in her mind, she felt a warmth spread from the tree into her hand, a warmth that traveled up her arm and enveloped her entire body. It was a sensation so comforting, so reassuring, that it felt like the embrace of a loved one. When she opened her eyes, the clearing was filled with a soft golden light. The air shimmered with tiny glowing motes that danced like fireflies in the twilight. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light faded, leaving behind a profound sense of peace. "Lila, did you feel that?" Oliver asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "I did," Lila replied, her voice a soft whisper. I think the tree heard my wish." The two friends sat beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with a quiet contentment. They knew that the tree had given them something precious, an understanding that wishes were not just about changing the world around them, but about changing themselves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila and Oliver made their way back home. The journey through the woods was now bathed in the soft glow of twilight, and the forest seemed to hum with a gentle lullaby, guiding them safely back to the village. When they emerged from the woods, stars had begun to twinkle in the night sky, and the village was aglow with the warm light of lanterns. Their hearts were light, their spirits uplifted by the magic they had encountered. In the days that followed, Lila and Oliver found that the world seemed a little brighter, the colors a little more vivid. They carried the memory of their adventure within them, a secret joy that colored their days with wonder and possibility. The legend of the wishing tree remained a cherished secret between them, a reminder that the true magic lay not in the granting of wishes, but in the journey itself and the bond they shared. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, the tale of Lila and Oliver's journey to the Whispering Woods became a beloved story in the village, a story of friendship, discovery, and the quiet wisdom of an ancient tree. And in the heart of Whispering Woods, the old oak stood tall and proud, its branches whispering secrets to those who dared to listen, its roots entwined with the dreams and wishes of those who had come seeking its magic, and found something far greater than they had ever imagined. As the tale of Lila and Oliver spread through the village, it brought with it an air of wonder and curiosity. Many children, and even some adults, were inspired to venture into the Whispering Woods, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary tree. Yet none could find it, as if it chose to reveal itself only to those whose hearts were pure and whose intentions were sincere. Lila and Oliver continued to grow, their friendship as steadfast as the changing seasons. They often returned to the woods, not to seek the tree, but to bask in the tranquility and beauty of the natural world. Each visit felt like a reunion with an old friend, the forest welcoming them into its embrace. One particular autumn, as the leaves turned shades of amber and crimson, Oliver came to Lila with an idea. "Lila," he said, his voice brimming with excitement, "what if we share what we've learned from the wishing tree with others? We could create a map, a guide for those who wish to explore the woods with open hearts." Lila's eyes lit up at the thought. "That's a wonderful idea, Oliver. We can help others find their own paths and maybe even their own wishing trees along the way." With renewed purpose, Lila and Oliver set to work. They spent hours exploring the woods, mapping trails, and noting areas of interest. They marked places where the sunlight danced in magical patterns, where the streams sang with joy, and where the air was filled with the sweet aroma of wildflowers. Their map grew into something more than just a guide. It became a story of the forest itself. They included drawings of the creatures they encountered, the birds that sang them awake, and the deer that watched them with curious eyes. Each page was filled with the love and respect they felt for the woods. When the map was complete, they presented it to the village. It was met with great enthusiasm and gratitude. Parents, teachers, and children alike were eager to explore the forest, guided by the wisdom and experiences of Lila and Oliver. As the villagers embarked on their own journeys into the woods, they discovered wonders they had never imagined. Some found solace in the gentle rustle of leaves, others were inspired by the vibrant colors of the wildflowers, and a few even claimed to have felt the presence of the ancient oak, though they never saw it. The map became a treasured possession in the village, passed down through generations, as a testament to the bond between nature and humanity. It reminded everyone that while the forest held its own mysteries, the true magic lay in the connections they formed with each other and with the world around them. Years passed, and Lila and Oliver's friendship remained as strong as ever. They grew into wise, compassionate adults, their lives intertwined with the beauty and magic of the Whispering Woods. They often shared their stories with the younger generation, passing on the lessons they had learned from their adventures. One day, as they sat beneath the shade of a familiar oak tree at the edge of the village, Oliver turned to Lila with a thoughtful expression. "Do you think we'll ever see the wishing tree again?" Lila smiled, the corners of her eyes crinkling with fond memories. "Perhaps, but I think we've already received its greatest gift, the understanding that our wishes and dreams are not just about what we want, but about who we become." Oliver nodded, a sense of peace settling over him. "You're right, Lila. The journey is what truly matters, and the friendships we forge along the way." As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the village, Lila and Oliver sat in companionable silence, their hearts filled with gratitude for the magic that had touched their lives. The whisper of the woods echoed softly around them, a lullaby that promised endless possibilities and the enduring power of friendship. And so the story of the wishing tree and the two friends who found it became a cherished part of the village's legacy. It was a reminder that magic exists not just in hidden worlds or ancient trees, but in the hearts of those who seek it with kindness, courage, and an open heart. In the years that followed, Lila and Oliver watched as the village continued to thrive, its people living with a renewed sense of wonder and appreciation for the natural world. The map they had created became more than just a guide. It was a symbol of their love for the woods and for each other. The villagers often gathered to share their own stories of exploration and discovery, weaving a rich tapestry of experiences that celebrated the beauty and mystery of the forest. These gatherings became a cherished tradition, bringing the community closer together and fostering a deep connection to the land they called home. Lila and Oliver found joy in knowing that their journey had inspired others to seek their own adventures and to find magic in the everyday moments of life. They continued to explore the woods, each visit a reminder of the endless wonders that awaited those who were willing to wander with open hearts and curious minds. As the seasons turned and the years slipped by like the gentle flow of a stream, Lila and Oliver grew old together. Their friendship remained a constant, a beacon of light and love that guided them through the challenges and joys of life. On a particularly beautiful spring morning, as the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, Lila and Oliver decided to take a walk through the Whispering Woods. It had been some time since their last visit, and they felt a longing to reconnect with the forest that held so many cherished memories. As they walked hand in hand, the forest welcomed them with open arms. The sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the cheerful songs of birds. They meandered along familiar paths, their hearts full of nostalgia and gratitude. Eventually, they found themselves in a clearing where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. It was the very spot where they had first encountered the ancient oak tree all those years ago. Though the tree itself remained elusive, they felt its presence like a gentle whisper on the breeze, a reminder of the magic that had changed their lives forever. Sitting down on the soft grass, Lila and Oliver looked at each other, their eyes filled with a lifetime of shared memories and unspoken understanding. "It's been quite a journey, hasn't it?" Oliver said, his voice tinged with both wistfulness and joy. Lila nodded, her heart full. "Yes, it has, and I wouldn't have wanted to share it with anyone else." As they sat together in the tranquil beauty of the forest, they reflected on the many adventures they had shared, the challenges they had overcome, and the lessons they had learned along the way. They knew that their journey was far from over, for life itself was the greatest adventure of all. In that moment, surrounded by the whispering woods and the soft rustle of leaves, Lila and Oliver felt a profound sense of peace. They had come full circle, their lives enriched by the magic of friendship, the wisdom of the forest, and the enduring power of dreams. As the sun began to set, casting a warm golden glow over the clearing, Lila and Oliver rose to their feet, ready to return to the village. They walked hand in hand, their hearts light and their spirits uplifted, knowing that the journey they had embarked upon so many years ago had truly been the greatest wish of all. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into the realm of dreams, remember the tale of Lila and Oliver in the whispering woods. Let it be a reminder that magic is all around us, waiting to be discovered in the most unexpected of places, and that the greatest magic of all lies in the bonds we share with those we hold dear, and the journeys we undertake together, guided by the light of friendship and the whisper of the heart. As the stars begin to twinkle in the night sky and the world settles into a gentle hush, may your dreams be filled with wonder and possibility, and may you awaken with a heart full of hope and a spirit ready for adventure. For like Lila and Oliver, you too hold the power to find magic in the world around you, and to share that magic with those you love. Story 54. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the rolling hills and the whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village for her warm smile and kind heart, but lately she had been feeling a bit out of sorts. The village was changing, growing rapidly with new faces and new ideas, and Clara found herself struggling to keep up. Every morning, Clara would wander through the forest that bordered her home, seeking solace among the ancient trees and babbling brooks. The forest was her sanctuary, a place where time seemed to slow down, and she could breathe freely. Yet even there, she felt an unfamiliar restlessness, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. One day, as the sun cast golden beams through the leafy canopy, Clara came upon a path she had never noticed before. It was lined with flowers that glimmered like tiny stars, and it seemed to beckon her forward. Intrigued, Clara stepped onto the path, her feet crunching softly on the bed of leaves. The path led her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the songs of unseen birds. As she walked, Clara felt a gentle tingling spreading through her fingers and toes, as though the magic of the forest was seeping into her very being. Eventually, she arrived at a glade bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching majestically towards the sky. Nestled among the roots of the tree was a small, shimmering pond. Clara approached the pond, peering into its depths. To her astonishment, the surface of the water began to ripple and shimmer, revealing a vision of herself. But this Clara was different. She stood tall and confident, her eyes sparkling with inner light. As Clara gazed into the pond, she heard a soft, lilting voice. "Do not fear change, dear one," the voice murmured, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. "For within you lies the power to transform, to grow as the forest grows." Startled, Clara looked around, but saw no one. Yet the voice continued, soothing and wise. "The journey of growth is not always easy, but it is a journey worth taking. Trust in yourself and in the wisdom of the forest." Clara spent many hours in the glade, contemplating the vision and the voice's words. She realized that she had been resisting change out of fear, afraid of losing the familiar comforts she had always known. But in that moment, she understood that change was a natural part of life, as inevitable as the seasons turning from winter to spring. With newfound resolve, Clara returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. She began to embrace the changes around her, finding joy in meeting new people and learning new customs. The villagers noticed the change in her, and they were drawn to her radiant spirit. Among those she befriended was a wise old woman named Greta, who had lived in the village for many years. Greta had a knack for storytelling, and she would often share tales of distant lands and magical creatures. Clara found great comfort in Greta's stories, and the two became fast friends. One evening, as they sat by the fire in Greta's cozy cottage, Clara spoke of her encounter in the forest. Greta listened intently, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "The forest is a magical place," Greta said softly, her voice rich with warmth. "It mirrors the changes within us, teaching us to embrace transformation with grace." Clara nodded, feeling a deep sense of peace. She had learned to trust in herself and in the magic of the world around her. And as the days passed, she discovered that change was not something to be feared, but something to be celebrated. With each passing season, Clara grew more confident, more at ease with the ebb and flow of life. She found joy in simple pleasures: a shared laugh, the scent of freshly baked bread, the sight of a new flower blooming in her garden. And always, she carried with her the memory of the forest and the lessons she had learned there. As the years went by, Clara became a beloved figure in the village, known for her wisdom and kindness. She often returned to the forest, finding comfort in the ancient trees and the shimmering pond. And though the path of life was ever-changing, Clara faced each new challenge with courage and an open heart. In the end, Clara's journey of personal growth was a testament to the beauty of transformation. She had discovered the magic within herself, and in doing so, had found a deeper connection to the world around her. Her story became a beacon of hope for others, a reminder that change, though sometimes daunting, could lead to a world of wonder and possibility. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and stars, Clara's tale was passed down through the generations, a story of magical transformation and the enduring power of personal discovery. And in the quiet corners of the village, where the forest whispered its secrets to those who would listen, her legacy lived on, inspiring all who sought to embrace the journey of growth and change. Story 55. In the gentle glow of twilight, as stars began to twinkle against the vast canvas of space, a small spaceship named the Wandering Heart drifted silently across the galaxy. On board were two very different travelers, each from a distant world, brought together by the whims of fate and the vastness of the cosmos. First, there was Kale, a luminescent being from the planet Leora, where every creature shimmered like the stars they lived under. Kale's skin glowed softly, casting a warm, golden light around him, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. He had embarked on this journey to learn about the universe and its myriad wonders. His companion was Rena, a feisty, furry creature from the dense, verdant jungles of Arboris. With eyes the color of emerald leaves and a tail that always seemed to twitch with excitement, Rena had a heart as vast and open as the forest she called home. She had left Arboris to explore the unknown and perhaps find her place among the stars. Their meeting had been purely accidental. A navigational glitch had brought their paths to cross at a small, bustling spaceport. What began as a misunderstanding over a misplaced parcel quickly turned into a partnership built on necessity. The Wandering Heart had room for two, and space was vast and lonely for a single traveler. Initially, their differences seemed insurmountable. Kale preferred the quiet contemplation of the stars, while Rena's energy buzzed like a hummingbird, eager for adventure and new experiences. Their disagreements often led to misunderstandings. One evening, as they drifted past a particularly beautiful nebula, Rena insisted on flying closer, while Kale worried about the ship's safety. Voices were raised, and frustrations flared like solar flares. But as the nebula's colors painted the ship's interior with shades of pink and purple, something shifted. They both paused, captivated by the beauty surrounding them. In that moment of shared awe, their differences seemed to fade, replaced by a sense of connection. They realized that their unique perspectives could complement rather than conflict. As their journey continued, they encountered challenges that demanded cooperation. Once, when a meteor shower threatened the ship, Rena's quick reflexes combined with Kale's strategic thinking helped them navigate safely through the storm. Another time, when they landed on a barren moon in search of supplies, it was Kale's knowledge of celestial phenomena that guided them to a hidden oasis, where they found the resources they needed. Through these trials, they learned the value of trust and the strength found in friendship. They began to understand that their differences made them stronger together. Rena taught Kale to embrace spontaneity, to find joy in the unpredictable dance of life, while Kale showed Rena the serenity and stillness and the power of thoughtful reflection. Their bond deepened one quiet night when the ship's gravity systems malfunctioned. As they floated in the comforting darkness, surrounded by the soft hum of the ship, Rena confessed her fears of never finding a place where she truly belonged. Kale listened, his glowing presence a beacon of empathy, and shared his own worries of being misunderstood. In that moment of vulnerability, they found solace in each other's company. They realized that perhaps their place was not a physical location, but rather the companionship they shared. As their voyage continued, they encountered other travelers, lost souls and seasoned explorers, who marveled at the unlikely duo. Many sought the warmth and wisdom that seemed to radiate from the pair, and Kale and Rena found joy in sharing their experiences, offering guidance and kindness to those they met. Finally, their journey brought them to the edge of the galaxy, where the stars seemed to whisper secrets of the universe. Here, they paused to reflect on their travels, the challenges overcome, and the bond that had grown between them. In the quiet of space, with the gentle light of distant stars surrounding them, Kale and Rena understood the true meaning of their journey. It was not just about the places they had visited or the wonders they had seen, but about the friendship they had forged. They had discovered that the heart could find a home in the most unexpected places, and that love and understanding could bridge the vast distances between worlds. As they turned the wandering heart toward new adventures, they knew that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, with courage, laughter, and an unbreakable bond. And so, under the watchful gaze of the universe, their story continued, a testament to the power of friendship and the magic of the stars. Story 56. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a young girl named Lily. Lily was known for her curious heart and kind spirit, always eager to explore the world around her. Her home was a snug cottage with ivy creeping up its stone walls and flowers blooming along the pathway, painting the air with sweet, floral fragrances. One cool autumn morning, a gentle mist curled through the village, leaving droplets of dew on the vibrant leaves. As Lily wandered through the market square, her eyes caught sight of a peculiar shop she'd never seen before. The shop's sign, swaying softly in the breeze, read, "Curiosities and Wonders." Intrigued, Lily stepped inside. The shop was a treasure trove of oddities, filled with the scent of old books and polished wood. Shelves lined the walls, displaying peculiar trinkets and mysterious artifacts. An elderly shopkeeper with twinkling eyes and a warm smile greeted her. "Welcome, dear one," he said in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Feel free to explore. Every object here has a story to tell." Lily's fingers brushed against a variety of items until she paused at a small, unassuming box carved from cherry wood. It seemed to hum gently beneath her touch. "What is this?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper. "Ah, that is the whimsy box," the shopkeeper explained. "It holds a bit of magic for those with pure intentions. Open it, and you may find something you need but did not know you were looking for." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Lily carefully opened the box. Inside, nestled on a velvet cushion, was a simple silver key. It glowed faintly, as if it held the light of the moon within its form. Curious and a little apprehensive, Lily accepted the key and thanked the shopkeeper, who only smiled knowingly. "It will show you the way when the time is right," he said cryptically. The days passed, and Lily often pondered the key's purpose. It wasn't until one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the skies with strokes of amber and rose, that she felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging to follow the forest path beyond the village. Clutching the key, Lily set off into the woods. The path was blanketed in golden leaves that crunched softly beneath her feet. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of pine and the distant song of a nightingale. As she ventured further, she met her first helper, a wise old owl perched on a low branch. "Good evening, young traveler," the owl hooted softly. "I see you carry the key of discovery. Remember, what you seek is not always what you find." Lily nodded, understanding the owl's counsel. She continued on, the path winding deeper into the forest until she arrived at a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood a magnificent ancient oak tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens, its trunk wide and welcoming. There she found her second helper, a gentle deer with eyes as deep and kind as the forest itself. "Welcome," the deer spoke in a voice like rustling leaves. "The tree holds many secrets, but it asks for patience and understanding." Lily approached the tree and spotted a small, hidden door at its base. Her heart quickened as she realized the purpose of the silver key. With a steady hand, she inserted it into the lock. The door creaked open, revealing a staircase spiraling downwards, lit by a soft, ethereal glow. As she descended, the air grew warmer and carried the scent of blooming jasmine. The staircase led to a hidden chamber, its walls sparkling with crystals that reflected the light in 1,000 shimmering hues. In the center rested a serene pool of water, perfectly still, as if waiting for her presence. Lily gazed into the pool and saw visions of her village, her friends, and her family. She saw their joys, their struggles, and the love that bound them all. And in that moment, she understood the challenge she had come to face. It was not a challenge of strength, but of the heart. She realized that the key's magic was not in opening doors, but in opening her eyes to the beauty and connection she sometimes overlooked in her everyday life. The wisdom she sought was already within her, needing only the gentle nudge of discovery to awaken. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound understanding, Lily retraced her steps back to the surface. The owl and the deer awaited her, their eyes filled with approval and warmth. "You have found the true treasure," said the owl, "the magic of seeing with the heart." The deer nodded, adding, "Remember, the simplest things hold the greatest wonders." As Lily returned to her village under the canopy of twinkling stars, she felt a deep and abiding peace. She had embarked on a journey of discovery and returned with a heart brimming with wisdom and love. The key now rested on her bedside table, a reminder of her adventure and the magic that lay in the gentle art of seeing. And so, with her spirit alight and her heart at ease, Lily drifted into a gentle slumber, wrapped in the comforting embrace of her cozy cottage, knowing that every day held the promise of new wonders to uncover. And the village, too, seemed to glow a little brighter, as if touched by the magic of her journey, whispering softly of secrets yet to be discovered. The end. Story 57. Once upon a time, in a quaint village, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Arya. Her world was woven with the gentle hum of nature, where the whispers of the trees and the babbling of the brook formed the symphony of her childhood. Arya was known throughout the village for her vibrant spirit and her gift of song, a melody that seemed to capture the very essence of the forest itself. Arya's home was a cozy cottage with a thatched roof, its walls lined with ivy and wildflowers that bloomed in a riot of colors. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she would sit by the fireplace, her voice rising in soft, lilting tunes that danced through the twilight air. On these nights, the stars seemed to lean closer, their twinkling lights swaying in time with her songs. The forest that bordered the village was a place of mystery and wonder, its depths untouched by time. It was said that within its heart lay a hidden world, a secret realm where magic thrived and dreams took flight. Elders spoke of a magical object, an ancient relic that held the power to reveal the unseen and transform the one who possessed it. This enchanted artifact was known as the luminous stone, its glow said to be as bright as the first light of dawn. Arya often wandered the forest paths, her curiosity leading her to explore its many wonders. She had heard the tales of the luminous stone, whispered by villagers with eyes wide with wonder and a hint of fear. Yet, despite the allure of these stories, Arya felt a kinship with the forest that transcended the need for magic. To her, the forest was already a world of enchantment, woven with the threads of life and song. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed in shades of amber and gold, Arya set out on a journey deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant call of birds. Her heart thrummed with a sense of anticipation and adventure. As she walked, the forest seemed to change around her, the trees growing taller and more majestic, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a golden haze. The path beneath her feet was soft and yielding, covered in a blanket of leaves that whispered secrets with each step she took. After hours of wandering, Arya came upon a glade unlike any she had seen before. It was a hidden oasis in the heart of the forest, where the air shimmered with an ethereal light. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, ancient beyond measure. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small, unassuming stone that pulsed with a gentle, luminous glow. Arya approached the stone, her heart pounding with a mix of awe and curiosity. As she knelt beside it, the stone seemed to respond to her presence, its light growing brighter, enveloping her in a warm embrace. In that moment, the world around her seemed to shift, the boundaries of reality blurring, as if she had stepped into another realm. The air was filled with a sense of magic, a palpable energy that thrummed through her very being. Arya reached out and touched the stone, its surface smooth and cool beneath her fingers. In that instant, she felt a connection, a thread of understanding that linked her to the hidden world of the forest. As she held the stone, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw the forest as it truly was, a vibrant tapestry of life and magic, where creatures both familiar and fantastical roamed freely. She saw the spirits of the trees, their forms shimmering with a gentle light, guardians of the ancient woods. And she saw herself, a part of this world, her song a thread that wove through the very fabric of its existence. With the vision came a deeper understanding, a realization that the luminous stone was not just a relic of power, but a key to seeing the world with clarity and wonder. It revealed not only the magic around her, but also the magic within her, the gift of song that resonated with the heart of the forest. As the vision faded, Arya felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she had been touched by the magic of the forest in a way that went beyond words. With the luminous stone as her guide, she returned to the village, her heart aglow with the light of discovery and transformation. As the sun set and the stars emerged, Arya sat by her fireplace, the stone cradled in her hands. She began to sing, her voice carrying the melodies of the forest, the rhythm of life and magic intertwined. Her song was a testament to her journey, a celebration of the hidden world she had discovered and the wisdom she had gained. In the days that followed, Arya shared her story with the villagers, her words painting vivid pictures of the forest's hidden wonders. Her tales inspired others to see the magic in their own lives, to look beyond the ordinary and discover the extraordinary. The village thrived, its people bound by the shared knowledge of the world's hidden beauty and the power of friendship and understanding. And so, Arya's journey became a legend, a story passed down through the generations, a reminder that within each of us lies the ability to see the world with eyes of wonder and hearts full of song. The forest continued to whisper its secrets, its magic alive in the spirit of those who dared to listen and dream. In the end, Arya's tale was one of transformation and growth, a journey that began with a single step into the unknown and ended with a newfound understanding of the world and herself. Her story was a beacon of hope and inspiration, a gentle reminder that magic is not just found in enchanted objects, but in the love and friendship that bind us all. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, Arya's song lingered in the air, a melody of joy and peace, a lullaby that carried her village into a restful, dream-filled slumber. The luminous stone, its light ever gentle and warm, remained a symbol of the magic that lay within reach for those who dared to believe. Story 58. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lay a secret world humming with life and magic. This forest was a tapestry of whispering trees, babbling brooks, and creatures whose existence was a delicate dance of harmony and balance. Nestled in a hollow of an ancient oak, a family of wise, gentle owls watched over the forest. The matriarch, known as Elder Willow, had feathers that shimmered like moonlight, and eyes that reflected the wisdom of centuries. She was the keeper of the forest's stories, passed down from generation to generation, and she knew the secrets of the seasons and the magic they brought. As spring unfurled its tender green tendrils, the forest awoke with a symphony of scents and sounds. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming flowers, and the ground was a soft carpet of moss and wildflowers. Tiny streams giggled as they wound their way through the trees, their waters sparkling like liquid crystals. One morning, as the first blush of dawn kissed the treetops, a young squirrel named Bramble scurried through the forest. He was a curious little creature, with a tail as bushy as a dandelion puff and eyes that twinkled with mischief. Bramble loved to explore, but he also understood the forest's delicate balance. Bramble's best friend was a turtle named Moss, whose shell was a mosaic of greens and browns that mirrored the forest floor. Moss was slow and thoughtful, often pausing to listen to the wind as it rustled through the leaves, carrying whispers of ancient wisdom. One day, as Bramble and Moss wandered through the forest, they stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing, a patch of vibrant blue flowers had sprung up overnight, and they glowed with an otherworldly light. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a melody that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth. "This is the work of the spring sprite," Elder Willow explained when Bramble and Moss hurried to tell her of their discovery. "She brings renewal and growth, painting the forest with her magic. But there is a balance that must be maintained. The flowers are beautiful, yet they must not overshadow the others, or the harmony will be lost." Intrigued by the idea of maintaining this balance, Bramble and Moss decided to help the forest prepare for the sprite's magic. They gathered seeds from other plants, scattering them gently around the clearing to ensure that all flowers would have their chance to bloom. As the days passed, Bramble and Moss watched as the clearing transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors, each flower contributing to the beauty of the whole. The forest thrived, each creature playing its part in the symphony of life. With the arrival of summer, the forest was a lush paradise. The trees were heavy with leaves, casting dappled patterns of sunlight on the forest floor. The air was thick with the scent of pine and the sweet tang of ripe berries. Bees buzzed lazily from flower to flower, their wings a gentle hum in the warm air. But with summer's abundance came the challenge of scarcity. The streams began to shrink under the sun's relentless gaze, and the forest creatures had to be careful not to take more than their share. Elder Willow gathered the creatures of the forest beneath the great oak to share her wisdom. In times of plenty, we must remember the leaner days to come. It is in sharing that we find strength, and in balance that we find peace. Bramble and Moss took these words to heart. They worked together to store food, teaching others to do the same, ensuring that all had enough to last until the rains returned. As autumn painted the forest in shades of amber and gold, the air grew crisp with the promise of change. The leaves whispered secrets of the coming winter as they danced to the ground, creating a crunchy carpet underfoot. Elder Willow gathered the creatures once more, her eyes bright with the wisdom of the ages. Autumn is a time of reflection, a time to prepare for the rest that winter brings. It is in stillness that we find renewal. Under the watchful eyes of the owls, the forest prepared for winter's embrace. Bramble and Moss, along with their friends, found comfort in the bonds they had strengthened and the wisdom they had shared. When the first snowflakes drifted gently from the sky, the forest was ready. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the knowledge that they had done their part to maintain the balance. As the forest slept under a blanket of snow, Elder Willow watched over them, her heart full of pride. The whispers of the wind carried her blessing, a promise of renewal and harmony, of life continuing in its endless cycle. And so, the forest thrived in its hidden harmony, a testament to the gentle power of wisdom, friendship, and the enduring magic of the seasons. Story 59, title, The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, in a quaint village cradled by ancient oaks and murmuring brooks, lived a young girl named Amara. Her hair was the color of ripe chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity, as deep and mysterious as the midnight sky. Amara was known throughout the village for her kindness and her insatiable wonder about the world beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and the gentle hum of village life. Amara lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spoke of times long past and whispered of magical places hidden from the eyes of those who rushed through life. Her stories were a tapestry of enchantment, weaving tales of hidden worlds and secret paths that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Amara loved these stories, especially the ones about the Whispering Woods, a place said to be alive with secrets and magic. The Whispering Woods bordered the village, its ancient trees standing like silent sentinels, their branches stretching towards the heavens. The villagers often spoke of the woods with a mix of reverence and caution. Some said the trees themselves whispered to those who dared to listen, sharing words of wisdom and tales of yore. Others believed that the woods held secrets too great for mortals and warned of getting lost within its tangled depths. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of fiery reds and burnished golds, Amara decided to explore the outskirts of the woods. She wrapped herself in a cloak of soft wool, its color as deep as the forest's heart, and set off with a sense of adventure thrumming in her veins. As she walked, the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant call of a lone bird. The sun peeked through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Amara found herself drawn deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by an unseen force. She felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the woods themselves were inviting her to discover their secrets. Soon, Amara came upon a small clearing where a brook babbled softly over smooth stones. The water shimmered like liquid crystal, reflecting the golden light of the sun. By the edge of the brook, she noticed something peculiar, a stone unlike any she had seen before. It was smooth and round, its surface glimmering with an iridescent sheen that seemed to change color with the light. Curious, Amara reached out and touched the stone. As her fingers brushed its cool surface, she felt a tingling sensation travel up her arm, gentle yet electrifying. In that moment, the world around her seemed to shift ever so slightly. The air grew still, and the only sound was the soft murmur of the brook. Suddenly, she heard a whisper. It was a voice, gentle and melodic, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome, Amara," it said. "You have found the Stone of Whispers." Amara's heart skipped a beat. She looked around, but there was no one else in the clearing. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have been chosen to hear our story." Amara's eyes widened with wonder. She had always believed the stories her grandmother told, but to hear the voice of the woods itself was beyond her wildest dreams. "What is your story?" she asked. "The Stone of Whispers is a key," the spirit explained. "It unlocks the hidden world within our woods, a world where dreams take flight and the impossible becomes reality. But it is also a gateway for those with kind hearts and open minds like yours to learn and grow." Amara felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sensation as comforting as a hug. "What must I do?" she asked, eager to begin this unexpected journey. "Listen and learn," the spirit replied. "And remember, the magic of the woods lies not just in what you see, but in what you feel and understand." With those words, the world around Amara began to transform. The trees shimmered with a soft luminescence, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite grasp, but felt in the depths of her being. The brook's song grew more vibrant, harmonizing with the rustle of the wind. Amara knew that this was the beginning of an adventure unlike any other. She set off deeper into the woods, the Stone of Whispers nestled safely in her pocket, its gentle hum a reassuring presence. As she ventured further, she encountered creatures she had only ever heard of in her grandmother's tales. There were whimsical sprites playing in the beams of sunlight, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. A family of foxes with fur as bright as flame watched her with curious eyes, and a wise old owl, its feathers dusted with moonlight, nodded at her knowingly. Each encounter filled Amara with wonder and taught her something new. From the sprites, she learned the joy of living in the moment, finding beauty in the simplest of things. The foxes taught her the importance of family and the strength found in unity. And from the owl, she learned the value of wisdom and patience. Days turned into a tapestry of discovery, each moment weaving a new thread into the fabric of Amara's understanding. The woods, with their ever-present whispers, became a sanctuary where she could explore not just the world around her, but the world within her own heart. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Amara came upon a hidden glen. It was a place of ethereal beauty, with flowers that glowed softly in the twilight, and a gentle breeze that carried the scent of honeysuckle and pine. In the center of the glen stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age, yet exuding a presence of timeless wisdom. Amara felt drawn to the tree, sensing that it held the heart of the whispering woods. As she approached, the voice of the spirit spoke once more, its tone filled with warmth and affection. "You have journeyed far, Amara, and learned much. The woods have shared their secrets with you, and you have listened with an open heart." Amara nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you for guiding me," she said softly. "I have seen wonders and learned so much about the world and myself. But what should I do now?" "The journey of discovery is never truly over," the spirit replied. "But you have grown, dear child, and with growth comes responsibility. Share what you have learned with others. Let your newfound wisdom guide your actions and inspire those around you." Amara felt a sense of peace settle over her, as comforting as a soft blanket on a cold night. She understood now that her journey was not an end, but a beginning, a chance to bring the magic and wisdom of the Whispering Woods back to her village. With a heart full of hope and purpose, Amara bade farewell to the spirit and the enchanted glen. She made her way back through the woods, each step a promise to cherish the lessons she had learned and to share the magic of the Whispering Woods with all who were willing to listen. When she returned to the village, Amara found her grandmother waiting for her by the hearth, the fire crackling softly and casting a warm glow in the cozy room. Her grandmother's eyes sparkled with knowing, as if she too had once walked the paths of the Whispering Woods. Amara shared her tales, her words painting vibrant pictures of her journey and the creatures she had met. Her grandmother listened with rapt attention, nodding in understanding, her heart swelling with pride. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Amara felt a contentment unlike any she had known before. She realized that the magic of the Whispering Woods was not just in the wonders she had seen, but in the connections she had forged and the love she felt for the world and its hidden mysteries. And so, with the Stone of Whispers resting on her bedside table, a reminder of her journey and the magic that lay within her grasp, Amara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the soft whispers of the woods and the promise of new adventures to come. The end. Story 60. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of a sprawling forest, there was a quaint village named Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other, for it was cradled between two towering mountains, each shrouded in mist that seemed to whisper secrets of old. The villagers went about their daily lives, tending to their gardens and crafting beautiful wares. Yet there was one thing that set Willowbrook apart. A legend whispered among the elders about a magical pond hidden deep within the heart of the forest. The story told of a pond that possessed the ability to reveal one's true self. Many had ventured into the forest searching for it, but none had returned with tales of success. The village children would often gather around the fire, eyes wide with wonder, as they listened to these tales of mystery and magic. In this village lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had an insatiable thirst for adventure, and the legend of the magical pond fascinated her more than any other story. Her best friend, Oliver, a gentle boy with a knack for understanding the forest's creatures, often joined her in her explorations. One brisk autumn morning, when the leaves were painted in hues of amber and gold, Lila and Oliver set out on a journey to find the magical pond. They packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of warm cider, tucking it carefully among their woolen cloaks. As they stepped into the forest, the air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds chirped merrily from the branches, and squirrels darted playfully between the trees. Lila and Oliver moved deeper into the forest, following a path that twisted and turned like a meandering stream. They spoke little, each lost in their own thoughts, the only sound the crunch of leaves underfoot and the gentle rustle of the wind through the trees. After a few hours, they paused to rest by a babbling brook. Lila sat on a moss-covered log, while Oliver leaned against a tree, watching a pair of dragonflies dance over the water. "Do you think it really exists?" Leela asked, breaking the comfortable silence. Oliver considered her question for a moment. "I believe it does," he replied thoughtfully. "Stories like these often have a kernel of truth. Besides, the journey itself is an adventure, isn't it?" Leela smiled, inspired by his words. "Yes, you're right. Even if we don't find the pond, we've had a wonderful day." Refreshed, they continued on their path. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, and the air took on a cool, mysterious quality. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the ground. Just as they were beginning to wonder if they should turn back, they stumbled upon a narrow trail hidden beneath a curtain of ivy. "Perhaps this is the way," Oliver suggested, brushing aside the tangled vines. Together, they pushed forward, the trail winding deeper into the forest, flanked by ancient trees whose gnarled roots twisted like the fingers of olden giants. As they walked, an unusual hush fell over the forest. The sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves faded away, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that seemed to pulse with unspoken magic. Lila and Oliver exchanged a glance, their eyes alight with anticipation and a hint of trepidation. The path led them to a small clearing bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. In the center of the clearing lay a pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the colors of the sky in a perfect mirror. A gentle mist hovered above the water, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Lila gasped softly, the sight more beautiful than she had ever imagined. "It's even more magical than the stories," she murmured, stepping closer to the water's edge. Oliver nodded, his expression one of awe. "It feels peaceful," he said, kneeling beside her. "As if the pond is waiting for us." They sat together in silence, the only sound the soft lapping of water against the shore. The air was filled with a serene stillness, as if time itself had paused to honor the moment. After a while, Lila spoke again, her voice barely a whisper. "Do you think it will show us who we really are?" Oliver pondered her question, gazing into the depths of the pond. "Perhaps," he said finally, "but maybe it's more about understanding who we want to be." Intrigued by his words, Lila leaned forward, her reflection wavering in the water. As she stared into the pond, she saw not only her own face, but also flashes of memories, moments of kindness, courage, and friendship. Each image was a piece of her story, a glimpse of the person she was and aspired to become. Beside her, Oliver watched his own reflection, seeing not just his outward appearance, but the gentle, empathetic soul within. He saw the times he had helped others, the quiet strength he often overlooked, and the deep bond he shared with Lila. They sat by the pond until the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of deep indigo and violet. As darkness fell, the mist began to glow softly, casting an otherworldly light across the clearing. Reluctantly, Leela and Oliver rose to their feet, feeling a sense of peace and understanding. They knew the journey had changed them, not because of what they had found, but because of what they had discovered within themselves. As they retraced their steps through the now moonlit forest, the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of night-blooming flowers. The path seemed less daunting, as if the forest itself had opened its arms to guide them home. When they emerged from the trees, the village of Willowbrook lay before them, its lights twinkling like stars in the distance. The journey had been long, but their hearts were light, filled with the magic of the forest and the wisdom of the pond. In the days that followed, Lila and Oliver shared their adventure with the villagers, not as a tale of finding a magical pond, but as a story of friendship, self-discovery, and the beauty of the journey itself. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their own hearts touched by the story's gentle message. And so the legend of the magical pond lived on, not as a mere tale of enchantment, but as a reminder that the greatest magic often lies within us, waiting to be discovered through courage, friendship, and the wonder of the world around us. As for Lila and Oliver, their friendship grew stronger with each passing day. their bond a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. They continued to explore the forest and the village, their hearts forever attuned to the whispers of magic that surrounded them. And whenever they felt the need for reflection or inspiration, they would return to the pond, sitting side by side in the tranquil clearing, knowing that the journey of self-discovery was a path they would always walk together. Thus, the story of Lila and Oliver became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a bedtime story told by the crackling fire, warming the hearts of all who heard it, and reminding them that the true treasure lay not in the finding of magical places, but in the journey, the friendship, and the understanding that came along the way. Story 61. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Lila. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, was a place where the ordinary and extraordinary seemed to blend seamlessly. Morning mists hovered like gentle blankets over the meadows, and the scent of wildflowers mingled with the crisp, fresh air, creating an atmosphere of serene enchantment. Lila was known for her insatiable curiosity and kind heart. She had a knack for finding beauty in the simplest things, be it the way sunlight danced through the leaves or how the brook sang its mellow tune as it meandered through the village. Her days were often spent exploring the woods that bordered Eldergrove, accompanied by her faithful companion, a small, clever fox named Finn. One breezy autumn afternoon, as golden leaves twirled down from the trees, Lila and Finn stumbled upon something peculiar. Hidden beneath a canopy of ivy and moss was a small wooden door, half buried in the earth. It was unlike anything they had seen before, with intricate carvings of vines and stars etched into its surface, and a rusty iron handle that seemed to beckon them closer. "What do you think it is, Finn?" Lila whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. The fox tilted his head and sniffed at the door, his bushy tail swishing in curiosity. With a gentle tug, Lila pulled at the handle, and to her amazement, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that descended into the earth. The air that wafted up was cool and slightly sweet, carrying hints of lavender and honey. "Shall we?" Lila grinned, and with Finn at her side, she began her descent into the hidden world beneath the woods. The staircase spiraled down for what felt like an eternity, each step echoing softly in the dim light that filtered through cracks in the earth above. Finally, they emerged into a vast underground chamber, its ceiling adorned with glowing crystals that cast shimmering reflections on the stone walls. It was a place of ethereal beauty, filled with the gentle hum of magic. At the center of the chamber stood a grand tree, its bark silver and luminous, with leaves that whispered secrets when the air stirred. Nestled among its roots was a chest, old and adorned with the same vine and star motifs as the door above. Lila approached the chest with a mixture of excitement and reverence. As she opened it, a soft light spilled forth, revealing a small, intricately carved amulet resting on a bed of velvet. It was shaped like an acorn, with a tiny, sparkling gem embedded at its center. "Look, Finn," Lila murmured, holding the amulet up to the light. "It's beautiful." The moment the amulet touched her palm, a warm sensation spread through her, like the gentle embrace of a summer sunbeam. She felt a connection to the world around her, a deep understanding of the whispers of the leaves, the songs of the brook, and the heartbeat of the earth itself. As they left the chamber and ascended back into the daylight, Lila realized that the amulet had granted her a special gift, the ability to communicate with nature. Trees shared tales of ancient times, flowers sang songs of love and resilience, and the wind carried messages from far-off lands. With this newfound ability, Lila discovered a hidden world within the natural environment, one teeming with life and wisdom. The forest, once familiar, now held countless secrets waiting to be uncovered. Every tree, every creature had stories to tell, and Lila, with Finn by her side, listened with awe and gratitude. Days turned into weeks, and Lila's bond with the forest deepened. She learned of creatures that existed in the thin veil between the seen and unseen, tiny winged beings that danced in the moonlight, and gentle giants that slumbered beneath the hills. She befriended a wise old owl named Horus, who shared with her the knowledge of the stars and the cycles of the moon. But as with all gifts, there came a responsibility. The forest was not just a place of beauty and wonder. it was also a world that faced challenges. A creeping shadow, a blight upon the land, threatened to unravel the delicate balance of nature. The trees whispered of a darkness that sought to drain the life from the forest, leaving it barren and silent. Determined to protect her beloved forest, Lila set out on a journey to discover the source of the blight. With Finn and Horace guiding her, she traveled beyond the familiar paths into the heart of the forest where the shadows lay thick and heavy. The journey was not an easy one. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the darkness became. It was as if the very air was weighed down with sorrow and despair. Yet, in the midst of this gloom, Lila's heart remained steadfast, her spirit unwavering. As they approached the epicenter of the blight, they found a withered tree, its bark blackened and twisted, standing as a stark contrast to the vibrant life around it. At its roots lay a pool of inky darkness, pulsating with malevolent energy. It was the source of the blight, a manifestation of anger and hatred that had taken root in the heart of the forest. Lila knew that to save the forest, she would need to confront this darkness. Drawing upon the power of the amulet and the wisdom she had gained from the forest, she reached out, her heart filled with compassion and love. She spoke to the darkness, not with anger, but with understanding, offering it a chance to heal, to transform from a force of destruction into one of renewal. The darkness resisted at first, lashing out with tendrils of fear and doubt, but Lila's resolve held firm, her connection to the forest strengthening her resolve. Slowly, the darkness began to relent, its edges softening, its core flickering with the faintest spark of light. With each passing moment, the pool of darkness diminished, until it was nothing more than a gentle ripple in the fabric of the earth. The withered tree, once a symbol of despair, began to bloom anew, its leaves unfurling in shades of emerald and gold. As the forest healed, so too did Lila. The journey had changed her, deepened her understanding of the world and her place within it. She realized that true strength lay not in power, but in the ability to listen, to empathize, and to nurture the bonds of friendship and love. With the blight lifted, the forest thrived once more, its song a harmonious melody of life and renewal. Lila returned to Eldergrove, her heart filled with peace and gratitude, knowing that she was forever connected to the world around her. The villagers welcomed her back with open arms, eager to hear of her adventures and the wonders of the hidden world she had discovered. Lila shared her tales with joy, her stories weaving a tapestry of magic and wonder that captivated all who listened. As the years passed, Lila continued to explore the forest, her friendship with Finn and Horace growing ever deeper. She became a guardian of the woods, a keeper of its secrets, and a voice for the beings that dwelled within the hidden realms. And so the village of Eldergrove thrived, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary coexisted in harmony. Lila's journey had not only saved the forest, but it also brought the community closer together, fostering a deep respect for the natural world and the magic that lay within. In the quiet moments, beside the crackling fireplace, Layla would reflect on her journey, the amulet resting against her heart. She understood now that the true magic of the world lay not in the amulet itself, but in the connections it had helped her forge. The friendships, the wisdom, and the love that transcended the boundaries of time and space. And so, with a gentle sigh and a contented smile, Lila would drift off to sleep, knowing that the world was a brighter, more beautiful place because of the journey she had undertaken. The forest continued to sing its song of life, a melody of hope and renewal that echoed through the ages, a testament to the power of love and friendship to overcome even the darkest of shadows. Story 62. In the heart of the whispering woods, where every leaf seemed to hum a gentle lullaby, and the sun cascaded through the emerald canopy like gold dust, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages that seemed to lean in close to one another, as if sharing secrets. At the edge of this village, where the forest met the meadows, stood an ancient oak tree named Eldergrove, its branches sprawling like the arms of an old friend. Beneath the boughs of Eldergrove, the villagers often gathered for the Harvest Moon Festival, a time of joy and togetherness. Yet, as the festival approached this year, a peculiar series of events began to unfold. It started with the village well, which suddenly brimmed with sparkling sweet water that glimmered under the moonlight. While at first it seemed a blessing, soon the stream that fed into the well dried up, leaving the villagers puzzled. The next strange occurrence was the sudden appearance of mysterious footprints in the dew-kissed grass every morning, leading from the edge of the woods to the village square. The prints were unlike any the villagers had seen, larger than those of a bear, yet with a delicate swirl pattern at the center of each toe. Concerned yet intrigued, the villagers turned to the wisest among them, old Marlowe, a gentle soul with a long, flowing beard and eyes that twinkled with the wisdom of many years. He lived in a cottage nestled against the roots of Eldergrove, surrounded by books and scrolls that told tales of the forest and its inhabitants. Old Marlowe listened intently to the villagers' concerns, nodding thoughtfully. "The forest speaks in whispers," he said, "and often it is the smallest of creatures who hold the greatest wisdom. We must seek counsel from the guardians of the woods." Thus, a small group set out into the forest, led by young Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted girl with a knack for solving puzzles. Her long auburn braid bounced with each step as she ventured deeper into the woods, accompanied by a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves overhead. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them, the air thick with the scent of pine and the distant call of a nightingale. They soon reached a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where they found the first of the magical creatures, the woodland sprites. These tiny luminescent beings flitted about like fireflies, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. Lyra approached them with respect, and the sprites, sensing her pure intentions, gathered around, their tiny voices chiming like bells. "We have seen the footprints," they said in unison, "but they are not ours. Seek the wisdom of the moonlit owl, who sees all from her perch atop the silver pine." Thanking the sprites, the group continued their journey, guided by the gentle glow of the sprite's dust that lingered in the air. They reached the silver pine, its trunk shimmering like polished silver in the twilight. At its peak, the moonlit owl sat majestically, her feathers as white as fresh snow, her eyes deep and knowing. With a graceful swoop, she descended, landing softly before them. "The footprints you seek are those of the Dreamweaver," she hooted softly, "a creature of ancient magic who dwells beneath the stars. It seems the Dreamweaver has stirred for a reason, perhaps drawn by the wishes and dreams of your village." Lyra pondered the owl's words, her mind racing with possibilities. "Could it be that the Dreamweaver is trying to communicate with us?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. "Indeed," replied the moonlit owl, "but the Dreamweaver speaks in dreams and whispers, in symbols and signs. To truly understand, you must listen with your heart." Thanking the wise owl, Lyra and her companions returned to the village, their minds alight with the mystery to be unraveled. That night, Lyra lay beneath the stars, her heart open to the whispers of the Dreamweaver. As she drifted into sleep, her dreams were filled with shimmering images, a flowing river, a sky full of dancing lights, and a melody that seemed to weave through her very being. Awakening with the first light of dawn, Lyra understood. The Dreamweaver was not a creature of mischief, but a guardian of dreams, weaving the hopes and wishes of the villagers into reality. The sweet water was a gift of abundance, a reflection of the villagers' shared dreams of prosperity and joy. With newfound clarity, Lyra gathered the villagers at the well, sharing her dream and the wisdom she had gleaned. Together, they sang the melody she had heard, a song of gratitude and harmony. As their voices rose in unison, the ground beneath them shimmered, and from the well, a gentle stream began to flow once more, nourishing the land and their spirits. The mysterious footprints faded with the morning dew, and peace settled over Willowbrook. The villagers celebrated the Harvest Moon Festival with renewed joy, their hearts entwined by the magic of dreams and the bonds of friendship. As the sun set behind the whispering woods, Lyra stood beneath Eldergrove, her heart full of wonder and gratitude. She knew that the Dreamweaver would always be there, a silent guardian of dreams, weaving the hopes of Willowbrook into the tapestry of the stars. And so, with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of the nightingale, the village of Willowbrook slipped into a gentle slumber, cradled in the warmth of dreams and the gentle embrace of the whispering woods. Story 63. In a secluded corner of the world, Where sunlight danced through a thick but gentle canopy, lay the whispering wood. It was a place where the earth seemed to hum with an ancient melody, and where the boundaries between the seen and unseen were as thin as morning mist. The whispering wood was home to a myriad of creatures, each playing a part in the delicate tapestry of life that flourished there. The forest itself was an intricate mosaic of towering oaks, their gnarled branches stretching out like the fingers of old friends, of birches, their silvery bark gleaming like moonlight captured in the day, and of evergreens whose scent was a constant reminder of the forest's eternal heart. Beneath this rich tapestry, a carpet of moss cushioned the footsteps of any who wandered its verdant paths, while the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant murmur of a crystal-clear brook. In this magical realm, there lived a small family of foxes, known for their wisdom and gentle nature. The matriarch of the family, an elder vixen with fur the color of autumn leaves, was called by the forest dwellers as Sage. Her eyes held the depth of many seasons, and her voice, soft yet resonant, was a balm to all who heard it. Sage had lived through many cycles of the moon, and her knowledge of the forest was as deep as the roots of the oldest oak. Sage's family included her two curious cubs, whose names were Ember and Fern. Ember, with a coat of fiery red, was bold and adventurous, always eager to explore the hidden nooks of the forest. Fern, with a softer earth-toned pelt, was more introspective, content to listen and learn from the world around her. Together, under their mother's watchful gaze, they roamed the forest, discovering its secrets, one whisper at a time. It was early spring, and the forest buzzed with a quiet energy as life began to stir from its winter slumber. The snow had melted, revealing carpets of violets and primroses that painted the forest floor with splashes of color. The brook sang a livelier tune, its waters twinkling in the sunlight as if sharing a secret with the sky. It was during this time that Sage decided it was the perfect moment to teach her cubs about the balance that held their world together. Gathering them by the brook one dewy morning, Sage began, "My dear ones, the forest is our home, a symphony where every creature and every leaf has a part to play. To live here is to understand the harmony that sustains us." As she spoke, the gentle breeze carried her words, mingling them with the rustle of leaves and the soft babble of water. Ember, his eyes wide with curiosity, asked, "Mother, how do we learn this harmony?" Sage smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars reflected on still water. "By listening, my dear. By observing the dance of the seasons and the stories they tell." And so, Sage began to teach the cubs the language of the forest. She pointed out the way the birds sang different songs at dawn and dusk, marking time's passage. She showed them how the trees whispered to each other through their leaves, sharing news carried by the wind. She described the symphony of colors that changed with the seasons, each hue a note in the forest's ever-changing melody. As the days passed, the cubs learned to listen to the whispers of the forest. Ember discovered the joy in the exuberant bloom of spring, the way the world seemed to burst with life and promise. Fern, meanwhile, found peace in the gentle decay of autumn, understanding that what fell would nourish what was to come. But it was a summer storm that truly taught them the lesson of balance. One afternoon, as dark clouds rolled in, the forest became a theater for the elements. Thunder rumbled like a distant drum, and lightning danced across the sky, illuminating the forest in brief, magical flashes. The rain began as a gentle patter, growing into a steady downpour that refreshed the earth and filled the brook to overflowing. As the storm raged, the fox family took shelter under the roots of a great oak, its branches a protective canopy. There, Sage explained, the storm, though fierce, is a gift. It cleanses and renews, reminding us that even in chaos, there is purpose. The cubs watched as the rain washed away the dust of summer, leaving the forest vibrant and renewed. The air was fresh, tinged with the scent of wet earth and pine, and a rainbow arched across the sky, a bridge of colors connecting earth and heaven. When the storm passed, the forest emerged, glistening and alive. The sunlight sparkled on droplets clinging to leaves like diamonds scattered by a generous hand. The brook, swollen with rain, sang a new, richer melody, and the creatures of the forest, from the tiniest ant to the majestic stag, resumed their dance, each step in harmony with the others. Through these experiences, Ember and Fern learned that every element of nature, whether gentle or wild, played a crucial role in the balance of their world. They understood that the forest was a living entity, a home that needed care and respect. As the years passed, Sage grew older, her once vibrant coat now silvered like the birch trees she so loved. Yet her wisdom continued to guide her family and the forest community. Ember and Fern, now grown with cubs of their own, carried forward the lessons of harmony and balance, teaching them to the next generation. And so the circle of life continued in the Whispering Wood, a testament to the enduring wisdom of nature. The forest remained a sanctuary where every creature, every leaf and stone was a part of an eternal song, a melody of unity, whispered through the ages. As night fell, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber under a cloak of stars, the only sound the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. The Whispering Wood remained a place of magic and wonder, where time moved to the rhythm of the ancient melody that bound all things together. And somewhere in the heart of the forest, Sage's spirit lingered, a gentle presence among the trees, watching over the world she so dearly loved. In this way, the forest taught its final lesson to all who dwelt within its embrace, that life, in all its complexity and beauty, was a gift to be cherished and understood, and in that understanding, every heart found peace. Story 64. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Amelia. She was an inquisitive child, with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops on a summer morning. Little did she know, her world was about to be turned upside down by an extraordinary discovery. One crisp autumn day, Amelia was rummaging through her grandmother's attic, a dusty realm of forgotten treasures. Her fingers traced the spines of ancient tomes, and her nose twitched at the musty scent of aged parchment. That's when she stumbled upon a peculiar-looking music box, its weathered wood carved with intricate patterns. As Amelia wound the tiny key, a soft melody filled the air, carrying her thoughts to distant lands. But then, something remarkable happened. The music box began to glow, and a tiny door appeared on its side, beckoning her to explore further. Curiosity overcame her trepidation, and Amelia peered inside, only to find herself shrinking until she was no bigger than a thimble. Before she could comprehend what was happening, she tumbled through the door and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. The music box realm was a verdant wonderland, where blades of grass towered like ancient redwoods and dewdrops glistened like crystal lakes. Amelia gazed in awe at the vibrant colors and intricate details that surrounded her, each one more enchanting than the last. As she ventured deeper into this miniature realm, she encountered a cast of delightful companions. First, there was Wilbur, a wise old toad with a penchant for riddles and a twinkle in his eye. Then came Flutter, a sprightly dragonfly with iridescent wings that shimmered like a kaleidoscope in the sunlight. Together, they embarked on a journey through the music box world, navigating challenges and discovering hidden wonders at every turn. From soaring over sprawling meadows on the back of a friendly bumblebee to sailing across a pond in a leaf boat, each adventure filled Amelia's heart with joy and taught her valuable lessons about courage, friendship, and the power of imagination. But their greatest challenge lay ahead, a dark, foreboding forest where the trees seemed to whisper ominous warnings. It was here that they encountered the Whispering Willow, an ancient tree spirit whose riddles held the key to their safe passage. With Wilbur's guidance and Flutter's unwavering support, Amelia learned to listen with her heart and decipher the Whispering Willow's cryptic messages. Through patience and wisdom, they navigated the treacherous path, emerging triumphant on the other side, their bond of friendship stronger than ever. As the sun began to set over the music box realm, Amelia realized that her journey had been more than just a whimsical adventure. It had been a transformative experience, one that had opened her eyes to the magic that dwelled within the ordinary and the extraordinary strength that resided within her own heart. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to her newfound friends, promising to keep their memories alive and to share the wonders she had witnessed with others. As she stepped back through the tiny door, she found herself returned to her grandmother's attic, clutching the music box close to her chest. From that day forward, Amelia cherished the music box as a portal to endless possibilities, a reminder that even the most ordinary of objects could hold extraordinary secrets. And whenever she felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders, she would wind the tiny key and let the melody transport her back to that enchanting realm where magic was as natural as the rising sun. Story 65. In the gentle embrace of the forest, where the sun trickled down through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lay a village so small that it seemed to have been kissed by the very hands of the earth. The village, with its quaint cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, was cradled by the ever-watchful arms of the woods. Here the world moved at a pace dictated by the seasons and the whispers of the wind, and the people lived in harmony with the nature that surrounded them. At the heart of this village was a girl named Lyra, whose laughter was as bright as the morning sun, and whose spirit was as free as the breeze that danced through the trees. Lyra was known for her boundless curiosity and her knack for finding adventure in the most mundane corners of the village. Her eyes sparkled with the promise of discovery, and her heart was a wellspring of kindness and courage. One golden afternoon, as the sun painted the sky with hues of tangerine and rose, Lyra found herself wandering along a path that meandered through the woods. Her bare feet delighted in the cool, mossy ground, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. It was on this path that Lyra stumbled upon something that would change her life forever. A small, intricately carved wooden box nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. The box was unlike anything she had ever seen. Its surface was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shimmer with a light of their own, and as Lyra traced her fingers over the carvings, a warmth spread through her fingertips. She felt an inexplicable pull, a silent invitation to open the box and explore the secrets it held. With a gentle breath, Lyra lifted the lid, revealing a beautiful, iridescent feather resting within. As soon as her fingers brushed against the feather, a soft glow enveloped her, and the world around her began to change. The trees seemed to whisper her name, and the air was filled with a melody as ancient as the stars. Lyra soon discovered that the feather possessed a magical ability. It allowed her to see the hidden world that lay within the natural environment. With the feather in hand, she could perceive the invisible threads that connected every living thing, from the tiniest insect to the tallest tree. The forest was no longer just a collection of plants and animals. It was a vibrant, interconnected tapestry of life. Excited by her newfound ability, Lyra began to explore the forest with fresh eyes. She marveled at the hidden streams that glistened like ribbons of silver, and she watched as the spirits of the trees danced in the dappled sunlight. There were creatures she had never seen before, tiny, luminescent beings that flitted among the flowers, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. But it was not long before Lyra realized that she was not alone in her discovery. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she encountered a boy named Finn, whose eyes mirrored the color of the ocean on a clear day. Finn had also found a magical object, a stone that allowed him to communicate with the forest creatures. Together, they formed an unlikely friendship that defied the expectations of their village, where such magic was often regarded with suspicion. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Finn embarked on countless adventures, uncovering the mysteries of the forest and learning from its ancient wisdom. They discovered that the hidden world was in peril. A shadowy force threatened to unravel the delicate balance that sustained life within the forest. The trees whispered of a darkness that crept through the roots, suffocating the life that thrived beneath the surface. Determined to save the forest they had come to love, Lyra and Finn embarked on a journey that would take them to the very heart of the woods. Guided by the feather and the stone, they navigated treacherous paths and crossed shimmering streams, relying on their friendship and their growing understanding of the magic that bound them to the forest. Along the way, they encountered creatures both wondrous and wise, a wise old owl who shared stories of the forest's history, a mischievous fox who led them through hidden trails, and a gentle deer whose eyes held the wisdom of 1,000 sunsets. Each encounter taught them valuable lessons about courage, compassion, and the importance of harmony. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, Lyra and Finn began to change. The magic of the feather and the stone awakened a deeper understanding within them, revealing the interconnectedness of all life. They learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath their feet. Finally, they reached the heart of the forest, where the shadowy force lay in wait. It was a place of ancient power, where the air shimmered with the light of 1,000 stars. Here, the trees stood tall and proud, their branches entwined in a protective embrace. With courage in their hearts and the magic of their friendship guiding them, Lyra and Finn confronted the darkness. They called upon the spirits of the forest to join them, and together they wove a tapestry of light and song that banished the shadow, restoring the balance to the hidden world. Exhausted but victorious, Lyra and Finn returned to their village, forever changed by their journey. They had learned that true magic lay not in the objects they had found, but in the bonds they had formed and the wisdom they had gained. The forest, once again in harmony, thrived with new life, and the village continued to live in peace with the world around it. Lyra and Finn became guardians of the forest, using their magic to protect and nurture the hidden world they had come to love. As the sun set over the village, casting a warm, golden glow over the land, Lyra and Finn sat together beneath the ancient oak where their adventure had begun. The feather and the stone lay between them, reminders of the magic that had brought them together and the journey that had changed their lives. In the gentle twilight, the forest sang a lullaby, its melody weaving through the trees and carrying the promise of a new dawn. Wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the comfort of the world they had come to know, Lyra and Finn closed their eyes, knowing that they would always be a part of the hidden world they had discovered and protected. And so, the village slept, cradled by the forest and the stars, its dreams filled with the magic of the hidden world and the promise of adventures yet to come. The tale of Lyra and Finn, and the journey that had transformed them, would be told for generations, reminding all who heard it of the power of friendship, the beauty of the natural world, and the magic that lay within each of us. Story 66, title The Whispering Lantern. In a quaint village nestled between the rolling emerald hills and the sapphire sea, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home was a modest cottage, the roof thatched with gold-tinted straw, and a garden filled with lilacs and marigolds that perfumed the air with their sweet fragrance. Lila was known for her curious spirit and a heart as gentle as the morning dew on a spring leaf. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila would climb the old oak tree near her home. From there she could see the entire village, the shimmering sea, and, in the distance, the mysterious whispering woods. These woods were said to hold secrets, ancient and magical, whispered among the trees and carried by the wind. Lila's grandmother, a wise old woman with eyes full of stories, often warned her of the woods. "Not everything that whispers is meant to be heard," she would say, her voice like the rustling of pages in a well-loved book. Yet as with many tales told to the young, the warning only fanned the flames of Lila's curiosity. She dreamed of discovering the mysteries within those woods, to find the source of the whispers that seemed to call her name on the gentlest of breezes. One balmy evening, as the moon hung low and full in the sky, casting a silver glow over the land, Lila made a decision. She would venture into the whispering woods. With a lantern in hand, its light flickering like a warm, golden heart, she set off. The path was narrow and winding, lined with flowers that glowed softly under the moonlight. As she stepped into the woods, the air changed. It became cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the faint, sweet aroma of night-blooming jasmine. The trees stood tall like ancient sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets only the wind could understand. Lila walked deeper into the woods, the lantern casting a comforting halo around her. She listened intently, but all she heard were the gentle sounds of the night, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of a hedgehog in the underbrush, and the distant song of a nightingale. Just as she began to wonder if the whispers were merely figments of her imagination, she heard it, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a language she couldn't understand, yet it felt familiar, like a lullaby sung long ago. Following the voice, she arrived at a clearing where the moonlight danced upon a small pond, its surface like liquid silver. In the center of the pond was a tiny island, and on it stood a lantern, much like her own, but with an ethereal glow that pulsed gently, as if alive. Entranced, Lila waded through the shallow water, her feet sinking into the cool, silken mud. As she reached the island, she touched the lantern. Instantly, the whispering voice became clearer, transforming into words she could comprehend. "Welcome, Lila," the voice said, warm and inviting. "You have found the Lantern of Whispers, a beacon for those who seek truth and understanding." Lila blinked in surprise. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a soft echo in the night. "I am the spirit of the lantern," the voice replied. "I exist to guide those who are lost, to reveal what is hidden, and to teach what is forgotten." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "What do you mean?" "In these woods," the spirit continued, "lies a world unseen by most. It is a place of magic and wonder, where the heart and mind must work in harmony to uncover its secrets." The lantern's glow brightened, enveloping Lila in warmth. "Will you accept this journey? It will change you for the better if you are willing to listen and learn." Lila hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I accept." With her acceptance, the world around her shifted. The trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves rustling with anticipation. The whispers grew louder, weaving into a melody that resonated deep within her soul. Guided by the lantern's light, Lila embarked on a journey through the whispering woods, each step revealing something new. She met creatures of the forest, each with a story to tell and wisdom to share. A fox with fur as bright as autumn leaves taught her about the importance of trust and intuition. A wise old turtle, slow and steady, showed her the value of patience and perseverance. As the nights passed, Lila learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart. The whispers became clearer, a symphony of voices that spoke of balance and harmony, of life and nature intertwined. One night, while resting against the trunk of an ancient tree, Lila met an unexpected friend. A small, delicate bird with feathers that shimmered like opals landed beside her. It chirped a song so beautiful that it brought tears to her eyes. "Hello, little one," Lila greeted softly. The bird tilted its head, regarding her with intelligent eyes. Then, to her astonishment, it spoke. "Thank you for listening," it said, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Few hear our song, for they are too busy or too afraid to listen." Lila smiled, understanding dawning on her. "I am glad I did." The bird nodded. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of whispers, waiting to be heard. Listen closely, and you will always find your way." As the dawn began to break, painting the sky with the colors of a new day, Lila realized it was time to return home. She felt different, changed by the journey, her heart full of newfound wisdom and peace. The lantern's light guided her back through the woods, the path familiar yet transformed by her experience. When she reached the edge of the forest, she turned back, whispering a soft thank you to the woods and all its inhabitants. The journey had ended, but the lessons would remain with Lila forever. She understood now that the whispers were not just sounds, but messages of guidance and love. She had learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart, finding beauty and wisdom in the most unexpected places. As she walked back to her village, the sun rising behind her, Lila felt a deep sense of gratitude. The world was alive with whispers, and she was ready to listen to them all. And so, Lila returned to her cottage, the garden's flowers greeting her with their sweet fragrance. She knew that life would continue to present challenges, but she was no longer afraid. She had the lantern's light in her heart, guiding her with its gentle glow. From that day forward, Lila shared her stories and lessons with the villagers, teaching them the importance of listening and understanding. The village thrived, its people connected by a newfound sense of harmony and respect for the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained, a place of magic and mystery, but no longer feared. Instead, it was a sanctuary for those seeking wisdom and peace. And every now and then, Lila would return, lantern in hand, to listen to the whispers, to learn and grow, and to remember the journey that had changed her life forever. As the years passed, Lila became known as the Story Keeper, a wise woman who shared tales of wonder and truth. Her stories were like lanterns themselves, illuminating the hearts and minds of those who listened, guiding them through the darkness with warmth and light. And so the legend of the Whispering Lantern lived on, a testament to the power of listening and the magic that lies within every whisper of the world. Story 67. In the heart of the ancient Wistwood forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the rivers sang in gentle murmurs, a delicate balance sustained the hidden lives of all its creatures. This forest, untouched by time, was a sanctuary where reality and magic intertwined like the roots of its towering oaks. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft pink and gold, a misty veil lingered over the forest floor, carrying with it the cool, earthy scent of moss and dew. Among the roots and ferns, a small warren of rabbits began to stir. Their ears twitched as they listened to the symphony of morning, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a lark, and the gentle babbling of Brookstone Creek. At the heart of this warren lived Hazel, the wisest and kindest of the rabbits. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes held the warmth of 1,000 sunrises. She was known throughout Wistwood for her gentle spirit and the stories she wove, tales that spoke of the forest's wonders and the lessons it taught to those willing to listen. One crisp morning, as the frost decorated the blades of grass like tiny diamonds, Hazel gathered the young rabbits around her. Their eyes, wide with curiosity, reflected the soft light filtering through the canopy above. Today, she would tell them about the ancient harmony that held their world together, a balance as delicate as a spider's web glistening with dew. Long ago, Hazel began, her voice soothing as the murmuring creek, when the trees were young and the sky was filled with stars even during the day, a great meeting was held. All creatures, from the tiniest ant to the grandest stag, gathered beneath the great elder oak. It was here that the laws of harmony were spoken by the wise elders of the forest. The young rabbits leaned closer, their breaths mingling with the mist as Hazel continued. The elders taught that every creature, every leaf, and every drop of rain had a role to play. Each was a note in the symphony of life, and together they created a melody that sang through the ages. Hazel paused to let the words settle like the gentle fall of a leaf. But, she said, her voice a soft whisper, there were times when this harmony was threatened. Storms would rage, and the forest would tremble under the weight of imbalance. The young rabbits shivered at the thought, but Hazel's warm gaze reassured them. Yet it was during these times that the true strength of the forest was revealed. Through wisdom and friendship, the creatures would find their way back to balance. One of the younger rabbits, a curious little one with fur as soft as a cloud, asked, "How did they do it, Hazel? How did they find their way back?" Hazel smiled, her heart swelling with pride at their eagerness to learn. "They looked to the seasons, my dear ones, for each season brought a gift, a lesson woven into the fabric of time itself. Spring," she explained, "was a time of renewal and hope. The forest awoke from its slumber, and life burst forth in vibrant colors and joyous song. It taught the creatures to embrace change and to find beauty in beginnings. Summer followed with its warm embrace, a season of abundance and growth. It reminded them of the strength in unity and the importance of nurturing the bonds that held them together. Then came autumn, draped in robes of gold and crimson. It was a time of reflection and gratitude, a gentle reminder that all things must change, and with each ending there was a promise of new beginnings. Finally, winter arrived, cloaked in silence and snow. It was a season of rest and contemplation, teaching the forest to trust in the cycle of life and the quiet strength found in patience. As Hazel's story wove its magic, the young rabbits felt the wisdom of the forest seep into their hearts. They understood that harmony was not just the absence of chaos, but a living, breathing balance that required care and respect for all life. Just then, a soft breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the fragrance of pine and the distant laughter of a brook. It was as if the forest itself was whispering its approval. With the story ended, Hazel nudged the young ones towards the meadow where the sun now danced upon the grass. "Remember, little ones," she said, her voice a tender caress, "the forest is a gift, and we are its keepers. Through kindness and wisdom, we honor the circle of life." As the day unfolded, the young rabbits played beneath the watchful eyes of their elders, their laughter mingling with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, a profound peace settled over Wistwood. The creatures of the forest, from the smallest beetle to the largest bear, felt the gentle embrace of harmony restored. Under the soft glow of the moon, they dreamed of seasons yet to come, of stories yet to be told, and of the timeless wisdom of the forest that would guide them through the ages. In this enchanted part of the world, where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like shadows in the moonlight, life continued as it always had, in perfect, harmonious balance. Story 68. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle curve of the Sapphire River, there lived a young girl named Lila. With eyes the color of moss and hair that danced like autumn leaves in the breeze, Lila was known for her curious nature and a heart as warm as the summer sun. Willowbrook was a place where the air carried the scent of wildflowers and the cobbled streets echoed with laughter and song. Each morning, the sun would rise softly over the rolling hills, painting the sky in hues of gold and pink, while the villagers began their day with smiles and greetings that felt like warm hugs. One day, as Lila wandered through her grandmother's attic, a place filled with dust-kissed memories and forgotten treasures, she stumbled upon a peculiar-looking teapot. It was unlike any teapot she had ever seen, with intricate carvings of stars and moons that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Her fingers traced the delicate designs, and as she did, a gentle warmth spread from the teapot, filling the room with a soft, golden glow. Curious and a little enchanted, Lila lifted the lid, half expecting the scent of old tea leaves, but instead a tiny sparkling mist emerged, swirling around her in a dance of light. From within the mist a tiny voice spoke, gentle and melodic like a lullaby. "Thank you, dear one, for setting me free. I am Astra, the guardian of dreams." Lila's eyes widened in wonder. "A guardian of dreams?" she whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustle of leaves. "Yes," Astra replied, her form gradually taking shape, a tiny, shimmering sprite with wings that sparkled like moonlight on water. "I was trapped within this teapot by a spell, waiting for someone with a pure heart to release me." From that day on, Astra became Lila's constant companion, guiding her through the hidden wonders of Willowbrook. Together, they discovered that the village was filled with magical secrets, each waiting patiently for Lila's gentle touch to reveal them. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced their way to the ground, Astra whispered of a special journey. "There's a place beyond the hills, a grove where the oldest oak stands. Within its roots lies a hidden treasure, but only those who truly understand the language of nature can find it." Intrigued and eager, Lila set off with Astra fluttering by her side. The path led them through the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to lean in close, sharing secrets in a language only they understood. Birds with feathers like jewels sang sweet, lilting songs, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Along the way, they met a wise old tortoise named Oliver, who moved with the slow grace of time itself. His shell was etched with patterns of the earth and sky, and his eyes held the wisdom of centuries. He offered Lila advice in his deep, soothing voice. "The treasure you seek is not one of gold or gems, but of understanding and heart. Listen not just with your ears, but with your spirit." They also encountered a merry band of squirrels, led by a sprightly fellow named Pip, whose boundless energy and quick wit brought laughter to their journey. Pip shared tales of the forest, of how the wind whispered stories to the trees and how the river sang lullabies to the stones. As they reached the grove, Lila felt a sense of calm sweep over her. The ancient oak stood proudly, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its roots diving deep into the earth. Lila approached, closing her eyes, and let her heart open to the whispers of the grove. In that moment of stillness, she understood. She heard the gentle sigh of the wind, felt the quiet strength of the earth beneath her feet, and sensed the harmony of life all around. With a smile, she knelt by the roots of the oak, her fingers brushing the cool, damp earth. And there it was, a small, wooden box, wrapped in leaves and bound with vines. Inside, Lila found a tiny, delicate mirror, its surface smooth as a still pond. As she gazed into it, she saw not just her reflection, but images of the village, the woods, and the people she loved, all woven together in a tapestry of light and color. Astra's voice was soft and filled with warmth. "This mirror shows the true treasure of life, the connections we make, the love we share, and the beauty of understanding." Lila's heart swelled with gratitude and joy, for she realized the truth of Oliver's words. The greatest treasure was not something one could hold, but something one could feel deep within. With the mirror tucked safely in her pocket, Lila returned to Willowbrook, where she shared her newfound wisdom with the villagers. Her adventures had opened their eyes to the magic all around them, and together they cherished each moment, weaving love and laughter into the very fabric of their lives. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle glow of the moon, Lila, Astra, and their friends gathered by the fire, sharing stories and dreams, their hearts as warm as the embers that flickered and danced in the night. As the village of Willowbrook drifted into slumber, the air was filled with a deep sense of peace and contentment, for they knew that the most wondrous magic of all was the love that connected them, heart to heart, through time and beyond. Story 69. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lived an imaginative young girl named Clara. Clara had a curious nature that often led her to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of her idyllic home. Her favorite pastime was to wander the village outskirts, where the whispering winds and rustling leaves seemed to hold secrets of their own. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Clara embarked on one of her usual adventures. She followed the winding path through the woods, her feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached an old oak tree. This tree, with its sprawling branches and gnarled trunk, was a familiar friend. Clara often visited it, finding solace in its ancient presence. Today, however, something was different. As Clara approached, she noticed a faint, shimmering light emanating from a hollow in the tree. Curiosity piqued. She peered inside and discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to dance in the fading light. Clara gently lifted it from the hollow and sat beneath the tree to examine her find. As she opened the lid, a soft, warm glow enveloped her. Inside lay an exquisite golden feather, unlike any she had ever seen. It sparkled with an ethereal light, and as Clara held it in her hands, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers. She instinctively knew this feather was special, imbued with a magic all its own. Excited yet unsure of what this meant, Clara decided to visit her dear friend, Mr. Thistlewood, the village's kindly librarian and keeper of knowledge. Mr. Thistlewood was a gentle soul with a twinkle in his eye, always ready to share a story or two from his vast collection of books. Clara hurried to the village, the feather safely tucked in her pocket. The library, with its cozy nooks and towers of books, was a haven of warmth and wisdom. As Clara entered, the familiar scent of aged paper and polished wood welcomed her. She found Mr. Thistlewood seated by the fireplace, a pair of round spectacles perched upon his nose as he read. "Ah, Clara, my dear," he greeted with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "What brings you here today?" Clara eagerly showed him the golden feather. "I found this near the old oak tree. It feels magical." Mr. Thistlewood examined the feather with great interest, his eyes widening with recognition. "Ah, this is a rare and wondrous find indeed. This feather is said to be from the legendary phoenix, a creature of rebirth and transformation. It holds the power to grant its bearer the ability to see the world in a new light, to discover hidden truths." Clara listened intently, her heart alight with wonder. "What should I do with it?" "Ah," Mr. Thistlewood said, his voice gentle and wise, "the feather's magic is not in its use but in the journey it inspires. Trust in the path it leads you on." Clara nodded, understanding the wisdom in his words. She thanked him and left the library, feeling a sense of purpose fill her heart. The following days were filled with anticipation. Clara carried the feather with her everywhere, each day bringing a new sense of discovery. One morning, as she strolled along the lake's edge, she noticed the sunlight dancing on the water like never before. It was as if the world had been painted anew, vibrant and full of life. She realized the feather's true magic was not in changing the world, but in changing how she saw it. On her walks, she began to notice the smallest details, the dewdrops on the grass, the song of a distant bird, the way the breeze carried the scent of pine. The world seemed richer, more alive. Clara felt a deep connection to everything around her, a tapestry of life woven with threads of wonder and beauty. One evening, as the sky turned to twilight and the first stars peeked through, Clara encountered an unexpected challenge. A group of villagers had gathered by the lake, their faces etched with concern. A bridge that connected the village to the fields beyond had been damaged in a recent storm, and they were unsure how to repair it. Clara joined the group, listening carefully as they discussed solutions. Most suggestions involved laborious work and heavy materials, but Clara, inspired by the feather's wisdom, saw things differently. She gently suggested using the fallen branches and vines from the forest to weave a temporary bridge. Her idea was met with hesitation, but Clara shared her vision with such clarity and calm that the villagers agreed to try. Together, they worked through the night, weaving and tying, using the resources nature had provided. As dawn broke, the villagers stood back to admire their handiwork, a sturdy, beautiful bridge that seemed to grow naturally from the earth itself. It was a testament to the power of wisdom and cooperation, a bridge built not just of wood and vine, but of friendship and trust. The villagers celebrated their success, grateful for Clara's insight and gentle leadership. As they crossed the bridge, they marveled at how something so simple could be so strong. Clara felt a deep joy in her heart, knowing she had helped her community in a meaningful way. With the bridge restored, life in Willowbrook continued with renewed vigor. Clara's journey with the golden feather had taught her that true magic lay not in grand displays of power, but in the subtle, everyday wonders of life. She had learned to see the world with open eyes and an open heart, embracing each moment with gratitude and love. The feather, now a cherished keepsake, rested on Clara's bedside table, a reminder of the journey she had taken. Each night, as she drifted off to sleep, she would glance at it and smile, knowing that the world was a place of endless possibility and beauty. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and let the warmth of the fire's glow lull you to sleep, remember Clara and her golden feather. May your dreams be filled with wonder, and may you always find magic in the world around you. Story 70. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Willowbrook was a place where gentle breezes carried the scent of lavender and the moonlight danced upon the crystal-clear streams. The villagers, though simple folk, cherished each dawn and dusk, finding joy in the small wonders of their world. Clara was known for her curious nature, her eyes sparkling like the morning dew as she wandered the cobbled paths of her village. One crisp autumn afternoon, while exploring the attic of her grandmother's cozy cottage, Clara stumbled upon an old, dusty wooden box. It was tucked away beneath a stack of forgotten quilts, its hinges rusted but still holding a mysterious allure. With gentle fingers, Clara opened the box, revealing an assortment of peculiar trinkets. At the very top lay a small, intricately carved mirror, its surface shimmering like a still pond under the moonlight. As Clara peered into it, an unusual warmth spread through her fingers, and to her astonishment, the reflection showed not her own face, but a vibrant, lush forest bathed in golden sunlight. Driven by an insatiable sense of wonder, Clara made up her mind to discover the secrets of the mirror. She tiptoed downstairs where her grandmother sat by the fireplace, knitting a scarf in hues of emerald and sapphire. As the fire crackled softly, Clara shared her discovery, her words tumbling out in an excited whisper. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, listened intently before nodding with a mysterious smile. "Ah, that mirror," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "It is said to be a window to another realm, a place where the heart's deepest desires can lead to unexpected journeys." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Clara decided to seek out the hidden realm. The following morning, with the mirror safely tucked into her satchel, she set out towards the forest on the edge of Willowbrook. The path was lined with towering oaks and whispering willows, their branches swaying in a tender embrace with the breeze. As Clara ventured deeper into the woods, she came across a clearing where sunlight poured down like golden rain. There, she met the first of her companions, a wise old owl named Horatio. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes glimmered with ancient knowledge. "Greetings, young traveler," hooted Horatio from his perch atop a gnarled oak. "I sense you seek the wonders of the other realm." Clara nodded eagerly, and Horatio fluttered down to her side. To unlock the mirror's magic, he advised, you must find the 3 keys of kindness, courage, and wisdom. Only then will the path reveal itself. With Horatio's guidance, Clara continued her journey, her heart filled with anticipation. As she wandered through the forest, the scent of pine and earth enveloped her like a comforting embrace. Her first trial came when she stumbled upon a small brook, its waters sparkling in the dappled sunlight. On the opposite bank, a young fox was trapped, its paw caught beneath a fallen branch. Without hesitation, Clara waded through the cool of babbling water, her steps careful and sure. With gentle hands, she freed the fox, who gazed at her with grateful amber eyes. The fox, whose name was Finn, became her second companion, his playful spirit a constant source of joy. Together, they journeyed to the heart of the forest, where a towering cedar stood like a guardian of old secrets. There, they encountered an ancient tortoise named Myrtle, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. Myrtle, wise and slow, tested Clara's courage by asking her to climb to the top of the cedar and retrieve a single leaf, shimmering with the colors of dawn. Though her heart fluttered like a bird's wings, Clara accepted the challenge with quiet determination. With Finn cheering her on from below, she ascended the tree, her fingers finding purchase on the rough bark. At the top, the world spread out before her, a tapestry of greens and golds, where the horizon kissed the sky. With the leaf in hand, Clara descended, her heart singing with triumph. Myrtle nodded approvingly, granting her the second key. Remember, dear one, Myrtle said, her voice a gentle rumble, true courage is not the absence of fear, but the wisdom to face it. With 2 keys in her grasp, Clara felt her spirit soar like a lark at dawn. Yet, the final test awaited, a trial of wisdom. As evening descended, casting the forest in hues of indigo and silver, Clara, Horatio, and Finn found themselves at the edge of a shimmering lake. Its surface was smooth as glass, reflecting the starlit sky. In the center of the lake, a single lily pad floated, upon which lay the final key. The challenge was clear, to retrieve it without disturbing the water. Clara pondered, her mind as calm as the lake itself. Then, with a smile, she whispered to Horatio. At her request, Horatio flew across the lake, his wings barely brushing the surface. With a gentle nudge, he coaxed the lily pad towards the shore, where Clara retrieved the key with tender hands. The lake, undisturbed, mirrored the tranquility of her heart. With all 3 keys united, the mirror in Clara's satchel began to glow, casting a warm light that enveloped her and her companions. The air shimmered, and the world around them transformed into a land of wonder, a realm where dreams whispered secrets of the heart. Clara, Horatio, Finn, and Myrtle explored this wondrous place, their hearts light with joy and friendship. They discovered that the true magic of the mirror lay not in the realm itself, but in the journey, the acts of kindness, courage, and wisdom that had guided them there. As the stars twinkled above, Clara knew it was time to return home. With a heart full of gratitude, she bade farewell to her companions, promising to cherish their friendship forever. The mirror, now a keepsake of her adventure, would always remind her of the wonders discovered through kindness and courage. Back in Willowbrook, Clara shared her tale with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, Clara nestled into her bed, the mirror placed gently beside her. And as she drifted into slumber, the warm glow of the mirror filled the room, a comforting reminder that in the heart of every journey lies the true magic of life, the bonds we forge and the courage we find within ourselves. And so, in the gentle embrace of dreams, Clara slept, her heart forever touched by the wonders of her enchanted journey. Story 71. Once upon a time, in the tranquil village of Willow Glade, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lived a young girl named Leora. She was known throughout the village for her bright eyes that twinkled like the stars and a heart as gentle as the morning breeze. Leora had a special gift. She could hear the whispers of the wind and the songs of the trees. Her days were spent wandering the verdant woods, where she felt most at home, listening to the world around her. The villagers often spoke of the magic that lingered in the air around Willow Glade, hidden in the shimmer of the dewdrops and the rustle of the leaves. They believed that deep in the heart of the forest, a secret world lay concealed, a world where the ordinary met the extraordinary, and where time flowed differently. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun spilled golden light through the canopy, Leora set off on her usual wanderings. The air was fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves, and the earth felt soft beneath her feet. Her path was lined with the fiery hues of autumn, painting the world in shades of amber and scarlet. Leora wrapped her knitted shawl tighter around her shoulders and began to hum a tune that she had learned from the brook that babbled nearby. As she walked deeper into the woods, the whispers of the forest grew louder, guiding her to a place she had never been before. It was a clearing, bathed in sunlight, with a surface that sparkled like 1,000 tiny diamonds. In the center of this clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath the oak, something glinted faintly, a small, delicate object half buried in the soft earth. Leora knelt down, brushing away the leaves and soil, revealing a beautifully crafted key made of silver and adorned with intricate engravings of stars and moons. As she held the key in her palm, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a peculiar sensation, a pull, an urging to discover what secrets this key might unlock. Her heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity, for she sensed this was no ordinary key. It was a key to the hidden world she had always dreamed of. That evening, Leora returned home to the cozy cottage she shared with her grandmother, Marina. The cottage was filled with the comforting aroma of freshly baked bread and herbs that Marina had hung to dry over the hearth. Marina, with her kind eyes and gentle smile, had raised Leora with stories of the old world, tales of magic and mystery that lulled her to sleep each night. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice tinged with wonder, "look what I found today." She showed Marina the silver key, and her grandmother's eyes widened with recognition. "This is a special key, my dear," Marina said softly, tracing her fingers over the engravings. "It said that such keys can open doors to places unseen, to worlds where the impossible becomes possible. But remember, Leora, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the heart and courage of the one who wields it." That night, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Leora lay in bed, the key resting on the table beside her. She dreamed of doors that led to wondrous realms, of friendships with creatures only whispered about in legends. Her dreams were vivid and full of color, painting pictures of lands where the sky blushed pink at dusk and rivers sang as they flowed. The following morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Leora set out once again, the key safely tucked in her pocket. Her heart was light with anticipation, her spirit buoyed by the promise of adventure. She followed the path through the forest, guided by an inner compass, until she reached a place where the trees formed a natural archway. She paused, sensing that this was a threshold, a point of transition between the known and the unknown. With a deep breath, Leora stepped through the archway and found herself in a world that was both familiar and strange. The forest here was alive with a vibrancy she had never experienced. The leaves shimmered with an ethereal glow, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and lavender. Leora felt a tingling sensation, as if the very ground beneath her feet hummed with energy. As she walked deeper into this enchanted realm, she came upon a small brook that danced over stones, its water crystal clear and filled with tiny, shimmering fish that winked at her as they swam. Leora knelt by the brook, laughing as the water splashed playfully against her hands. It was then she noticed a figure watching her from the other side of the brook, a small, furry creature with eyes as bright as the moon and a tail that flicked with curiosity. It was a fox, its coat a vibrant red, and it watched her with a gaze that was both intelligent and kind. "Hello," Leora called softly, her voice gentle so as not to startle the creature. To her surprise, the fox replied, its voice a soft, melodic chime. "Greetings, traveler. You hold the key, do you not?" Leora nodded, pulling the silver key from her pocket. "I found it in the forest. Do you know what it opens?" The fox sat back on its haunches, a thoughtful look in its eyes. "The key you carry is for the Door of Echoes, a portal to the heart of our world. It is a place where memories and dreams intertwine, where the past and future touch." Intrigued, Leora asked, "Will you show me the way?" The fox nodded, crossing the brook with a graceful leap. "Follow me, and we shall see what lies beyond the door." Leora walked beside the fox, feeling a sense of companionship and trust. As they journeyed, the forest whispered its secrets, and the wind carried their laughter through the trees. They passed through meadows filled with wildflowers that swayed in rhythm with the breeze, and over hills where the grass was as soft as a lullaby. Finally, they reached a clearing where an ancient stone doorway stood, half hidden by vines and wild roses. The doorway was majestic and mysterious, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with life. The fox gestured to the door with a nod of its head. "This is the door of echoes. Place the key within its lock and step through to discover what awaits." Leora's heart raced with anticipation. She approached the door, her fingers trembling slightly as she fitted the key into the lock. With a gentle turn, the door swung open soundlessly, revealing a soft, luminescent glow from within. Taking a deep breath, Leora stepped through the doorway, the fox close behind her. She found herself in a world that was like stepping into a dream. The sky above was a tapestry of swirling colors, and the ground beneath her feet was covered in a carpet of moss that cushioned each step. The air was filled with a melody, a song that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a tune that resonated with her soul, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. "Welcome to the heart of echoes," the fox said, its voice filled with warmth. "Here, you will find the answers you seek and discover the strength within you." As Leora explored this enchanted world, she encountered beings of all kinds, glimmering sprites that danced on the breeze, wise old trees that shared stories of ages past, and gentle creatures that greeted her with kindness. Each encounter taught her something new about herself and the world around her. She learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to face it with an open heart. She discovered that true friendship was a bond that transcended differences, a connection that celebrated both strengths and vulnerabilities. And most importantly, she realized that the magic she sought was not in the key or the door, but within her own heart. The days passed in a blur of joy and wonder, and Leora felt herself growing, changing with each new experience. She became more attuned to the whispers of the world, more in tune with the rhythm of life. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leora sat beside the brook with the fox. They watched as fireflies danced in the twilight, their glow a gentle reminder of the beauty in the smallest things. "Thank you," Leora said, her voice filled with gratitude, "for guiding me and teaching me." The fox smiled, its eyes twinkling. "You have always had the wisdom within you, Leora. The key only opened the door. It was your heart that found the way." As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora knew it was time to return home. She had learned what she needed, and her heart was full. She bid farewell to the fox, promising to return one day. With one last look at the heart of echoes, Leora stepped back through the door, feeling the gentle pull of the forest as it welcomed her back. The door closed behind her with a soft sigh, leaving her with the silver key and a heart full of newfound wisdom. As she made her way back to Willow Glade, the forest seemed to embrace her, the leaves whispering their approval, the wind carrying her laughter to the edges of the world. Leora knew she would never be the same, for she had discovered the true magic of friendship, courage, and the endless possibilities of the heart. And so in the quiet of the night, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora returned to her grandmother's cottage. She found Marina waiting by the hearth, her eyes filled with warmth and understanding. "Welcome home, my dear," Marina said, embracing Leora with a hug that spoke volumes. Leora smiled, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew that her journey was just the beginning, a step into a world where magic was woven into every moment, where the echoes of dreams lingered in the air, and where friendship was the greatest treasure of all. And as the night deepened, with the fire crackling softly and the world wrapped in a blanket of stars, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. Story 72. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled deep within a forest of silver birch and golden oak, there lived a young girl named Marigold. Marigold was known for her curious mind and her love for wandering the gentle paths that wound through the woods. She often spent her afternoons exploring the verdant world around her, imagining tales of her own as she skipped over babbling brooks and under the watchful eyes of towering trees. One golden afternoon, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Marigold stumbled upon an unusual sight. At the base of an ancient oak, half buried beneath a carpet of autumn leaves, she found a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and blossoms, and it seemed to hum with a soft, inviting energy. With gentle fingers, Marigold brushed away the leaves and lifted the box from its resting place. As she opened it, she was greeted by the warm, comforting scent of cedar and an unexpected sight, a collection of shimmering, pearlescent marbles, each one swirling with a different color of the rainbow. They glowed faintly, casting a soft luminescence that danced playfully across her face. Curious, Marigold reached in and picked up a marble that shimmered with a deep, calming blue. As soon as her fingers closed around it, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the forest around her seemed to come alive with whispers, as if the very trees were speaking to her heart in a language she had always known but never heard. Entranced, Marigold realized that each marble held a unique gift, a special ability that could be unlocked with a touch. The blue marble, she discovered, allowed her to understand the whispers of the forest, to hear the stories carried by the wind and the secrets held by the stones. Her heart swelled with a newfound appreciation for the world around her, one that was vibrant and full of life. Eager to learn more, Marigold decided to embark on a journey to uncover the mysteries of the marbles. She tucked the box safely into her satchel and set off down a path that led deeper into the heart of the forest, guided by a sense of adventure and wonder that lit her spirit like a lantern in the night. Along her journey, Marigold met a host of charming creatures who became her companions. First there was Bramble, a wise old hedgehog with quills as soft as down and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He was a storyteller of old, weaving tales of the forest's past with a voice that rolled like distant thunder. Next came Luna, a graceful fox with a pelt as white as fresh snow and a heart as warm as sunshine. Luna possessed a keen sense of direction and an uncanny ability to find paths hidden to ordinary eyes. She guided Marigold through the densest parts of the forest with the precision of a compass. Lastly, there was Pippin, a jovial squirrel with a penchant for acorn pies and an infectious laugh that echoed through the trees like the chime of a silver bell. Pippin's boundless energy and optimism kept their spirits high, even when the journey seemed long and the path uncertain. Together, they ventured through the forest, each step bringing them closer to the heart of its magic. The marbles revealed their secrets one by one. A green marble that allowed Marigold to coax budding flowers from the earth, a golden one that let her bask in the radiant warmth of the sun, even on the cloudiest days, and a violet marble that filled her dreams with visions of distant lands yet to be explored. As the days turned into weeks, Marigold and her friends found themselves facing a challenge that required all their newfound wisdom. The heart of the forest was guarded by a riddle, posed by an ancient spirit known as the Grove Keeper. This spirit was as old as the trees themselves, with eyes like deep pools of wisdom and a voice that rumbled like the earth's core. The riddle was a test of understanding, one that could not be solved by force or haste. It spoke of balance and harmony, of listening with the heart and seeing with the soul. Marigold, with her gentle nature and newfound perspective, understood that the answer lay in the unity of all things, the connection between the roots in the sky, the whispers of the wind, and the silence of the stones. With her friends by her side, Marigold approached the Grove Keeper and shared her answer, her voice filled with the quiet confidence of a heart in tune with the world. The spirit listened, nodding with approval, and the path to the forest's heart opened before them, a path lined with blossoms that glowed like stars in the night. At the center of the forest, Marigold found a hidden glade, a place where time seemed to stand still, and the air was filled with the music of the earth. Here she discovered the true purpose of the marbles, a chance to see the world in all its beauty, to understand the delicate threads that wove together the fabric of life. With a heart full of gratitude, Marigold returned the marbles to their box, knowing that their magic would always be with her, a part of her very being. She had discovered that the greatest magic was not in the abilities the marbles bestowed, but in the wisdom and love they inspired. As Marigold and her friends made their way back to Willowbrook, the sun began to set once more, casting a warm, golden glow over the forest. The journey had changed her, awakened her to the wonders of the world and the importance of friendship and understanding. She knew that she would carry these lessons with her always, like a gentle flame that warmed her soul. And so, with the box of marbles resting beside her bed and the gentle whispers of the forest still lingering in her ears, Marigold drifted to sleep that night, wrapped in a blanket of dreams as soft as the moonlit sky. The world was a magical place, and she was ready to explore it, one gentle step at a time. Story 73. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering oak trees whispered secrets to the breeze and the sunlight danced upon the dewy leaves, there lay a hidden world, much like our own, yet touched by magic. This was the realm where the natural creatures dwelled, their lives woven into the tapestry of the forest with threads of harmony and balance. As dawn painted the sky with hues of soft amber and rose, the forest awoke gently. The air was tinged with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the crisp freshness of morning dew. In a cozy burrow beneath an old elm tree, nestled under a blanket of fallen leaves, lived a wise, gentle hare named Thistle. His fur was a soft gray, like the mist that often rolled through the forest, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many seasons. Thistle had lived in the forest for many years, each season teaching him lessons of change and renewal. As the keeper of ancient wisdom, he understood the delicate balance that sustained the forest and its creatures. His role was to ensure that this balance was maintained, a task he approached with great care and love. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air carried a hint of wood smoke, Thistle noticed something amiss. The gentle brook that wound its way through the forest had slowed to a trickle, its once melodious babbling now a faint whisper. The leaves of the majestic trees, usually vibrant with autumn's fiery colors, seemed dull and weary, as if the life had been sapped from them. Thistle's heart fluttered with concern. He knew that the water from the brook was the lifeblood of the forest, nurturing every plant and creature. Without it, the balance would be disrupted and the forest would wither. Determined to uncover the cause, Thistle set off on a journey through the forest. As he hopped along the well-worn paths, the earthy scent of fallen leaves mingled with the musk of damp earth, enveloping him like a comforting shawl. He was joined by his dear friend, a sprightly squirrel named Bramble, whose bushy tail bobbed cheerfully as they made their way deeper into the forest. Bramble was curious and clever, always eager to help his friends. With a nose for adventure, he scampered ahead, stopping occasionally to nibble on an acorn or to chatter excitedly about the beauty of the forest. Together they made a fine pair, their friendship as enduring and steady as the ancient trees around them. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the light filtering through the canopy in golden shafts that warmed their fur and illuminated their path. They passed through a grove of silver birches, their bark gleaming like moonlight, and arrived at the edge of a meadow where the grass swayed gently in the breeze, whispering secrets of the past. It was here that they met a venerable old turtle named Mossback, who was known for his deep knowledge of the forest's history. His shell was a patchwork of moss and lichen, a testament to the years he had spent wandering the forest, observing its changes with a patient eye. Mossback greeted them with a slow, deliberate nod, his eyes twinkling with the light of ancient wisdom. "Ah, Thistle and Bramble," he rumbled in his deep, soothing voice, "I see you have come seeking answers." Thistle explained the plight of the brook, his voice filled with concern. Mossback listened intently, his eyes narrowing as he pondered the mystery. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his words measured and thoughtful. "The ways of the forest are tied to the cycles of the seasons," he began, "and sometimes the balance is disturbed. But fear not, for the forest is resilient, and with care and wisdom we can restore harmony." Mossback led them to a clearing where the brook's source lay hidden beneath a tangle of roots and stones. There they discovered the cause of the disruption. A cluster of fallen branches and debris had blocked the flow of water, preventing it from reaching the forest. Together, the three friends set to work, their efforts united by a shared purpose. Thistle used his nimble paws to clear the smaller twigs and leaves, while Bramble, agile and energetic, darted about, tugging at the larger branches with determination. Mossback, though slow, used his strength to push aside the heavier stones, his movements deliberate and steady. As they worked, the sun climbed higher in the sky, its warmth a gentle embrace upon their backs. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, watching as the creatures labored to restore its lifeblood. Birds sang encouragement from the trees, their melodies weaving through the air like a comforting lullaby. Finally, as afternoon shadows began to stretch across the clearing, their task was complete. The brook gurgled to life, the water rushing eagerly over the stones, its song a joyous symphony that echoed through the forest. Thistle, Bramble, and Mossback watched with satisfaction as the life-giving water flowed once more, its presence restoring color and vitality to the trees and plants. The forest sighed with relief, the balance restored. The creatures gathered to celebrate, their hearts filled with gratitude for the wisdom and friendship that had saved their home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with a tapestry of twilight hues, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the brook. From that day forward, Thistle, Bramble, and Mossback became the guardians of the forest's harmony, their bond strengthened by the trials they had overcome together. They passed down their wisdom to the younger generations, teaching them the importance of balance, the power of friendship, and the enduring magic of nature. And so, the ancient forest thrived, a sanctuary of peace and wonder, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the lives of its gentle creatures continued to unfold in the ever-turning cycle of the seasons. Story 74. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight dappled the forest floor and soft winds played with the leaves, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the unseen threads of magic and harmony. This was a realm where the boundaries between what was real and what was enchanted were as thin as the mist that clung to the ground each morning. Here, the air was always tinged with the scent of pine and moss, and the symphony of birdsong was accompanied by the gentle rustle of small creatures in the underbrush. It was a place where time seemed to slow, allowing every creature to savor the simple joys of existence. Among the denizens of this forest was a wise old tortoise named Sylvan, whose shell was etched with the stories of the ages. Sylvan had seen the forest through countless seasons, each one leaving its mark on his sturdy shell. He was revered by all as a keeper of wisdom, a title that he wore with humble grace. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Sylvan gathered a group of young creatures around him. There was Thistle, the bright-eyed squirrel with a tail like a fluffy plume, Luna, the gentle doe with eyes that mirrored the moonlit sky, and Flutter, the tiny wren with a song as sweet as honey. They settled in a sun-dappled clearing where the ground was carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. Sylvan's deep, rumbling voice began to weave a tale, one that had been passed down through generations like a precious heirloom. Long ago, when the world was young and the sky was still learning to embrace the earth, the seasons were not as you see them now, Sylvan began, his eyes twinkling with the light of memory. Once, they danced upon the land without rhythm, causing chaos and confusion among the creatures who lived here. The young ones leaned closer, their attention as focused as the beams of sunlight piercing the canopy above. Winter would arrive without warning, blanketing the forest in snow when the flowers were still in bloom. Summer's heat would scorch the ground before spring had sung its full song. It was a time of discord, and the creatures longed for harmony. "What happened then, Sylvan?" Thistle asked, his voice as eager as the wind. Sylvan smiled gently. The great gathering was called, a council of all beings, great and small. From the smallest ant to the proudest stag, they came together to find a solution, knowing that the wisdom of many could accomplish what the strength of one could not. Luna nodded, understanding the importance of unity and friendship. "And what did they decide?" "Ah," Sylvan continued, "it was the owl, wise and ancient, who proposed the idea that would change everything. She suggested that the seasons should be like a symphony, each one playing its part in a grand cycle, allowing time for growth, life, rest, and renewal. But to achieve this, they needed a mediator, someone who could balance the elements and guide the seasons in their dance. And who was chosen? Flutter chirped, her curiosity fluttering like her wings. It was the wind, ever-present and understanding of both sky and earth, who took on the mantle, Sylvan explained. The wind learned to carry the whispers of the seasons, guiding winter, spring, summer, and autumn in their eternal ballet. The young creatures sighed with relief, imagining the peace that followed. Sylvan's eyes softened as he looked at them, seeing not just the young ones but the future of the forest itself. And so it has been ever since, he concluded. The seasons flow into one another with grace, and we all benefit from their balance. But remember, each of us plays a part, no matter how small, in maintaining this harmony. We must listen to the whispers of the wind and the wisdom of the earth. As Sylvan's tale came to a close, the sun began its descent, casting a warm, golden glow over the clearing. The young creatures sat in contemplative silence, the story settling into their hearts like seeds ready to grow. Thistle was the first to speak, his voice thoughtful. I suppose we should all be like the wind, helping to keep things in balance. Yes, Luna agreed, her eyes reflecting the fading light. Even small acts of kindness and care can make a difference. Flutter chirped softly, adding her voice to the chorus of agreement. We can share what we've learned today with others, just like you shared with us, Sylvan. The old tortoise nodded, filled with quiet pride. Indeed, my young friends. Wisdom is a gift meant to be shared, just like the warmth of the sun or the coolness of the shade. As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, the young creatures rose, their hearts filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. They thanked Sylvan, each in their own way, before heading back to their homes, leaving the clearing as tranquil as they had found it. In the whispering woods, where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like the evening mist, the tale Sylvan had told would live on, carried by the wind and etched into the hearts of those who listened. And as the seasons continued their endless cycle, the forest thrived in a harmony as timeless as the stars above. And so, under the blanket of night, the forest sighed in contentment, knowing that its future was bright, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of tomorrow. The gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hoot of an owl were the only sounds as the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the magic of the world it had created.